The end is near, gamers. Yes, we're back again for another iteration of the weekly servant class tier list, and this is now extra classes part 2 of the gold kind. And as you can see, we will be covering the Avengers and the sussy pretenders this week. And with me today, I have some lovely co-hosts, so I'm gonna let them introduce themselves right now.
Hey, I'm Otto. I don't know how I am completely unprepared to do this because I was listening the entire time. Otto Bino on YouTube, Otto Bino on Twitch. God bless our departed friend Plushy.
And this is Rio Emerald once again, wishing sincere condolences to Plushy for his. Wait, no, hold on. Is he the dead one, or he's dead to us?
Yeah, so jokes aside, to clarify,
on the 6th day he rose.
This will be a very similar case to last week where Otto joined late. So yeah, you will be seeing Plushy, but that will be later on. So he'll be here too, but we're gonna just go ahead and start as is. So whenever he shows up, he's just gonna show up and yay. Maybe he can give out takes or whatever if he has something to say about already placed servants, but we'll cross that bridge later. Right, so again, to give small disclaimers here, compared to last year, we separate low stars and gold servants, so that's why this is only gold servants. We covered low stars already before we started the extra classes, so if you want to see them, check those out. And also another major comparison to last year's is that I'm not gonna put too much emphasis on sheets. I do have this AoE looping sheet though, because this is pretty objective data, which is, you know, easy to use as a comparison. Not always the most relevant thing ever though, but you know, it's still nice to see some numbers. So for this one, I want to give a shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamula for compiling this and keeping it up to date. I also do have a stat sheet as well to get some more comparison going, mostly between the attack numbers between DPSs, for the sake of comparison really, not that big of a deal. And of course, shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this lovely template tier list for us to use, so my life becomes that much easier. So yeah, the links to the sheets, this tier list, my co-host channels, everything that may or may not appear also later on, yeah, it'll all be linked in the description of this video. And also in the description you will find timestamps. Now, even though this tier list seems to be shortest entry-wise, I'm sure a lot of people still don't want to listen to the whole thing, which is understandable. So feel free to click on the timestamps, jump around, you know, check your favorites or whatever. That's probably what most people are going to do, and yeah, you're good to go. But do also check the final placements timestamp at the very end, because there will be maybe some shuffling either during the list or some before we lock it in at the end. There's also a small discussion there. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, we should be good to go. So in this list, we have 26 Avengers and Pretenders of the gold variant. And of them, I believe 4 are new to this list. I did try and double check, but I'm pretty sure the last 4 are new and everyone else before that were already last year. But yeah, I hope I'm right on that. But yeah, quite a bit of new servants considering this is also the shortest one entry-wise. But yeah, even though it is the shortest, I highly doubt this is going to be super short regardless. It's still going to be fairly lengthy, if anything. And as of the placement order, or as for rather, it's going to be the same as last week because we're doing multi-class now. So instead of like covering one class fully, we're just going to mix and match because it's going to be fully based on the release date of servants. So even rarity is now not in order. So it's going to be alternating between some 5 and 4 stars here and there. I feel like that was a cute twist on these multi-class lists. So we're just going to purely go from the oldest release to the latest one. Simple as that. And again, if you look at the screen right now, it's pretty obvious how it works. So yeah, let's get cracking here. We have no day 1 servants this time. I mean, this might be the only list so far that has no day 1 servants, because the Avenger class did not, or Pretender for that matter, they did not have any servants back then. But year 1 we still had some Avenger releases. In fact, we're gonna see a lot of Avengers before we even see the first Pretender. But yeah, the first ever Avenger released to the game, I believe even before Andy Maou, we have the original Count of Monte Cristo himself. We got Edmond Dantes. We will be seeing the other one too later on, but we're going to start with the OG. So what we're working with here is an AoE quick, I want to say farmer. I don't really like him as a DPS personally. I'll get to that more later, but he still can do some interesting farming numbers, even if it's kind of single core tied. Now, as an Avenger, this is going to be a common theme. They're going to have very high attack overall. So when I say that his 12.6k is literally below average as a 5-star Avenger, you know it's crazy pump numbers. It's not a whole lot below. It's ever so slightly below it. But yeah, says a lot, doesn't it? That also means their HP tends to be a bit lower, which can be a bit scary sometimes. Now, he's double bust or double quick on his deck, which on hindsight, I think I like it nowadays, especially with the release of Summer Scotty. Definitely gives him a nice little edge there. No pun intended. His gains cards, the arts one is pretty bad, and the quick one's also not that great either on base at least. The skills definitely help, but on base, the numbers could certainly do better on gains. I think his star generation at least overall is alright, so there's something. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn, 50% attack for 1 turn, and 32% debuff res for 3 turns. So it's like a mana burst with some utility on top, with a fairly high cooldown. I don't like this skill much at all. It's like whatever. The debuff res is not going to be reliant or reliable. It's good to have, but yeah, Invul Pierce also, it's good to have, but it also doesn't have the best uptime. Granted, you might not always need it on a high uptime. I just don't like the attack buff. I prefer a smaller attack buff spread across more turns, because uptime is something I like to see. So could do better with this skill. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown as well. He gets 50% MP gain for 3 turns, 30% battery on use, and then he gets his own attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he crits the enemy, he removes the latest buff from them. So with this, he can now definitely do some single core black rail looping, which actually you'll see it very soon as well after we finish covering. The numbers are pretty decent, but again, single core looping it has mixed value these days, but you know, he certainly with this can do a lot of looping. The buff removal, again, it's good, but he has also some issues with critting as well, so it's going to be fair, you know, sometimes inconsistent too. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, he reduces one enemy's MP gauge by 1 tick, clears his own debuffs, and gains 20 stars on use. It's an alright utility skill, but again, I would prefer the Drain to be AoE as well, considering he's also AoE. Some people might bring him for like single target stuff too, but unless you have a Jack copy, I would just bring him for AoE in case you actually do run him on bosses. So overall, it's not the worst kit I've ever seen, but it's certainly not the best one either by any means. So yeah, then the Avenger passives, you're going to see a lot of these today. There's the good old trio. So the first one, 20% more MP gain on damage taken, then all party members besides himself get minus 10% debuff resistance down, and this also includes the whole party no matter where he's placed, which, you know, is an enabler for Karen as well from last week, if you remember that. 8% crit damage, and then 3% gauge per turn. So depending on the Avenger, the value might differ a bit, because there's not for not all of them, the crit damage, for instance, will be the most relevant thing, because Avengers have a terrible star weight on base. It is like, it's not as bad as like Berserker, but it's certainly still very bad. He's anti-Avenger himself, which is pretty amusing, but honestly, considering he mostly hits neutral, it's not the worst thing. Granted, it is a rare enemy to fight. He has a buffed MP, which is cool. Does AoE damage, does a 100% curse amplifier on all enemies for 5 turns, and in an overcharge, he places a 500 curse on enemies for 5 turns on base, scaling up to 1500, and also does a 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So farming wise, the MP kind of sucks, I want to say. Doesn't really help too much there besides damage. But, you know, if you're doing bosses, the defense down can be some ramp up. I don't think his curse damage will have all that much high potential, though. Even if you spam his MP many consecutive turns, the curse itself is just, you know, weak. And the amplifier, I feel like, could be maybe higher, too. Again, he has pretty decent, like, you know, single core farming numbers, but he's not really very... I guess you could try multi-core as well, but he doesn't really have anything to share with the allies either. So, I don't know. And as a DPS, I don't like that his crits are inconsistent. He has no absorb, which is needed if you really want to do Avenger crits, because he's not Buster, so he doesn't get, like, absorb from Koyan, etc. I think he's kind of fell off quite a bit. I think he's just okay, personally.
I mean, ask a year 2 or 3 player, and they're going to say he's the best. But, like, when was the last time you actually used this guy? Like, he's a character I think everyone used a ton early on in the game, and now never again. I don't think he's like I wouldn't use him for farming is the thing. I think actually at this point he is just more of a boss killer because that the one turn invincibility pierce paired with a one turn attack buff, you got to hold that for the right turn. It's the removing buff from critting, which is a lot easier to do that in like a boss fight situation where you can kind of control crits a little bit easier.
Also, being able to debuff cleanse and having a little debuff resistance sometimes can have some impact
I
there.
kind of really wish he had hard defense though for bosses. He feels a bit squishy sometimes.
Oh yeah,
that's because he's quick as well.
He does have Domon synergy. I don't think it's really that valuable because he doesn't really contribute anything to it outside of. Well, I mean, he's got a good deck and he's got a good attack stat, but like he's neutral everywhere, and he doesn't really uniquely bring anything to the table that that a lot of Domon friends would want to.
I mean, no one's taking him from multi-core. Let's be honest. It's the you either have to be very self-sufficient in spamming your NP, or contribute to the party to help others spam their NP, and he is neither.
Yeah, he's pretty much fully selfish.
If it was like a 50 battery, then it'd be more reasonable. But 30 battery does kind of hurt in that regard. I am a little bit disappointed by his buff. I don't know why they made it like only one buff per attack. Like it's an objectively worse version of Barghest's. Like she does the exact same thing, but she applies a debuff instead of having to crit to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's completely unusable.
Yeah, no.
It's just he doesn't really do much to define himself. He doesn't have like uniquely high damage against one group. He doesn't. He isn't like. I mean, like he does have pretty good refund, and as I recall, it is possible to like 2-2x with him. But I just don't think it's. I don't think he's the guy that you'd be bringing to irregular nodes, anyways, unless he's hyper.
Yeah, he's kind of like to be honest, like a baseline B tier unit at this point.
Yeah, I would say probably like B tier as well, yeah. Just flat B. Like usable, but doesn't really bring enough to the table to be like someone you would use like often or even sometimes. But he's fine. Just fine. Okay. Right, then the other early 5-star Avenger, they were released pretty early on from what not early on, well early on too, but like close to each other, pretty sure. And also I think both were before Maou as well, in terms of the order. But yeah, it's a big favorite of people. We got Jalter. There she is, the OG. With this, are we gonna be done with John faces after this? Well, I guess, funnily enough, we might have one next week. With the OC4 release, but for this year's tier lists, I guess we're gonna end with the most popular one probably. So yeah, John Alter, single target buster DPS, and honestly, kind of nowadays can even see some use in farming too. Interestingly enough, with her buff last year, so she's gotten a bit of a glow up, I want to say. Very famously has like the highest attack in the game, I think still, right? Because it's like still quite a bit above the second, if I had to guess. It's 13.2k on base, which is pretty ridiculous. So they were definitely not shy back then on giving her a very high attack stat. So she still has that at least. Very cool. Just double buster, double arts on her normal deck, which honestly I kind of like it. It offers some decent, MP, better MP spam potential and also sub crit potential too. Some people might say maybe you should be triple buster or something, which I don't know. I think this is fine too. MP gain on the arts cards is okay. Quick, not so impressive though. But hey, 7 hit extra on a near 1% MP gain is not bad either. First skill is 5-turn cooldown. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 800% absorb for 3 turns. So with this, she can actually be a bit more of a reliable crit DPS just from her own side already. Obviously, supports make it a bit easier as well. But it's just nice to have some kind of absorb on a DPS Avenger as well that wants to crit. Because again, the base absorb is that bad. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and then further gives dragon allies another 20% attack for 3 turns. She herself unfortunately does not have the dragon trait, but in maybe some multi-core farming, you know, giving 40% to someone could actually be very significant. So I don't hate the skill now that she has some, you know, farming presence, I guess. It's still a bit basic though on a limited 5-star. Third skill, here we go, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% buster for 1 turn, invul for 1 turn, 50% battery on use, and then does 1k damage to self, which cannot be lethal as a demerit. The demerit is not that big of a deal, honestly, in most cases. On bosses, it can be a bit awkward sometimes, because you might need that invul sometimes to stay alive, but it is also 50% battery and a big burst to your MP damage for that turn as well. So it can be a bit awkward because of the big burst and hard defense tied together. But on farming, it's obviously not as awkward because you really don't need the invul there. You just pop it when it's her time to do her thing. It's a very bare bones kit, but honestly, it kind of has some gas though still, which is, I guess, all that you need from someone with a really high attack. Could be better, could be worse. Then we have just the Avenger passives again, so 18% increased MP gain on damage taken, minus 8% debuff rest for party members beside herself, 10% crit damage, and 4% gauge per turn. I like the passives a little bit better on her than Dantes, but overall they're fine. They're not amazing, they're not terrible, they're pretty okay. She's also anti-Avenger because I guess they all hate each other. How about that? Very niche case, but sure. Upgraded MP is cool. Does damage to enemy. Buff blocks them for 1 time flat, so there's no turn duration on that, which is cool. So either it gets cleansed by the enemy or it eats a buff instance from them. Both pretty cool. You get 30 stars on use as well, which is great. And then you do a 500 curse on them for 5 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 2500. I hate the overcharge, but everything else, the buff block and the stars are nice for sure. So she's, again, there's not a whole lot in her kit, but I still think she is semi-legit as a DPS, and then she can even see some farming use. She doesn't have like a super effective or anything like that, which you would ideally want for, you know, the highest level of farming, but she still has good numbers though, right? So I think she's good, right?
Well, here's the thing. Her stat lung is so high that the skills being just okay kind of don't matter. When you have to realize that her effective attack stat is like 14.5k, right?
Oh yeah, because of the Avenger modifier too. Yeah.
And she's still the highest attack stat in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And just giving her a 50% battery, and you know, the crit absorb, you know, you put her in like for a boss fight, you're using like double vich, you're able to stack that crit. You're able to, you know, stack on the charisma. Her MP generates stars. Like she actually, people act like well, okay. So Jean was super hyped, then she fell off, but I think she's back. So
I think the buff to her third skill and the addition of more supports that work really well with her definitely gave her a nice glow up again.
Yeah, so I mean, she is still the no brain unga bunga buster beat stick thing, right? But like she does it well.
Yeah,
she does it very well.
Yeah,
it's like 50 battery. It really does a lot for your flexibility. I've mentioned it many times. Like it does suck that it's only 1 turn, but like you use that on a turn where you're going to break a bar, so you're already facilitating another reason to use the skill. Because oftentimes bar break gimmicks,
like make the awkwardness a little less awkward.
Yeah. Also, she is chaotic evil. so she's able to crit even harder with Domon. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of chaotic evils on this.
Oh yeah.
This list today.
Edgy class is edgy. Jalter, I would say A tier. What do you guys think?
A plus.
A plus.
Yeah,
Because she does a lot of damage, and she does a lot of things. Like, if you're going in there and you just need damage, like, and you get like that Buster Brave chain, she's gonna ruin people's lives.
She's functionally, and there's some downsides to it, but I'd say there's more upsides to it. She's functionally a better Kentoki, because Kentoki's thing is he has that one turn of burst damage. He's usable against most every class, and he has a 50 battery. That's literally the only reasons you use him. But she also has that one turn of high burst damage. And she's neutral, so you can use her against most anything. But she has a functional kit outside of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't use Kentucky for like bosses most of the time because he has nothing going on and he can get one shot because he's a berserker too.
Yeah, but she can actually do some farming too. Sure, she doesn't have the 50% damage bonus he does because he's a berserker and that's a fun class. But she still does really good damage for.
She has a bit of spread attack too for multi-core, which is cool.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of dragons.
I could be probably okay with A plus honestly, frigate. Sure. Right, then we get a couple of 4 stars next, also Avengers. We are gonna talk about the Gorgon next. So AoE Buster DPS. Again, you could try farming, but it's pretty clunky with her batteries. So I would probably just call her a DPS flat out. So 10.7 can attack. Is that the highest of all 4 stars? I forgot, or it's at least one of the highest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
It probably is the highest, right?
It's up there.
Yeah, because it's like Solidarity for 3, it's her 4, and then Jalter is like all the Avengers, of course. So yeah. Yeah, it's high, it's cool, nice. She's double Buster, double arts as well, much like Jalter. Hurricane's dome base. Like, the arts cards are not terrible. It's a bit deceptive because her MP gain is so low. They're okay, but again, nothing insane. But the other cards, though, they will not give you any significant gains by any means. But the arts cards, at least, are okay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% attack for 4 attacks, 2 turns. Like, what are these numbers? It's so weird. And then she gets 600% absorb for Buster cards for 1 turn. It's so weird. I mean, I get that the number is huge, but like it's like 4 attacks, 2 turns. If it has to be hit based, at least it's 4 instead of 3. Because then if she does an MPBB, you would be very sad if that extra doesn't benefit from that 50. So you can at least get it for that 1 extra attack on the turn you use it on if you have a Brave Chain. But I'm still not a huge fan of it being so limited in this way. And the absorb could have been 3 turns as well, I feel like. But oh well. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 3k revive, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% power mod against immobilized enemies for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. So this happened on when they were buffing a lot of those Medusa faces, when Medusa Rider also got the same thing. It definitely makes a little bit more sense on Gorgon, I want to say. It still is kind of harder to use on her too, but it's certainly nice. And obviously with this, again, she can farm too, so yay. Definitely helps there too. And her MP wasn't even that spammable on DPSing as well, so it's kind of nice to have some battery. Pretty good skill, I want to say. Yeah. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 105% chance to petrify 1 target for 1 turn. So again, this also works for the immobilize. It's any kind of debuff that prevents the enemy from moving. Doesn't have to be stun, charm, it can be anything like a petrify too. It's a bit of bonus chance on base to combat some innate resistances potentially. Otherwise, it's kind of a weaker skill because I feel like it should do something else still. But well, or at least be AoE. I feel like it would maybe be fair to be AoE because again, she's AoE, so she still has the same thing the Medusa. They both have single target stuns, but they both have AoE MPs with their anti-immobilize P mod, so yeah. I feel like she's Gorgon of like she's the next step. She should have AoE stun, but oh well. It's an okay kit for a 4-star, but nothing too remarkable, I want to say. Avenger passives are back, of course, so 18% increased MP gain on damage taken, minus 8% MP, or not MP, party debuff resistance besides herself, 6% crit damage more, and then 3.8% gauge per turn, which is really awkward. I remember, was it with this new buff that this ended up being really awkward? That it was like just shy? It was something about that. I forgot how the numbers go, because the MP also has some battery too, right? There was something about it that just prevented her from upgrading her comp or something in farming.
She's 1% away from refunding 20.
Because her MP, well, yeah, I think we're about to get into, but the MP is like 15% after the buff, right? So that's why she needed the extra percent to get, because she's going to be 5% short. Yeah, that's really awkward. Very awkward.
Yeah, less than 1% away from it.
Yeah, shame. That's really is a shame. She's anti-rider, which is fine because most of her damage is neutral anyway, so at least it's a common class this time and not an Avenger. Upgrade MP, does damage to all enemies, then all party members get 15% gauge, there it is, and then a 1k curse on enemies for 5 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 3k. I guess they also have a lot of curses too, I just realized that again. Avengers do be cursing people, which I guess is lore accurate. Again, for farming, it's a bit awkward because she's just shy of upgrading her comp, but I kind of do like, it's a sizable spread battery on a now slightly more spammable MP in bosses at least, because, you know, 15% party, that's quite a bit, though. Yes, awkward for farming, but for bosses, certainly not the worst thing to have.
So this...
Okay,
go ahead.
You said a passable skill set. This is not a passable skill set. That first skill sucks. Her third skill sucks. Like
the third skill is a bit better with the buff to the second, but yeah, they're not great overall.
No, it's not.
Also, I don't think did I use the word passable? I think I said okay for a 4-star or something. But even then, honestly, it's probably
it's not okay.
Yeah,
I think it's bad. I think she is really bad. I don't think the buff helped her much at all, to be honest. Call me a hater if you wish, but I think that
hater if you wish.
This buff, yeah. Make sure you attach the if you wish part there. I don't think it helped her. I don't think it made me more likely to use her at all, because like
that's when you phrase it that way. I mean,
look, I'm not opposed to using, you know, AoE 4-stars, but like her NP doesn't have a stun chance on it. It's not even a worse Kashin Koji. It's just a pointless debuff. Or sorry, a pointless power mod. Oh, good. Every 6 turns, you get a 50% damage boost on one enemy. Unless you're bringing other immobilized things, which is not super common. You're not building a team around that often. Like, it's, I don't know. It's just bad. It's bad.
I don't think it's too hard to work around that. Like we do have more supports these days that are able to take advantage of the stuns. Like Domon has Taira.
Yeah, I was about to say Chaotic Evil again.
Yeah, Chaotic Evil. What a shocker. Lohi can AoE stun. If you want another turn, like you can switch over to the other Mystic code and you get a guaranteed stun for 1 turn on 1 enemy.
You're not pairing AoE Lohi with AoE Avenger Gorgon here. AoE, like, what kind of team building are you doing there?
I mean, like, if you're doing some multi-core stuff, like, and you want to make Gorgon work, because she is also animal characteristic, so like she
yeah,
can
the
function.
Koyan Dark synergy is not bad.
I like that she has really high AoE damage. Like, even if it's not going to be happening all of the time, like the fact that she is topping AoE charts as far as 4-stars go, and for that 1 turn, like NP1, her versus Kama, she barely beats Kama against that 1 target. Also, I guess if you used her with comic, you could get her bonus for some reason.
Yeah, charm
I don't know
works
why you
too.
do that, but also her single core damage is actually pretty crazy. She out damages a lot of shit. I don't have the numbers on me right now.
Well,
But,
yeah, for a 4-star, it's very good. Yeah.
But she's able to single out one target like between basically on each wave, and they just get fucking demolished. Like her turn 3 is like oh yeah, you got it. You got it right there. It's almost 400k on turn 3. You can switch it up and use her first skill on turn 1 or on turn 2. And what that means is either you get 50% on 1 and then 50% on 3 and 100% on 2, or you get 0% on 1, 50% on 2, 100% on 3. She just has really nice buff values, and she's able to double up on her anti-immobilize skill. So like I think she is a like also
But
I feel
doubling
like
up
that was
on that's only if the only time doubling up on this on the anti-immobilize matters is if you're because to get any value out of that, you're having to run 2 Vitches. 2, you're having to use the stun either you're somehow getting her battery without Vitch on turn 1, like for a boss fight, for example, not from the Vitches, because otherwise you're having to stun on turn 1, or you have like a stun on turn 2 and then it resets the next turn after the cooldown reduction. Like I just think it's because it's not even AoE. It's not even an AoE stun is the problem. That's the main thing. Is I could understand if it was an AoE stun, it would give her something. But like you're not taking this for a single target fight. And for an AoE, it's not even barely.
I think there's kind of a merit to seeing her kind of a similar servant to like Yamato Takeru, where she has way more damage like on one guy, and then you get bonus. I think there could be some merit to that as well.
Does that every turn? He doesn't need. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, this is also 4-star as well. So.
I'm assuming that's like a farming scenario. That's probably what the comparison is.
I still would like to see the AoE stun too as well. Yeah.
They saw. They were like, "Oh, we'll be funny and we'll be cheeky and we'll buff the Medusa units. What do we do? Petrify because the Mystic Eyes." And then they handed it not to the guy who does the good buffs. They handed it to the one that they keep in a dark closet to sometimes make the bad buffs that don't really help anything. There's 2 guys that make buffs with single, by the way. There's the guy who knows what he's doing. He does like the melt and the Baobhan buffs and everything like that. And he's like, yeah, this works. And then there's the guy they keep in a dark closet and sometimes feed him. They don't feed him a lot though. They don't feed him a lot, and they let him do it.
Yeah.
It's I guess another servant you can like try to force her to work with is Kid Shi Huang.
I'm gonna break your legs.
Oh,
anyway,
dude!
So I think she's
Round 3.
Oh
shit! Plushie is here. What a tie, Big. Hello.
I mean, hey, sorry. I usually don't jump into. I wasn't planning on jumping in this early. I might dip for a little bit earlier, but like, can you guys just rewind a bit? Go back to that Buster looping damage sheet.
Yeah.
Can you just look at her position? Like, I'm not saying this is like God tier, but why are you guys downplaying this so much?
I feel like Dio is mostly downplaying. I feel like I'm okay with her, and so is Ado.
I have 3 big enemies on wave 3, Rio. That happens all the time.
What's the damage? What's the damage not against the other enemies?
It's just wave 2. It's just wave 2. No, just look at wave 2 damage, because wave 2 damage she doesn't have the stun. She has it on 1-3, right?
Well, you can also swap out for the
2-3,
other
right?
Mystic Code, and then you can.
Oh yeah, true. Just use old plug, so it's 1-2-3, dude.
And then also you'll be able to, if you want to, you can stun 2 enemies on wave 3 instead of 1 on.
Look, I'm
two.
just saying.
Also,
I'm not.
Also, you don't have to use it on turn 1.
It can be 2,
Like, you
3.
use
It
on
can be
turn
2, 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of a pen fight.
Because you don't
So
have
like,
the cooldown
look,
reduced until turn 2.
look. All I'm saying is, look, I'm not saying single core is everything. In fact, I am quite anti the whole single core only sentiment. But you guys fucking walk past this number like 3 times and you decided to ignore it.
No, I saw the number,
you're pretty good
and
on it.
I'm choosing to
He
ignore
just
it.
doesn't care.
Why?
Right, I don't care.
Why? Why don't you care?
Because
No,
she's awful to use otherwise.
Okay. So do we have a servant that is like basically only usable in single core buster looping? I feel like a lot of people only care about that when they look at characters like Arjuna Alter or Cuckoo. Like I'm not saying Arjuna Alter can only do that. Arjuna Alter is obviously an S tier character, but a lot of people when they look at these characters, they're like 70-80% only looking at their buster looping. So I'm not saying you should rank her just based on the buster looping, but I'm saying ignoring it is insane. Like you're actually insane.
I think
Like,
she's still
you're
pretty
out
good.
of
Like
your
again, I
fucking
feel like it's
mind.
fine to rank someone. Again, that's kind of always been a criteria where I tend to rank servants based on what they do the best. I mean, it's great that if they can do multiple things better, they probably get points out of that. But I wouldn't like downplay someone a lot
But
if she's not like amazing against bosses, for instance.
I'm mainly talking about Rio. Yeah,
I'm saying like overall.
Because bro, you literally walked past this 3 times and you decided, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. No, I still didn't see it.
I saw it. Look, and also you jumped me because I was airing my grievances with the character, but I didn't say I didn't say like
no. I didn't jump you. I didn't jump you. I wait until you said C, and then I jumped you because I think C is a bit low. Maybe
it's low for way too low for this 4-star ranking.
Maybe later on, if we had a bunch of god tiers, because I forgot the roster, to be honest. But like, if maybe later on, if all the 4 stars are god tier, sure, we can bump her down to C. There's no way this is a C. Even if she has a passive where she says after 3 turns she spontaneously explodes, she's not C.
Okay, but that damage sheet is also. Like I don't like because that's pretending like
okay.
That's pretending there's only one enemy.
No. Not pretending there's only one. It's also pretending her first skill isn't a problem, where it's 4 hits, 2 turns.
But for farming, it's kind of okay. It's not the best, but it's okay.
It's fine. For farming, it's not a problem. But like I'd imagine people are using.
I'm not
her
saying putting her in A+. I'm not saying putting her in A+. But like, dude, you look at that looping damage, and like Otto said, there's so many ways to circumvent it. You can use the stun.
You know what's funny? This is kind of how me and Otto were when we saw a first Emperor in C last week. This is the exact same case. I wouldn't put her on C either, for that matter. But because you literally talking about you were mad that Rio said C. That was like me and Otto last week when you guys were talking about Emperor being on C.
I mean that's fair, right? Like.
It's like the same case.
Here's the thing. This is like so, it's obvious though. It's not even like, oh, we have to go to this boss fight or whatever. No, I'm not trying to bring up last week, but I'm just saying like, isn't buster looping like the easy way out to like praise a servant? Like, I'm not saying you should overrate it, but like, isn't it like the most obvious thing that you can point out? Like, oh, even though she's kind of jank in most stuff, at least her buster looping damage is fine. I just, or not fine. It's actually like, if you only focus on one target, it is better than like 5 stars, right? Like we can't really deny that. I guess the only thing is like, if she was permanent, people would have a stronger feeling towards that for sure, because people don't have this character. Okay, people do not own Gorgon. That's like a general thing. People do not own Gorgon, so they don't actually feel it. But I just feel like this kind of numbers, like you guys wouldn't even be putting her in C if she was permanent. Again, like it's just a feeling thing, maybe.
Because, I feel like you keep saying you guys, but again, it's mostly Rio that trying to downplay her. I think Otto and me are fine. We're fine with her.
Is like her kit is a combination of almost everything I hate It's
Okay.
the stupid.
I can kind of see your points, but if she does one thing really well, does it matter all that much? She still, I would say, has uses.
And forces you into certain team comps. It's just an amalgamation of small annoyances that just make me actively dislike using.
Like I get you. There are some parts about the skills. There's awkwardness, there's bad numbers, but again, for farming, it kind of works still.
Earlier, you mentioned something, and I was running numbers for it, like what the numbers are for those that you don't stun. So there's two sets of numbers. There's ones if you use first skills on turn 1 and 2, or on 2 and 3. If you don't have stuns for them, and you do it on 2 and 3, it's 49k on turn 1, 74k on turn 2, 234k on turn 3, and that is no stun. The other is 74k, 99k, and 183k. Like these are all pretty good numbers.
All right, I concede. You guys do whatever you want. I'm going to shut up about her. I hate this character, and you guys do what you want.
I would say B plus, maybe personally.
Sure. I'm just saying it's not.
She's
C.
ugly, by the way. Fun fact.
I didn't
last
mean
thing I'm going to say about her.
Wait, is
I think
she?
she's ugly, and I hate her
Wait,
design.
why?
Such a
Rio,
I don't even like monster girls, but
Rio.
look at this face. How is that ugly?
Rio, you have
It's
to understand.
such an ugly sprite. It's not even a real Lamia.
What?
Rio, every time you call, I do dislike her legs. But
I'm not about the monster girl part, but I assume by ugly you mean the face looks like shit. Like she looks fine.
Rio is secretly
the face is what it is. It's everything else about her design that's ugly as well.
I think she's not animal enough. Anyways, wow.
Okay, that had to be there.
Here's the thing, Rio. Every time you call a character ugly after you rate them low, it's actively hurting your argument. Okay, like people.
Yeah, it makes it sound more personal. Yeah.
People are very I agree. People in the comments are very unfair to you sometimes. I've read them. But at the same time, you're not helping your own case by just throwing a jab at their appearance, because that clearly doesn't matter. You know, like you could have just not thrown in the jab, and people would have felt like you were more convincing. I am just saying.
I think there's definitely some point to that.
But yeah, Gorgon annoying, right? Like how many hits of attack up? Look, we didn't really dock that much points from Saber Ibuki for that, right? Like, look, I know it's bad, and I agree everything about her CQ performance being mid, because she just doesn't have a lot of stuff. She's like very bursty, but then her MP's trying to be sustained for some reason, and it's just weird overall. And then again, the PMod uptime is deceptively high in farming, and it's really no, it's not deceptively high. I should say it's high in farming, but it's really bad in not farming, right? So
thank you.
So I agree with everything about the CQ, but I think just from the farming, that's why I said even if she spontaneously explodes after 3 turns, she would not be in C in my book. Like maybe B to B plus.
He's about to make an argument that would make her better.
Oh, I mean, after 3 turns though, if she can explode on 1, I mean, honestly, I feel like Sojiro kind of proved it. I feel like Sojiro is good, but people didn't really put him in every team. So neither did Hayward. I think cost is in it. This is just kind of a tangent, unrelated to the character, but I feel like high cost self-sacrificial servants have slowly proven themselves to be a little bit it's great to have the option, but it's very often too expensive to run in a team. Right? It's kind of like Tutankhamun is kind of like the either the best example or the worst example of that, depending on how you want to see the term best. It's the best example of demonstrating the point, is the worst example in terms of people don't like him at all. So anyways,
needless to say, I did not expect the 4-star to potentially be the most heated topic this time around, but it might be.
Before you leave again, is the next servant animal enough for you?
There you go.
That's a dog, Otto.
That's a dog, bro.
Yeah, I feel
it's a yes or no question, and I'm not hearing.
You know
yes
what?
Or no.
I'll probably just chill here because I was gonna do something, but I don't think I have enough time to do it anymore.
Well, it's up to you. You're welcome to say.
No, it's fine. I might not comment if I don't have much to say about the character, because some of them I really don't.
Yeah, that's fair. You just play it how it goes.
Isn't a white woman now.
Anyway, after that Gorgon debacle, I don't know what to call it, we're going to talk about the next 4-star. Let's talk about Hephaestion Lobo. Yeah, so this one is permanent though. Single target quick DPS, also rocking a fairly high attack, especially among 4-stars, but especially also even among Avenger 4-stars, still pretty good. Not that there's a ton of, comparison, because there's still not a lot of them, but attack is nice and high. Granted, the HP is very low, so that can be one of the scary parts about Lobo, being a quick servant as well, with no hard survival. Deck is double arts, double quick. The arts cards are okay, and the quicks are passable, I would say. Gains are they're okay. As for an Avenger, they're actually probably decent, all things considered, for what it's worth. First skill on the 5-turn cooldown, he gets 1200% absorb for 1 turn and 40% defense for 1 turn. So it's a weird burst skill where he gets like a burst of defense and some offense in the form of the absorb. Just weak, is weak. It can be nice to try and mitigate some damage if you're expecting to get hit harder that turn, but it's a weak skill. Also, I should note I have a grilled copy of him as well on JP. He's one of my go-to single targets on Avenger side. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns and 30% anti-man power mod for 3 turns. The man attribute and not human trait or anything like that. Decent, very decent. I wish the man attribute thing was 50%, I'm not gonna lie. I think they could have easily done that, but certainly, while it's basic, it's still a passable skill at least, because it's, he's gonna be hitting neutral most of the time anyway, and man is the most common attribute, so still pretty good. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one enemy gets minus 50% instant kill resistance for 1 turn, minus 30% attack for 1 turn, and then all their buffs gone. Very cool skill. Especially, funnily enough, YouTube won't hear this, but right now on my stream there is the Koyan Beast music playing, and on that fight, Lobo is amazing, and this thing helps for sure as well, because you get the animal thing there and the demonic beast, and you also the buff removal in that is very cool. So he also always just demolishes her. Fun fact. But yeah, this is cool that he has some full buff removal too. Nice. Otherwise, the attack down could have been maybe 3 turns. Or at least 20% 3 turns. And the instant kill res is like whatever. He's a boss killer, so it's not really relevant at all. Kind of a bare bones skill set, sadly, but there's some things to like about it. Avenger passives are back, of course. 20% MP gain on damage taken increased. 10% minus debuff rest down on all party members besides him. 8% crit damage, and then 3.5% gauge per turn. Decent passives to boost the performance up a little bit. His anti-alter ego, which is not the best thing ever, because it's kind of a niche case anyway. Buffed MP is cool, so before damage he gets a sure hit for 1 turn, gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns on MP use, does damage to the enemy, and then there's a 60% chance to instant kill the target on base, scaling up to 100%. I really wish the crit up was higher too. 20% is not a whole lot, because it's just flat, it doesn't scale. They should have made it at least scale with overcharge or something. But oh well, sure hit is pretty cool to have. And honestly, the MP can hit pretty hard. That's one cool thing about him. If you hit, like, especially if you hit, good affinity. On neutral, I feel like he's still, not the best choice, unfortunately. And again, one of my problems that I mentioned earlier is that he can die fairly easily, having no hard survival. Just some lesser defensive options with the attack down and the defense up. I think he's okay, but maybe my view is a bit more skewed because, again, I have a grilled copy. I don't think he's amazing or anything like that.
I've never really been disappointed by this character. Like
if you ever fight a ruler, he clears easily. But again, that's not very often. Like there, he's like just really, really solid. But I don't really bring him a lot on neutral, even with the grilled copy. I mostly just bring him when he can do really good damage.
Yeah, I prefer his form of buff removal over Dantes', which isn't really saying a lot, I guess.
Yeah, it's on command. You get you remove everything.
Yeah. His first skill might be a little weird looking, but it's basically just an absorb. The defense is a bonus. But him having the anti-man bonus, that is pretty nice, because with anti-man, he actually has really solid damage. Like single target quick and P, with an upgrade, and then it's also anti-trait and 3 turn buffs. Pretty good. I do hate that his crit is so low though.
It is.
But,
And his crits are
really.
inconsistent too. He doesn't always generate a ton of stars, and the absorb is
Yeah.
1 turn with the Avenger base, so they can be very inconsistent too.
Sure,
The crazy
that's
part is
nice,
that's the upgraded MP.
Mhm.
They should have done 50%.
They should have, because it's not even the most spammable MP out there, really. Because if you don't have a
Could've
lot
just
of
made it
support
barely
buffs
charged.
active, you can really feel that it's going to be a bit harder to get his MP back up, because he has no batteries either, or MP gain or anything like that. So they could have made it 50% on the crit for sure.
No, I mean, I agree. I agree with Rio. Should have been 30, 100%.
50.
Or 50, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, 30 would be better too. 20 is just
No.
way too low.
Jesus.
My speech is jumbled because I thought it was 30, but then I remember, it's not
Yeah,
even
it's
30.
20 is a weird number
but-
there.
Yep.
It's
it should-
very weak. I don't know why they set it so low, to be honest.
They can make up their
I think
mind
it's-
about Avengers. Sometimes they really hold back, and sometimes they just don't care and just let all out. There's going to be many examples of both in this list. Like, it's so weird. They're very inconsistent with Avenger design.
The buff is probably old, right? The MP upgrade.
It's
Oh,
at
yeah.
this point, it's kind of on the older side, but it's not like a super old one because again, it did add, one new line at
Right.
least instead of being just a damage up.
It's been like 5 or 6 years, so.
Dude, aware.
If it's
It's
within
kinda old.
Yeah,
if it's within 2 years, it would have been 50. That's just,
yeah.
I mean, even when did Yangqing get his? Didn't he get 50?
Yeah, that was a lot later of a buff though. I think
Yeah.
he got that buff around the same time Yonching got his second skill
Costume.
buff, where where
Oh,
it
that was
went
actually a
from,
good
like-
skill buff too for him. That's his best skill. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Uh,
think
Lobo.
this guy's best use case is against rulers that spam defensive skills. Or like have heavy defensive skills. but
Yeah,
that's
he's good
kinda-
against your favorite
yeah.
servant.
Yeah, he'll absolutely dumpster.
It would be slightly better if it was in Vulpir's over sure hit, but the buff removal still helps for sure.
Mm. And also, no good welfare Avengers yet, right? Am I crazy?
Not
they buff
really. At least for
Ranmaru, so-
deep raw damage, not really. Yeah.
I'm actually so depressed when they did. I don't even like her, but like, why didn't they buff her? They buff both Ryoma and Rokuni, and the actual one that deserves it the most gets.
Yeah, I'm
nothing.
shocked she didn't get a buff, but yeah, we'll talk about her later as well. Or for Lobo, I would say maybe biased. I would say B tier, but I can see maybe C plus too. He's just okay.
B tier. Upgrade MP at anti-trade. Like, come on.
Yeah, maybe it's worth the B then. I just don't want to sound too biased, so I wasn't sure.
Is it an anti-trade? It's a 30% power mod.
It's a 30% power. Actually, no, never mind. I forgot.
I mean, like the damage
but
still winds up being pretty high.
but still B. I mean B still like.
I mean, they're both
again,
the
like,
attack and the power mod are both 30% on a 5-turn cooldown with 3 turns
Yeah.
buffed. It's still pretty good uptime though. I don't know.
This also might be the only time I'm pulling out the no competition.
That's also a thing.
the-
Yeah.
I genuinely, because like when people are like, "Oh, there's a ruler. How do I deal with it?" Other than bringing ridiculous berserkers or supports, I mean, I feel like most people at this point probably borrows like a big Jalter because she's just like, okay, or Monte Cristo. But like, if you can't borrow or you don't want to borrow, then it's just that he's the only one.
Yeah, pretty much. There's not a whole lot of choices.
Yep.
We'll go with B for now, and we'll see how the list forms. All right,
Okay,
back to.
I
what
have
was it?
to BRB. Something's going on with my computer, so I'm going to
Oh.
reset it. I'll be
Yeah, no
back in,
worries.
like,
You'll probably be
5
back
minutes.
before I finish the next kit,
Oh,
if
yeah.
chances are. So yeah, sure.
I'll be back.
Yes. Okay. So next 5-star is an Avenger again, because we're still a bit ways away from getting the first Pretender. But yeah, we got the big Nobu, Maou Nobu, Demon King, whatever you want to call her. Triplet, so many different forms and whatnot. Yeah, interesting servant. Amalgamation of the Nobus. So AoE, Buster, Farmer, and DPS. She's an interesting case. She kind of just keeps popping up to the spotlight quite often, which tends to surprise me, but I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. She definitely does still see use. So 12.6k attack is great. Again, that's what you would expect from all these 5-star DPS Avengers. It's good. Triple Buster, there it is, the first of its kind here. I would say makes a lot of sense for sure. Gives her that really nice DPS potential with her face cards. Her MP sometimes doesn't even hit that hard. A lot of the times you just could do really big crits on her instead. Depends on the enemy if you can hit anti-trait or not. The gains cards, they're good. There's just 2 of them though. The arts card in particular is very solid for what it's worth. Starting can be okay too with some higher hit counts on the cards that give you stars. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then every turn it increases by 30%. Wait, is that how it works?
It increases, yeah.
Oh, 20% is to increase. I'm stupid. It's 30% on base and 20% is to increase. Okay. Yeah, okay, I had those 2 backwards. So yeah, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns on use, and then next turn she gets 20% more attack, and then last turn she gets 20% more. So it's 70% on turn 3, basically. 50% on turn 2. Okay. But then you also get Burning Field, map effect on herself for 3 turns, and then she gets a 1k burn on herself for 3 turns as a demerit, which sometimes can sting a bit. So you're gonna be a bit wary about that. I guess it cannot stack though, which is kind of nice. I assume that was already the thing even before Koyan was released, but small mitigation there, I suppose. Burning map also gonna be nice on her. But yeah, that attack up is pretty crazy. It scales really well. So imagine, like, she already has a very high attack stat. She's triple buster, and then it spikes at 70% just from one effect, and you can stack this. So it's pretty interesting. A lot of raw damage.
5-turn cooldown.
Yeah, it's like good uptime too. Yeah, like even the base 30% is already good. Like that's already good. But then on turn 2, it's already really good. Turn 3 is like, okay, that's insane.
Yep.
All right, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. So basically, you're pretty safe unless the enemy has invul pierce. And then, if the map is a burning field, she gets 50% sky attribute power mod for 3 turns. And this is also this is not a snapshot, right? This is just a buff that's always there, and then it just, if the map happens to be burning, she does more damage. I think that's how it is, right?
Yeah.
It's not a snapshot? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a check, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't like blank gets like dimmed when it's
that you would have to have burning, and then it stays there for 3 turns no matter what. So yeah, it's a check.
Yep.
It's a bit niche because welcome back. Sky attribute obviously not the most common thing ever, but for an Avenger, it's great. What was you saying?
I mean,
I'm back. I was gonna ask what I missed, but I clearly haven't.
Yeah, we're barely getting started here. Yeah,
it's not really 1/3 of all servants, but on a very technical level, it's the 1/3 of all servants. It's like probably a quarter.
But yeah, it's even better because of her class, if anything, because she's expected to hit neutral most of the time. So it's actually not a bad niche.
Because they usually align.
True, that is true.
Yep, they're usually the same. If you're divine, you're Sky usually. Not always.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, but good points. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, 30% gauge on use, and then again, if the map is burning, she gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. Yeah, again, because she can apply the burning field, it's actually a very solid skill because of that. If she couldn't, it would be like okay to good, depending on if you have the map or not. But because she can, then this is a pretty it's a basic package, but it's a tight package though, honestly. It just works. There's a lot of raw damage and then some survival too. So can't really be too mad about it. The stars could maybe be like 15 per turn, but that's kind of like nitpicking if anything. Koyan helps too and whatnot. Anyway, Avenger passives, and that's it. So 17.5% MP gain on damage taken increased. Party members get minus 7.5% debuff rest besides herself. She gets 2% crit damage, which is a bit sad. Would be nicer to see, like the one servant so far who you would like to see that number be a bit higher. And then 3.3% gauge per turn is a cute little bonus, sure. She's anti-alter ego as well, which even though she hits neutral most of the time, it's sadly not an enemy class you fight very often. I feel like a lot of them are probably divine though. So
yeah, true.
Yeah, that's something at least. But yeah, on that note, the MP then. So before damage, she removes all defensive buffs from divine enemies. So that can be some cool utility. Does a 1k burn on them for 5 turns, flat, no scaling. And then the overcharge is the super effective against divine enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. So if you're not fighting divine, the MP is like, yeah, it's there mostly just to enable more red chains or whatever, then you're just going to rely on face cards. But if the enemy is divine, you can actually get a lot of damage out of her MP as well. But yeah, she is very capable of hitting very hard with her face cards as well. Just a full red, very high raw numbers of buffs and attack, and just, yeah, she's legit.
Yeah. So what's about to come out of my mouth is probably absurd.
Okay.
But she is frailer, but even more offensive Cuckoo.
Wait,
Like, she does more damage than Cuckoo. I mean, I guess it doesn't sound that insane, but like, Cuckoo's already an offensive monster, and I think her offense is actually higher. That first skill, Cuckoo is like middle of the road. Like, Cuckoo's 50 on the skill 1. And Nobu is 30, 50, 70, so it's like literally middle. And she has an anti-trait on top of. She technically has like 2 anti-traits, but they also
with really
like
high overlap.
Yeah, they overlap a lot, so it's kind of like Ushi Gozen, which we'll get into later. Ushi Gozen literally overlaps, but she has a very similar case because, usually she hits both the PMod and the anti-trait, and she's Buster, so she's double stacking all that skill stuff. So she is just a monster of a servant in terms of offense.
So much offense.
And you're double stacking it early because if you're like, say you're taking her to a boss fight,
you can just double skill
press
1.
skill 1 and 3 immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can press it twice immediately. Yeah.
Like that's already 60% from the 30 Buster and attack, which are mixed buffs, and that's without the stack and the attack going higher with turns.
But yeah,
I'm double stacking the attack for sure.
The attack. Yeah, on turn 3, that's 140% attack up. Like that's a lot. And then
also doubling on the second skill, like,
and she has basically
like
effectively over 13k attack on base anyway because of her class. So
I mean, against Divine, she has single target damage, which is like, I guess it's expected. And Divine Sky, sorry, but
it's worth pointing out as well, as far as Sky servants go, like there's only like a couple Sky servants that aren't divine.
Yeah, there's the list. Yeah, from looking at it real fast here, I see a lot of divine servants for sure. Yeah,
I think it's just Lartoria and I'm not. I think Ruler Artoria might be divine. I can't.
Yeah, it's a really good overlap.
Yeah, she's goddess
bosses
that
everyone else's
as divine. So it's
how many rulers are there?
Oh, there's
I mean, Arjuna
rulers too.
Gets this. Oh my god, Arjuna Alter gets like vaporized by one Buster card. It is funny.
It's like what he does on his boss battle.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah, someone asked, are we gonna factor in Nobukatsu with this? Like talk about Nobukatsu as well?
No.
I feel like Nobukatsu can work with her, but you might go with the premium supports instead. But you can use Nobukatsu. It's fine too, you know.
Yeah,
it's a fine little
That's
bonus.
one of the issues with him and Maou Nobu. Like the thing that she likes the most is like she likes getting big crit buffs for her Buster cards and Absorb and Stars. And well, I mean, her best support is already fixing that problem, so it's
it does everything
for
her. The thing she likes the most
is 100% crit, but I'd say if his first skill was AoE, it would be a lot better for her.
The thing she likes the most is the same as Nobukatsu, is herself, her own skills. So she would probably rather double it up than, just pair with Nobukatsu. So it's I think she's like A+ to EX, but
I think A+
how
minimum.
Much you wanna, yeah, A+ minimum. Depends on how much you want to like.
I still feel like she's mostly like the best value best bang for your buck is DPSing. You can do some farming as well, but definitely in like she can just demolish some bosses. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, she's. Oh man, I pray she's gonna get an MP upgrade. Holy crap! Please don't.
If she gets an MP upgrade, that's a little much. I don't know, because like she has a very because the thing is is she has power mods and she has a niche, so she's clearly not designed as a general attacker. So I think if you upgrade her NP, then she becomes an extremely strong general attacker, and
But
Shardy destroys divine enemies. It would.
Here's the thing, I kind of
divine
agree
enemies.
with Watermelon Buster though. I feel like she should be with Jalter. Maybe
Yeah.
she's a bit better because she can Buster loop.
I might prefer her maybe a
man.
little bit over Jalter, but I'm still not sure if it's EX. I think we're gonna start with A plus for now, and then again we'll see how the rest of the list forms later.
Yeah, she definitely has the potential to be EX. Like this is.
She has the
this is
damage numbers at least, but the question is, what are her, the stuff that she's missing enough to, or is it enough to overcome that stuff and not always hit a niche?
It is kind of funny because at release
really
she was
makes her a single
terrible. Like
target.
at release, I think most people thought, and probably rightfully so, she was bad.
Well, we didn't
Honestly,
even have Koyan or anything like that.
Yeah,
and she was not missing the buff too.
I think Koyan Light
deck
was
with no way of getting
insane.
stars.
Yeah, her kit and the supports were not there yet on launch.
Yeah, I think Koyan Light was a huge glow up for her. Oh, sorry, I keep cutting off.
Well, that and her just two good skill buffs.
Yeah.
What two good skill buffs do to a person?
What is she missing? I feel like she could maybe use some utility. She has like almost no utility at all.
Well, I mean, you gotta consider it's Sky. No, I'm replying to chat. Like it's not just divine; it is Sky. Like there are non-divine Sky enemies, not just servants.
The farming is not always like that. Bosses tend to
again,
be.
her farming damage is like she doesn't need to hit. Like when I say she's like cuckoo but more offensive, I'm assuming not hitting trades, dude. Like, I mean, I guess when not hitting trades closer, like they would like be like equal. A big reason why she felt a bit higher is because maybe she had class score or something in a lot of like high end stuff, but still, like it's pretty close.
We'll start with that, I think.
But yeah, she is
potential for
the
EX.
closest to heaven. Yeah, the closest to heaven for now.
There you go. That's a good way of putting it. All right, let's talk about Ishtar, the Cat of Worms. Oh boy, can't wait to read those comments again.
I love garbage.
Oh, you know what's good though? You know what I'm happy about? That because we're doing a triple split this year, Jinako is not on the same list as this girl. People are still giving me shit to this day about last year's list. Yeah. So at least they're on different lists, so people can't directly compare them.
Jinako above Space Ishtar.
Wait, were people mad that Jinako's good?
No, so here's the thing. People were mostly mad because Ishtar wasn't as high as they wanted to be, and then they were like trying to find reasons to flame the list, like, oh, but Jinako is high. This list is complete garbage. They're like, you're trying to find any reason. She was the scapegoat. Everyone deflected her, like, even though they're not even compared in no way whatsoever, they're completely different servants. Like, oh, but Jinako is this high. She should be at least this high. Like, what the hell, dude? So yeah, people, I don't know, man.
Instead of focusing on Jinako, they can focus their hate on me.
I still sometimes get comments about that a year later. You'd be surprised. So in random videos, it's crazy.
Ishtar is better at quick looping than Jinako.
Yeah, true. She should be top tier, clearly.
True.
But yeah, okay. Banter aside, we should probably just cover the serve and then do a fair evaluation here. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ishtar, AoE Rainbow Farmer, because I guess you could try DPSing with her too, but I don't really love her as a DPS too much. It can be done. She's a bit on this, at least on the art. If you bring her arts, then it's safe. It's safe. It's not crazy, but it's safe. It works, I guess. So yeah, she can kind of just pick whatever MP type she wants, but I feel like arts is the one that most people go with. But she does have options, I guess. But yeah, high attack, 12.6k again, as to be expected with 5-star Avengers for the most part. Double Buster, double Arts deck is fine with her as well, even if the deck itself cannot be changed, just the MP. Arts cards, they're okay. They're just okay. Quick cards, they're whatever, not at best. Otherwise, not a whole lot of gains there. But the MP refunds quite a bit and the skills help, I guess. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then allies beside her get 30% attack for 3 turns. Why was this number not the other way around? I can't fathom that. It's so weird to me, but yeah, okay. And then party members besides her get charm immune for 3 turns. It's weird. Like, why do the allies get more attack than her? I never understood that part. It's just weird. But yeah, for herself, it's obviously not the greatest skill ever. It's literally just 20% attack for 3 turns. And a lot of the times, the comp you're going to bring with her, the other servants might not even need those buffs. In bosses, Charm Immune can be nice, and if you bring her multi-core, the 30% can be nice though, but a lot of people just run her in single core as well. It depends of the comp. It's mixed value skill. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 time, 3 turns, in an invul for 1 time, 3 turns, and then you can choose your MP type of all the card colors for 3 turns. Well, not extra, of course, but yeah. Yeah, why is the MP damage so weak on this skill? It's so weak. I mean, I get that she has a bit of ramp up, but man, it's like, just add something else at that 30%. Point. Like,
all her numbers are 20%. That's I don't know what it is. They're all 20.
I guess that's true. I never made that connection, but it's
card buffs.
Yeah, including the chance to screw up.
Yeah, speaking of which, the third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% battery, and then there's an 80% chance to get a rainbow for 20% 3 turns, but there are individual rolls as well, so you might not land all of them. And you obviously want to land the one your MP card type corresponds to, ideally, but a lot of times it just feels like you're with it. It's not the biggest deal ever because it's 20%, but it still sucks if you miss it.
Here's the thing. I think this is completely fine when she misses, but not for the good reasons, but it's because I think it sucks, so it doesn't matter if I...
Like, because of the values, you mean?
Really don't. Yeah, I
yeah, exactly. It's not the biggest deal ever.
I openly criticize Durga's rainbow. Like, I guess you can use her with Yui. Oh, that would suck if you want to use her with Yui, but I don't know. If you want to crit with her, I would just pick a not arts card. I don't think that's that big of an issue, to be honest.
I believe there was one time, and this was on stream, where I went like 7 or 8 uses of the skill in a row where the arts buff missed.
That's crazy.
It was like the worst experience of my life.
You should run Buster, bro. I'm telling you.
This was a while ago, but it's what made me hate her. Well, hate is a strong word.
Made a lot of people.
I just never want to use her.
I feel, to be honest, like that was. I think that's brought up like more than it's even warranted. Again, because it's 20%, dude. It's like I have a.
It's just frustrating. We're not it's frustrating. It's just a frustrating thing because sometimes, back in the day, the looping calculations were so tight that like she needed that arts buff to work on some nodes.
Really?
Right?
Do you mean quick? Oh, well, I mean, if you're doing like one something, her refund's not that bad, right? I genuinely feel like her refund's not that
tight. I guess we should probably cover the rest of the servant before we start discussing the servant itself. We're kind of diverging from this skill now, but yeah. Anyway, overall, the skill set, I feel like it's bare bones at best. It's weird. It's quirky. I don't know. Could be better.
I guess it's worth pointing out that her third skill, if it works, she does become Yui synergistic.
Yeah, if it works. Yes.
Well, yeah, but like if I want to crit with her, I would just I can just change it to either card types that have crits. So I would not care. I would not use her with Yui personally. Yeah.
Well, this time we have a lot more passives than just the Avenger stuff. So 15% debuff versus cool, 6% crit damage is pretty mixed value on her. She usually doesn't crit at all, but depends on, I guess, your card type as well. Flat damage doesn't really do anything. Another 27% debuff versus cool, so she has like 42% on base. That's not bad at all. 22% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then minus 12% debuff for all allies besides herself. Another 10% crit damage, and then 3.5% gauge per turn. So there's a good amount of passives that are, for the most part, pretty nice to have. So best passives so far, I guess, kind of by default, because we've only seen Avenger passives otherwise. She's anti-archer, which again is fine because most of her damage is neutral anyway, and it's a common class, so yeah, sure, it's okay. No MP buff either, so she only does AoE damage, and then she gets 100% extra effectiveness for 1 turn. So there's not just damage, it also increases the gains on it. And then also before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 60%. So at least there's some ramp up on the MP itself too. Just a very basic MP as well, really. And obviously the effects stay the same. It's just like the numbers change for the damage to accommodate for the card base numbers. Space Star. I don't remember the last time I used one. I don't think she's bad, but I don't know. She's just like they don't do anything with her. They just don't do anything, and I feel like they could do something with her.
I like to call her the strongest blank slate.
Yeah,
because like that is just what she is. Because yeah, you know, you might feel like because I've even seen people run her with Quick in Challenge Quest because Quick has the highest damage scaling for her MP. So her MP damage is slightly higher even without any buffs in Quick mode. But like it really is just not about her. Like which card type you pick with her is heavily dependent on what support you want to use with her, and there is definitely some attractiveness to that. If you ever want to just use one character, but you want to experience the vast, different array of supports
she has that nice flexibility at least.
Yeah, Space Ishtar is your pick, but like honestly, if you want to go with practicality, I'd say most people use her as an AoE arts looper. And if we're using that as a baseline, then I don't think that is impressive at all. Like her damage is still fine because she has that ramp up. It's so iconic that I still call it I feel like a lot of people call it the Spishtar ramp up, the 20% MP damage.
I guess she was like kind of the first to get it.
Yeah. So like, but sorry, can I say something?
Oh no, I was just agreeing that people call it the Spishtar ramp up.
Yeah, but like it's just she just doesn't like a lot of things. If you run her a Buster, you'll realize that's just Maou Nobu, but a lot shittier. If you want to run her in Quick, arguably in farming, it's just Dante's but worse. But I feel in Challenge Quest probably
worse.
Actually still Dante's but worse.
Her Quick farming is so bad.
Well,
it's
her
unusable.
Quick farming is unusable.
Black Rail.
Yeah.
She can't even 50%.
Yeah, this is listed as a K-scope here with the best comp.
So, it's like
the people had to do arts on 1 and then Quick on 2, 3, right? That was what people were doing.
You can AoE arts loop, or you can Buster crit with Buster, or you can Buster crit with Quick.
I mean, honestly, I guess it's to be expected because, like, if you want to have the exact same hit count data for both a Quick and Arts MP, you either make the Arts MP like the dumbest shit ever, or you make the Quick MP the crappiest garbage ever. And then, unfortunately, they choose it to be the crappiest garbage ever. And like, look, I complain a lot about AoE Arts loopers, but man, she is actually just. I genuinely believe when they design an AoE Arts looper, especially like universal classes, they're just like, okay, so let's take Space Ishtar and then add something. You know, Kama is like Space Ishtar with anti-charm. Nitocris is Space Ishtar but with 100 battery and insta-kill. Marie Alter is Space Ishtar but with anti-curse.
And the Zeebuki, who's a berserker.
Melusine is Space Ishtar but with a bunch of random weird shit. And then Space Erice is the Rin that makes Ishtar looks like a bastard child. So there you go. It's just, but hey, at least Space Ishtar counters her in terms of class, right? That's the one thing she can laugh about. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is just, I still wouldn't put her in crap because like obviously
not crap.
Man, this is just such a. I think they definitely could buff her. There's so many cool ideas.
They could. I'm surprised she has 0 buffs still. That's actually surprising.
Yeah, where she can get like different effects depending on what MP type she's in. There's so much potential to do something cool with this character, and they just refuse to.
They could make it so that she gets different effects based on it. That would actually be very cool.
Yeah,
but they
like, come on, it's the cool. Yeah, this is like
she's just a servant that doesn't really justify usage beyond like general use, because like she's replaceable to varying degrees by like all of her competition, and like if we're if meeting specific damage thresholds like on turn 3 trait lists, if that's not an issue, then I just don't see any reason to use her over her competition, like ever.
Bro, I actually blame her for making Lasengo think that like 1 turn card type change buff for Emiya is good enough.
It's not. It's such a bad skill.
I think it's her. I think it's her fault. I'm gonna blame her on that. I mean, it's Rin fucking over Archer. But like, I don't know, man. It's just yeah.
I would say
But yeah,
B plus to A. I don't know.
I'd still put it in B plus at least. Like, come, I
Probably
still
a
think she's,
minimum
like, more
B
usable than
plus still
Dantes.
because the
I actually
versatility.
think she's more usable. Well, is she more usable
Than
than
Dantes.
Dante's?
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
probably
think
at least
so.
B plus.
Look, I can make her a shittier Maou Nobu, and I think that's still pretty good. Okay, like that's. Look, that's.
Do we go with A
it's still
tier then?
okay. No, I don't think
No,
it's
B
A tier.
plus.
I want to drive in the
I'm fine with
idea
B
that
plus.
Space Ishtar.
Yeah, I'm
really
okay with
kinda
B plus
needs
too.
a-
I mean, people are.
needs something, man.
There's gonna be the same people from last year coming in. They're gonna be mad regardless. So you know what?
Wasn't
There
she
you go.
B plus last year? I feel like.
No,
the
I think
comments
she
are
she
the
was
exact
she
same.
may have been A tier. I don't remember, but
A. People are mad with her being A. Okay,
dude,
look,
she was still super popular. Okay, what can I say? That yeah. So people are gonna be
it's
mad when their
fine.
favorites are not super high. You know.
No, it's fine. Aresh Kigal makes every Rin fan just
True.
forget this
You know
character.
what? Stay
Like,
tuned. If you're mad about this, stay tuned for next week. Is all I'm gonna say. So yeah, don't worry about it.
I mean, yeah. Space Aresh came out, and every Rin fan that was defending.
Dude, it's like that
"Oh,
meme, you know, with the Toy
You're not
Story
even
meme where the
good,
kid
dude.
has the toy. It's like, I don't want to play
won't
with
play
you
with you
anymore.
anymore."
He drops Space Star and then he has Space Aresh at his
Play
hand.
with you
Yeah, that's
anymore.
basically what's happening now.
Space
they made a
Aresh
good
is
one.
also so blatantly like fan servicey. Not like because she has like a sexy outfit, but it's.
I mean,
like,
yeah, there's a lot. I mean,
affection.
they were
It's a
very much
dating
well aware
sim.
of how much people wanted a new Aresh goal, so they went super all out with all the fan service and everything with it. So
They
and made
built
sure
a
she's great
sim
gameplay
I'll
wise.
mention it more
characters,
next
kid.
week, but
Yeah, next week for
but,
sure.
but I quite like Arash, but I always was rooting against Summer Rush ever happening because I found the people constantly yelling for Summer Rush very annoying. So
It was one of the
this-
most requested things always. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
and
yeah.
then you
Anyways,
120'd.
he 120'd her on a bet.
I was gonna
Fun.
120 her anyway. I already had the copies, so
Dude, you're actually like
already had her in P7?
Yes. No. He is the 1%. No, not even 1. He's the 0.1% that actually caved to MP8. So he has
don't tell
universal.
them that.
So he has universal coins in his inventory. He has universal
I
SSR
have
server coins.
270 I have 270 universal
Nobody
coins.
has that shit, dude. That's like 10 times rarer than USOs. That's like time
Well, there
limited
it
within
is.
a week if you caved to FGO tariffs. That's how you get those. Okay, like.
All right,
Anyway, sorry.
but yeah,
You
we'll go with the
exposed
B
me
plus for
rolling
now.
NP8
It is what it
Spacer
is.
Edge.
Yeah, but yeah, stay tuned next
It's
week.
so
Space to Rush.
funny.
It's gonna be a thing. All right, next 5-star Avenger. Still no Pretender, but yeah, we're gonna talk about Taira. Fairly popular servant too, I want to say, because you know, still an Ushi face. So we got a single target quick DPS and a I guess a solo or two, to an extent. Yeah, 12.7 can attack. Great again. Still good stat lines for attacks on these Avengers. She's double arts, double quick, which I'm still not sure how I feel about that. I feel like
I
more
hate
Buster
it.
would be nice, but yeah.
I'd rather have triple quick, bro. Get out of here.
Yeah, even that would
Like,
probably
get
be
with this crap.
better. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
it's a weird deck choice. Does Ushi have this deck like OG, or is she double Buster,
Oh,
double
yeah.
quick?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
probably why she
yeah,
has it then.
that's-
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Damn it.
Yeah, there had
Imagine
to
if she
be
had
some
two Buster
reason.
cards.
Mm.
Yeah, she'd still be worse than Monte Cristo.
Imagine if she had. Imagine
Wow.
if she had 3 quick cards.
Mm.
I mean, either way, I would have been. I think this.
But
is
yeah,
like, I
at
mean,
least
it's
the
obviously not
gains,
worst deck
the
possible.
arts cards are still decent on gains for what it's worth, but it does hamper her damage potential a bit, unfortunately, with
Yeah.
her game plan in mind and her main card type. Right, first skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 200% power mod against Genji enemies for 3 turns, 100% crit damage for 3 turns, 30% battery, and then allies beside her get minus 100% absorb for 3 turns. So it's basically absorb because it's on the 2 other allies. It's you know, the reverse way of doing it, but it kind of works. But yeah, 200% against Genji, that's a lot. It obviously is not a very common niche, but you know, as time goes by, she becomes a little bit more stonks because they will inevitably keep releasing servants that do have Genji traits sometimes. Even after her, there's been many servants like that. So it can be very interesting because that 200% is a crazy amount. Just an absolutely crazy amount. So yeah, even if it's not common. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets the guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and it is also stackable with other guts. Cool. Then she gets 100% instant kill resistance for 3 turns, and then this on guts activation buff for 3 turns. So whenever a guts activates on her, she gets her unique thirst for vengeance buff for 10 turns, which basically increases her MP damage. So yeah, guts is... That's why soloing is pretty good for her, because she can get a lot more damage because of these stacks as well. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a dodge for 2 hits, 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% quick for 3 turns, 15 stars on use, and then all enemies get a 500 curse for 3 turns. There's the good old Avenger curse again. Pretty good skill, actually. That's a lot of stuff. And I like the flexibility of the evade on the offensive skill, that it's not just 1 turn. Pretty good
It's
skill.
kind of funny looking at this and comparing it to Saber Deerman's first skill.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is.
Where's
but
my
one is a
ridiculous
permanent
quick single
4-star and one
targeted
is a
upgrade?
limited 5-star. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, still.
it's
No, but
I'm
Otto,
just looking at it because they have similar effects. Yeah.
Otto, where's my extremely overtuned SSR single target quick MP upgrade?
Yeah, true.
Why is it this?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I mean, this was not a bad
anyways.
buff either. It's still pretty cool. But yeah, pretty good skill
Especially
set,
the
honestly.
assassin tier list was 5 weeks ago. You have to let it go.
Yeah.
Well, we
I
haven't gone to
refuse.
melt yet next week. Like,
True,
come on.
true. I want to say
yeah,
this
I thought you were talking about Kama. Oh yeah.
No, I guess he
No,
means in
Milk
general,
is-
because there's been several overtuned single target quick MP buffs. There's the Bob 1-2 and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, true.
the
Yeah,
buff with
yeah.
One Piece. Yeah, right.
But yeah, I want to
They
say
started
this.
to realize it was a mistake.
I want to say
Sorry,
the skill set
over.
is the best one so far. It's it has a lot of stuff and a lot of nice stuff too. So I mean, it doesn't say a whole ton because most of the skill sets so far haven't been super impressive. But yeah, it makes sense. It's good, even if there's some niches in there that are not so common. Avenger passives are the only thing she has for passives. So 22% MP gain increased on damage taken. All allies besides herself get minus 12% to debuff resistance, 6% crit damage, and 3% gauge per turn. It's alright. Decent. Helps with all the stuffs. Especially for solos, the first one actually can be a bit more valid than usually on your Avengers. Because normally you kind of don't want them to get hit, so... Yeah, and obviously granted, this doesn't mean they have to take damage, but you still prefer them not to be targeted because they might have like hit-based intervals or hits, evades and stuff like that. She's anti-rider, which is fine. Not sure how many, I assume you might know, Plushie, how many riders are Genji. But yeah, there's probably some
I
out
have
there.
no idea.
Yeah, I guess I'll open the
Rider
trade
King-
list
I mean,
once I've
Rider
covered the whole
Kentucky.
list, so we'll see it better there. But yeah, there's probably some at least.
Murasaki's not.
She should be
No,
Genji, right? Because they have
Takeda is
technicalities, even if
Genji.
they're
I
not
don't
directly
think she
there.
is, but she did.
She
write
wrote
the
Genji
tail of
Monogatari.
Well, there's
It's
Kentucky Rider at least,
different.
I guess, at the very
Yeah,
least.
Kentucky Rider.
No, it's just
And
original flavor
Ushi.
Ushi.
Yeah.
Taira,
Yeah, of course.
and Kentucky.
Oh,
So,
Takeda Shingen is, of course.
Yeah,
it's like
Takeda.
a
Yeah.
Descendant
it's a
stuff.
far
like
away
half of them are
descendant, yeah.
like half of them are writer characters. It's kind of
Yeah,
funny.
like the Descendants or whatever.
Not writers, writers.
Yeah.
Wait, when was the
What did they write?
When was the lotto that has a Kintoki at the last wave?
I don't
Is it
remember.
this one
Gosh.
that's happening?
That's
right
asking really specific stuff.
now? Okay, it might not be this one. Never mind.
Anyway,
Okay,
her
so I don't
MP
think
then, it's pretty cool. So it's a 10-hitter single target MP, so it can generate some stars too. So before damage, it removes all buffs from the target. Very cool utility to have. And then does bonus damage also, 25% based on the per mark of Thirst of Vengeance you have. You can stack it up to 4 times for a 100% nice bonus. It's going to be really hard to get that though, but even just 1 can already be a cool boost to the MP damage. And then, of course, again, more curse shenanigans. 1k curse on the enemy target for 5 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 5k. So I still, even though you might not always have Thirst for Vengeance stacks, especially if you're running team stuff with her, then it's even harder to get that. At least I still like that the MP has the full buff strip before damage. That's very cool.
It's kind of sad that it's 25% because if they made it a smaller amount, I could see them doing some sort of thing like they did with Charlie, where they gave her another.
Yeah,
one
another way to get
God
them.
knows,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but
No, I just
it would have to be.
It doesn't
something
matter.
Very specific.
it doesn't matter if it's 25%. They should buff the second skill anyway to start with a stack. Like I don't care if it's 25%. start with one stack. Like, how bad could that be?
Because in normal play, like in team play, this just doesn't trigger.
And you have to. It only makes her good for solos. Like her the way it works currently, the only time you get like actual value out of her is either anti-trading, to which case she does decent damage.
Well, I mean,
if you want
I'm
to say
buffer
words.
Oh
like
yeah, we opened the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all the Genjis.
I used to be one of the biggest like
Genjis.
Taira proponent. Like I used to like push Taira very hard at like in terms of her gameplay, and she did get a buff, but like I agree. I have to agree with Rio. I think the skill 3 buff does actually improve her team play, but her team play is kind of like, especially with a lot of other stuff, like with Jalter's MP upgrade and skill buffs, and with like Monte Cristo, it just feels a little bit lackluster.
And her deck is not the best for critting either, like we were talking about.
Yeah, like in solos, it's a little of a problem because you get every card every turn technically, but I think the skill 2 is too polarizing, because in a solo, if you bring her, especially now with a Pen 5, you bring her, right, and you use Atlas to reduce the cooldown, that clock also stacks, so 1 guts would give you 2.
Okay, so some people are
caps out.
Some people in chat are saying like she's like a great anchor and even better than Herc is, but one of the main problems with Herc being an anchor was that, you know, it's just someone that's going to take up your party cost that might not even be needed. But now you're arguing that a 5-star is a, you know, even better case. I would argue against that.
Yeah.
It's even more expensive. And you need a C on her too, so that's very expensive, very, very expensive. Okay,
anchors. Boy, do I hate anchors.
Mm-hmm.
So
her team play is better than Herc, but yeah,
her best point of comparison is definitely Kuro Alter, because they
buff removal on
both
MP, kind of.
Yeah, buff removal on MP.
She's way better than Kuro Alter
and evade. I'd say she's.
I think our solo is better than Kuro Alter. Team play probably.
Yeah, I prefer Kuro Alter on teams than her on solo. Kuro sucks on solo.
Yeah, but like she still works pretty well in a team. I would still say that.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Well, yeah. She just
doesn't get her second skill procking.
I think it's genuinely. Well, can I even say power creep? Because I think Jalter's buff hurt her as well. Like they're just like better de facto single target Avengers than her, I'd say. Unless you really need buff removal, which I mean, against like Tez. Right, in Lost Belt 7, like people really want to buff removal against him, so that's pretty good. But I don't know. I think the skill 2 is too polarizing. Like in a solo, you can actually get to 4 stacks pretty easily with the cooldown reduction thing, where like she actually starts with 2 kind of.
Yeah, because these stacks last for 10 turns, so there it's very doable.
Yeah, during her first death, like it's a bit of a waste. Like a lot of my solos, you'll see Taira having like 6, and it's just like, oh wow, it looks like a lot. It doesn't do anything. And in a team, it's just always at 0. So it's kind of unfortunate. And the again, the skill buff plus skill 1 is like a good sort of crit. Just she has like instant crits. I don't know. She's I'd only put her in like A at best. I honestly.
I was thinking flat A as well.
As a Taira fan, I pushed her so hard, but man, that MP upgrade not happening was very disappointing to me.
Yeah, I think we got our first day.
I am so sorry.
I mean, she still has room. I think they could buff her more. She's kind of popular anyway.
All right, so we need to start being mean to servants because we don't have enough.
I'm trying, but start.
Yeah.
All right, starting with the next one.
Yeah, okay, maybe not the best example, but yeah.
Oh,
but
well,
yeah, speaking of which,
be mean to him and still put him in EX. Like, boring as fuck.
Look, exactly. He's extremely strong, but he's boring gameplay.
But yeah, I guess with that, now we get the first Pretender a bit deep into this list already. But yeah, they're live, and it's the big one. The first ever Pretender released to the game is of course Oberon. So he's a support, but he also is AoE buster himself. And if you're crazy like me, you might even sometimes farm and or DPS with him too. But most people will use him as a farm support or even a support for like some kind of min turning as well. He's flexible and that's cool. So yeah, his attack at 11.8k. Now we no longer have Avenger numbers among his peers, which there's still not a ton of them. It's just below average basically. So again, don't take that too seriously because again, there's not a ton of data still yet. He's double buster, double quick, which honestly I don't really like his deck. I find a lot. I tend to struggle with his gains. On paper they're not terrible. Like the arts card itself is good, but I kind of tend to struggle with getting his MP if I want to DPS with him. It just doesn't happen.
That buster card that fucking hits into an invul. Man, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Dude. Oh man, I love that.
Anyway. So I think the deck could definitely be better if you're actually going to use him like that. All right, then the skills.
I like him having 2 quick cards because it helps with like mighty chains.
Yeah, it does, but I find his gains to be very lackluster. It's probably because they gave him so many batteries. That's why. Yeah, but I don't like his gains. They feel bad. I've used him a lot like that.
I don't know what.
And his MPs and AoE sleep. They're very scared of that shit. Like they are very scared of like AoE spammable crowd control.
Yeah, I guess that's
true. It's just like every time they do it. I mean, he's honestly, I prefer this over like RNG. Like, yeah, you know, he just sleeps you can't do anything. But hey, at least I know what I'm working with instead of Hashin Koji, where my spider webs breaks 40% of the time. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, yeah, the meat and the bones, then the reason most people ever bother with him, the skills. So first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns and 20% gauge. Simple, effective, it works. There it is, single core, multi-core, yeah, it works. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill, target gets 50% battery this time. And you get 20 stars on use, and also the target you use the battery on, they get this delayed buff for 1 turn, which is also treated as a buff, so you can't really remove it. So after 1 turn, they get minus 20% gauge. For buster looping, it tends to be irrelevant, because, you know, you tend to not refund anyway. Some exceptions apply, of course, but yeah. And of course, he's used in other stuff besides buster too, which in sometimes, it can be a bit awkward. But it's not a bad demerit still overall, I would say. On DPSing, it can be a bit awkward though. You know, it's not very nice. But for farming, it's totally fine and good because, you know, it's the famous someone can get 70 and then, you know, others can get 20. It's a lot of battery. And then the really funny third skill. So on an 8-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target ally gets 50% buster for 1 turn. And then they get this MP damage multiplier, so they get 100% more MP damage. So it's just basically doubles or their MP damage effect as well, which also includes craft distances. So that's why Black Rail is like their Oberon and Black Rail just married together. You know, everyone knows this by now, hopefully. But then there's also this delayed debuff for 1 time, which is also treated as a buff, which ignores debuff resistance and immunity. So there's literally nothing you can do to avoid it. So at the end of the turn, you remove all your buffs, you go to Eternal Sleep, also goes through everything, cannot be removed or prevented, and then they also get a taunt for 3 turns. So, and also they cannot be swapped out as a bonus demerit. So they're going to be basically a vegetable after that. Enjoy. But a lot of the times this is the fight finisher anyway, so the biggest demerit is watching those animations happen from the second skill and this. To slow you down. That's the biggest demerit.
Yeah. Unless you don't finish the fight, and then you're in for pain.
Oh yeah.
So that's been my experience with the LEFS.
But honestly, on another note, it can be interesting as well, because sometimes if you are actually doing bosses, you can use this as a non-finisher as well to get someone killed. That's the funny part. Yes, you're gonna lose out on damage if they're not the DPS you want to have killed, but it can actually be used because it's a full buff strip too. It makes someone very vulnerable with the 3-turn taunt. So yeah, it could be used in that sort of way too.
George can turn anyone into a dragon, and he can turn anyone into George.
No, he can make people really vegetables.
Oh, I thought you were going to say turn anyone into a potato.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's literally what it is.
Well, he's also anti-potato for 1 turn. Right, there you go.
But yeah, there's the skill set. It's basic, but it's amazing because of the versatility, I guess. There you go. Got a bunch of passives. No Avenger passes this time, I guess, because, you know, Pretender. So we got a couple of unique passes, starting with the first one. So all party members get 10% more debuff success rate, except against foreigner enemies while he is fielded. Pretty cool. But then there's the funny demerit as well. So all Merlin allies get minus 20% buff success rate up while he's fielded. So if you bring a Merlin with him, the buffs can start whiffing, which is from Merlin, that is, which is pretty unfortunate. They can't really be paired together because of that, because you're gonna have to RNG otherwise. Also, 1.5% arts up. It's basically nothing but cool, I guess. 11% debuff success rate up for himself, bonus, so that stacks up even better with the first one.
This is why Kashin Koji looping's not that bad.
Yeah, true. She can. Yeah, the debuff's AOE success rate up can be very nice on someone like her, for instance. Yeah,
it's actually pretty good. And like, Summer Kama can not care about like magic res.
Yeah,
it's pretty nice.
Sure.
That is, of course, when you're able to use him with Kashin Koji, because she does kind of have.
She's triple Scotty. She's triple Scotty, right? Because she's 30
kinda.
battery charge. Yeah, that's usually how it works. Yeah, there you go. 30 charger.
But in some other cases, there could be a merit.
Yeah, Duriodana is the one I thought about recently, because his art's down as RNG.
Yeah.
Or wait, no, never mind. That's a buff. Haha, Space Ishtar. Lol.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, good with her though.
At least the quick up is 10%. That's nice, because the arts one. Well, there's only one arts card, so it being small is like whatever. But yeah, he has 2 quick cards, so bit of a boost there. And then his other unique passive, he's mental, debuff immune, and curse immune. Very cool, actually. Not bad at all. Some really annoying debuffs there. He's anti-caster, which is really unfortunate, because pretenders are just not very good against the cavalry classes.
Yeah, but that's just a lore thing.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, gameplay-wise, it is unfortunate. These are all lore reasons, but yeah, gameplay-wise, sometimes they happen to be unfortunate.
Very weird that the append skills are all lore-based, because it leads to some awful appends.
I mean, I feel like it's fine, because, again, a lot of the skill effects and effects on servants are lore-based too, and they can suck as well, so might as well just keep up with the theme of some of these being just terrible because of lore.
Can't wait to use my 3-star caster that does dog shit damage against one foreigner in the main story.
Just you wait for one multi-core comp where Oberon can only clear wave 1 casters because of that stupid append. That's just
I'm ready for it. I'm sure it already there has been scenarios like that too.
This is annoying. Yeah.
Anyway, the MP then. So, does AoE damage, removes all offensive buffs from all the enemies, puts them to sleep for 1 turn, and then gives them a full 1 turn of invul as a demerit. And then also the MP does super effective against lawful enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. So obviously the order of operations is interesting here, because the sleep happens, then the invul happens. So you can't accidentally wake them up unless they don't get the invul, and unless you have invul pierce, for instance, so they kind of stay asleep. But obviously the awkward part is, if this is a DPSing situation, whether you use his MP to overcharge someone else, well, this someone else now has to have invul pierce, or if you're doing like a brave chain, well, again, you're mostly just gonna get refund, not really any damage, so sometimes you might want to MP last as well. It's weird. It's like, it's nice for delay, of course, because it's safe, because chances are you could skip all the enemy turns, which is cool, but it's not the best for damage.
It's meant to combo with Muramasa's anti-invul crit up.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I guess that's true.
Gross.
I'm joking,
sat
but
there for a second going like, what does he mean? I'm like, oh no, don't you dare bring that darkness in here.
No, they're in the same story. They literally work together for like a little bit in the story. That's probably why
to kill you.
Well, the ranking at least can happen instantly. Do we have anything to add to him? Any cool tidbits that people don't know? Because I feel like the ranking is a given, but any cool tidbits?
Only useful for that one. There was only one lotto farming node where it was optimal to use his MP, and ever since then I've never used his MP for damage.
True, but actually, I want to say I think it should be 0. Like, it's actually annoying how like sometimes MP5 Oberon matters. And it's just, it makes things more convenient. So it would.
Sorry. You cut out, so I thought you stopped talking.
No, I was gonna say, like, sometimes in multi-core, MP5 Oberon does make things easier, which is annoying. Like, people are going to push, like, oh, well, you should pull for MP3 Oberon because this happened like 2 times. And then if you're only farming, yeah. I don't even think she's that good in TAs. I see a lot of people mention her in TAs. Like, honestly, a lot of TAs nowadays.
Wait, you're thinking about another
Uh,
servant?
Did I say
Well, I
anything?
mean, he's got long hair and he's pretty, so like, I don't know.
People thought she was
You just
Monica.
squint your eyes.
He
You
was
won't tell
Monica.
the difference.
But anyways, but people thought it was Monica in the trailer. But yeah, like there a lot of TAs in recent memory, the big damage check turn isn't even turn 3. Like they have like more HP on 1 than on 3. So sometimes you don't like a lot of times I don't actually use him for min turns anymore. So he's just that one thing. And also one last hot take. This is like not even as a joke. I genuinely believe his skill 3 should just be a rainbow buff because like instead of people are like, oh, you should release a different color version of Oberon, just make it rainbow. Like who cares?
They should.
He's using
Yeah, it probably
he's
could
using every
be
card anyway.
rainbow. Yeah.
Fuck what?
Yeah,
Like
Busker has had it too good for too long. Actually, hasn't had it good for that long. Oh my god!
Like he's still used with arts and quick because of all the other stuff. But yeah, they honestly it would be. I think it would be fine if it was a rainbow. I think that would be fine.
Yeah, he's almost like a game like he's like a mystic code. You don't even treat him like a servant anymore. He's like a mystic code. Just make it like apply to every card. Who cares?
Ouch.
But yeah.
But yeah, he's essential. There you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty much. We don't really have to go through all the same stuff because we've been talking about him for several years now. But yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Get a copy.
Yeah, he's actually part of my. He's part of a weird multi-core comp that I'm using for the current 90++ on an A. On turn 3, I have him use his NP first. Then I have Summer Ibuki remove the invuln. Then the last one is.
I can one-up you, by the way. I'm farming 90+ right now with two. I'm using Ishtar, Tametum, and Oberon. And Oberon, because he's a support one. Some of them are base copies, and he has the MP wave 1. I literally have to use his third skill on himself on wave 1 to clear it, and it works. It's consistent though, because my Ishtar and Tametum are big enough. They don't need the damage on wave 2 and 3.
I really wanted to point out that I was using my 120 block and for the third NP after the.
I've just been doing the 90+ and using Habitat and Baobhan. Like I don't know. I haven't been doing anything weird like that.
I haven't been doing anything because I don't play any. Okay. I actually have one interesting tidbit about Oberon.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, so there are some solo runs of him, where if you're fighting against multiple enemies, right? You give him an Invul Pierce CE, so he would sleep 2 people and then only engage 1 unit at a time, and the enemy's action, they only have 1 action because 2 people are sleeping.
It's based on the amount of enemies, not how many take actions.
Yep, but he's still crap at soloing, so who cares? That's it.
Yeah, that's cute, I guess. Anyway, yeah, that's Oberon. All right, next up, back to Avengers for that.
I'll be right back.
Summer time, yeah, sure. Next up, Summer Kaba. So yeah, it's time for another big favorite, I guess. So AoE arts DPS farmer extraordinaire. Yeah, her attack is giga high, huh? It's not quite Jalter, but it's certainly insanely high. 13.2k. Very good. She's double arts, double quick as well. Which is fun because she doesn't really have a ton of crit potential or anything like that. So being able to spam, I guess she's mostly about spamming her MP, so it's not the worst deck, I guess. Arts cards are fine on gains. Everything else passable. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, dodge for 2 hits, 3 turns. I mean, it's very basic, but it works. I kind of like that it's dodge as well instead of an invul, because then, you can stack it with Castoria's invul, I guess.
True.
So it's kind of nice that it's in it like that. Basic, but it works. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and all enemies 100% chance to charm them for 1 turn. Now, this can still whiff if they have some innate resistance, which, again, if you're using her to, single core farm, which some people probably still are, or maybe even you do some multi-core, chances are there's a servant on the last wave, and if you're going to use her MP there, they could resist it depending on their class if they have some resistance, in which case you want to cry, because her MP damage takes a huge beating if you miss a charm. So, yeah, it's still not foolproof, unfortunately. High cooldown as well if you're not doing farming. Third skill on 6 turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery, then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking, she inflicts this special debuff on the enemy, which makes her deal more damage against him. Like it's she gets 10% more damage, like power mod basically, for all of these stacks, and they last for 3 turns, and it stacks up to 10 times. Sadly, the MP doesn't do it though, and it's also after damage, right, on the normal attacks as well. So it's cool though. If you're doing bosses, it can certainly be quite a bit of a damage boost, regardless of the awkwardness. Yeah, that's the skill set. Not a ton of stuff, but you know, she's kind of straightforward with her high numbers anyway. So I feel like that's why they kind of held back anyway with adding too many effects. Although passives though, we have it's one of the longest passive lists in the game probably. 20% debuff rest is cool, 10% quick up is also cool. Then the Avenger passives, 18% increased MP gain on damage taken. Party gets minus 8% debuff rest besides her. 8% crit damage, kind of relevant for her. 3.8% gauge per turn. She mostly refunds okay anyway, but it's cool to have some bonus. 2% crit damage, instant kill res, and mental debuff res. Barely anything, but it's a bonus, I guess. Flat damage sucks, but hey, charm immune is pretty poggin sometimes. So yeah, that's a lot of passives. Pretty good stuff for the most part. Anti-Lancer is totally fine because she's mostly hitting neutral and it's a common class. Not sure how the debuff resistances of Lancers are. They tend to have some on base, so there's that I guess, but otherwise not too shabby. Unbuffed MP, so does damage to all enemies, gives them a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but against bosses can be some ramp up. And then does super effective damage against charmed enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. So again, there it is. So if you don't land that charm, the MP definitely does way less damage. But she could still do some good hits anyway because of her numbers being pretty overtuned, at least most notably the attack. Helps with the class modifier too. I think she's good, but I don't think she's like game breaking or anything like that. She's just good. Very good.
Slightly more interesting is Ishtar, I guess. Just man, these AOER sloopers are just kind of depressing. Okay. Yep, these AOER sloopers are kind of depressing. Don't
you have this one grailed as well?
Yes. And I don't use any of them. It's just yeah. It's I think again she's better. She has like card damage. She has like better better burst damage. In most cases, but again, it's just an AOER slooper. Who cares? Her damage on the first 2 waves are pretty bad for AOER slooping, I'd say. It's like actually I think in terms of common AOER sloopers, if you don't count Nitocris, it's actually like neutral. It's actually like bottom. Like first 2 wave damage is just bad. It's like really bad because you have to hold the MP damage up as well for the charm. So it's horrible.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yep. Like I had a period where I aggressively compare all these characters, so I kind of like I still remember a lot of the number relationships, and her first 2 wave damages are just bruh. So not very interesting. I'd put her, man, should I even put her higher than Space Ishtar?
They're the same or maybe a plus higher, I don't know.
I think better
slightly
than
better,
Space Ishtar.
She's better than Space Ishtar arts for sure.
But is it enough to be a plus higher? Is it still the same tier?
If we're considering Space Ishtar Rainbow, I think maybe the same. Oh, but Space Ishtar is higher than Dantes, right?
Yeah, but you can only use one of those card types at a time.
Hold on. So can we see the list?
Well, yeah, it's a difficult thing. Like if you want to consider the card change, it's more fun that you can use other card types.
I have a proposal. We move Space Ishtar down.
Oh wow!
No,
I think that's too low. V is too low for her.
I actually think if you want to consider the different card types, at least you can have fun with Koyan Light or well, I mean, look.
Yeah.
If for some reason,
I'm not discounting the fun factor. Actually, no, I was like, I'm sorry if that came off as sarcastic, but I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, and also
I guess
for some
you can put
reason
them
I
on the
didn't
same
pull
tier.
Castoria. If I'm like allergic to Castoria, at least I can still use Space Ishtar. Especially with Coin Light, her card changes not just 3 turns as well. So I think I would actually rank them the same. And also again, like Space Ishtar first 2 wave damage isn't that bad. Like Summer Calm was wave 1, 2 damage. If we're just looking
Yeah,
at the
she's a
board
bit
art
higher on
sweeping.
wave 1 and 2.
Yeah, so it's just annoying.
Actually, no, wave 1 is
actually,
better on Kami, right? Yeah.
As a Grailed Haver, okay. I think she's slightly better. I don't know if it's half tier, but she's like
They're
slightly better.
probably close enough to
think
be on
she
the
is better,
same
but
tier.
I don't think it's that
Yeah.
much better. I don't think it's worth putting her in like a
same
tier above though.
Yep, same tier.
Yeah.
Dude, they should have given her the same buff they gave to the other comma for consistency reasons.
Dude, that'd be so good. They should do
that
that.
would be-
Buff for MP. Dude.
I'm just saying it's
Dude.
for lore. It's lore. You guys just said lore is good, right? Like,
Yeah.
come on. Yeah, look, come on.
They should do it. I'm
Look,
saying they should.
They should do
All
it.
right.
Okay, spam AoE charm. They can't move.
Okay, they give her like more like assassin commas NP, but now she has rampant quick for no reason.
I mean, sure.
Ramping quick.
Look, here's the elegant solution that I had before, which is I think the MP could apply like 2 stacks of the Burning Love thing before damage. Like that's like a very mild increase, and and it does affect the MP. The MP doesn't give it, but it does affect the MP. So like maybe they could just.
I feel like it doesn't have to be 2. Just make it
no,
all attacks and and they all do it before damage. I think that would be
Shut
fun.
up.
If they don't want to upgrade her
that's
MP,
literally
then
what
sure.
Marie does. Shut up.
Otto wants to defend Marie.
What? I look. That was totally a coincidence.
Apply the debuff.
Okay. Otto.
So you get
Otto.
damage on the
Otto.
MP.
You can literally search Smobcast. I made this suggestion before Marie Alter even existed. So
You know what? Yeah, if that's true, then it holds up.
Like that, dude.
He's got the receipts.
It is. I do think it is an elegant way to solve this problem because obviously, just giving anti-charm is like it's not plausible, especially not on the AoE. Like, yeah, I thought the single target one was impossible, but they did it. Not on an AoE, dude. There's no way they will do that after screwing a bunch of characters like that. So there's no way. But yeah, same.
I think I'll go with the same tier for that. We'll see again. There you go.
But yeah, I again, I want to make it clear. I think in arts mode she is superior, like pretty superior than Swishtar. But Swishtar has 2 more modes you can play around with.
All right, let's talk about. Is this the first welfare? Right? Yeah, actually, yeah. There's not a lot in this list in general, but yeah. And yeah, the one that we kind of briefly mentioned, and also very sad I did not see her buffed with the new addition to the evocation shop. Just it was this week, right? It was literally this week. So very
like 2 days ago.
unfortunate. 0 buffs on Ranmaru X. But yeah, let's see what she's up about anyway. AoE arts, Avenger. Can do maybe some deep kissing with her. I feel like she was meant to be a farmer, but man, her tools nowadays, I don't know, she definitely needs more. And I still don't understand why they didn't buff her. Her attack is a bit below average as well, below her peers. Not there's a ton of them anyway, but yeah, still decent for 4-star regardless. Double Buster, double arts on the deck. Her gains cards are really bad on base. That is a less than a 1% arts card. Things you love to see to hate. I don't know words. Things you hate to see. There you go. My brain is mush. Okay, first skill at a 4-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. The target gets 5k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and cleanses their debuffs. It's cutesy, I guess. Mostly you're gonna use it on herself if you bring her. You would not bring her as a support. There's way better options even on the free side. But, cute, I guess. And at least the cooldown is not 5 turns. But otherwise, I don't really love it. It's fine. Passable for a welfare at least. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, there's a 40% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. Does a minus 20% defense down on them for 3 turns. You get 10 stars on use. Man, 40% though. That is like not even consistent at all. Unfortunately. And that's not even factoring in any resistance. Defense down at least on 100% basis. Alright. Stars on her. If you don't have the first skill, they're just gonna be, given to your supports, I guess. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 20% battery, and then another 10 stars. Yeah, same case with the stars. Again, if you don't have the first skill, they're just gonna feed to your supports, which is not always the worst thing ever, honestly. But if she's gonna be your DPS, then you probably want him on her. 20% battery also. It's small. It's just small.
Yep. Small battery.
Yeah. I mean, this skill set, it's passable for a welfare, but she needs more. Or an MP buff. Would be cool too. We got some passives.
The time has passed.
Yeah, I guess it was the perfect time, so it might just be hopeless for her now. We'll see. 16% increased MP gain on damage taken. Cool. 6% minus debuff for some party members beside herself as a demerit. 2% crit damage. Barely nothing, but again, she's not super crit focused either. 3% arts and 3% gauge per turn though, so it's like the third Avenger passive, but with a twist. So it's a bit better for her because it's her main card type as well increased. She's got the Foreigner passive as a plot twist, so 2 stars per turn and 4% debuff res. Maybe gives her a bit more viability in some cases, but even then again, she's not really a crit servant, so... And if you're going to pair her with a Foreigner, man, they're just going to steal all your stars anyway. So I don't know, but it's there, I guess, sure. 15% debuff res, cool, and then burn immune, why not? We take it. Very good passives for a 4-star at least, so there she does really well. She's anti-caster, which, is fine again. Neutral case. Common class on Avenger is totally fine. Non-buffed MP as well, there it is. So it does AoE damage that ignores defense on all enemies, cool utility, and then before damage it gets 100% star gen for 1 turn, base overcharge getting up to 300%. It's a 4-hit AoE art, so it's not even with that, I feel like it's not going to generate a lot of stars though. So you would need a Brave Chain as well to go with that. Yeah, she's just, I would say, just underwhelming. Like, if you have EO as well, would you ever pick Ranmaru? I wouldn't. I don't know about you guys. No. I wouldn't.
I actually just made a video on this, so I did some calculations. If you want convenience or you want to run like frontline only looping comps, Salieri is better than her.
Oh yeah, that's true too now. Yeah.
Then EO's better than her. So she actually the only thing she has over other people is that Van Gogh synergy, and she has 2 buster cards. So there is you can save her by brute forcing the best crit support in the game on her. Other than that, I don't really see anything worthwhile about her. Just come on, man. What is this? What like actually what is this? I am baffled that she didn't get a single buff.
She got robbed.
I feel like when she was brand new, people thought she was decent.
No, because they're like, oh my god.
I mean, back then we still didn't have them. It's like she was the budget Ishtar, and that was when Ishtar was top tier as well. So she was okay by proxy.
It was a lot less saturated at the time because it was just Ishtar and and Salieri. But now we have Nitocris, now we have Alter, and then we have like 4 or 5 more AoE arts rulers, which is kind of hilarious because we have like 4 of them back to back.
She's like Summer but the charm is pointless and also inconsistent. Because she doesn't have anti-charm. Like, why does she have the charm? They're like, let's spill some ink on Summer kit, and then whatever covers, let's just not put it in her kit, and then make it a welfare. That's amazing, dude. I don't know who designed this shit, but there you go. Unfortunate because
you pair her up with Oberon, it's like a slightly over 50% chance of charming.
I really want more Mika Picasso servants, and then her being one of them is just tragic, bro. At least she's free. Everybody can enjoy the amazing art, but other than that, I don't know, man. Like her art legitimately is like one of my
favorites. It's nice. The design is cool at least. Love the giant katana. Yeah.
You'd expect someone that's such a big reference to the one. You would expect that person to be like more strong, but apparently all of the other Ranmarus out there were bitches too.
Dude, the best in the entire planet, 40% chance to charm. I wouldn't want to visit Ranmaru planet, to be honest. They're probably not a very not a very charming bunch.
Maybe she's a narcissist. Maybe she's
She's-
used to not having to try.
She's such a nice person. And
So-
also, like, Ranmaru's relationship with Nobu. It's with Nobu. I'm not going crazy. I watched that one movie. Anyways, I don't know. If
Yes,
I
Nobu and
squander
Mori.
Japanese history, don't kill me. Yeah. Anyways, there you go. Sag.
I would do C or C plus, maybe C, just flat C.
Yep. Where's the buff, dude?
That's flat C. Yep.
Where's
Yeah.
the buff?
Oh, someone's got to be
Robbed.
down there.
Yeah, it's
Where's
not
the
It
gonna
is
be-
what it is.
Where's the buff,
Don't worry, she'll be
Masengo?
joined shortly.
They'll
She'll be
they'll
joined
be
shortly by
expecting
many
two
others.
bodies with the ship, Ranmaru.
It's actually insane why they didn't buff her. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was shocked too. But yeah, next up we get the first 4-star pretender in Hephaestion, also known as Faker, I suppose. Makes sense. Double pun with the class as well. So yeah, single target arts DPS, also permanent, which is pretty cool. Attack just under 10k, not that there's a lot of competition. Puts her above average though, cool. She's double buster, double arts. I like the deck on her as well, because she's mostly about MP spam to begin with. Her arts cards on base as well are actually fairly decent, which is nice, considering she has a big battery too. Good. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts at buster for 3 turns, and then she gets full class advantage against caster enemies for 3 turns. So this is basically turning her as a rider against casters. That's like the same thing. 2x damage, 0.5 taken. Pretty cool. Because this honestly, like you might say like, oh, it's kind of stupid because she's a pretender, but it's kind of cool actually, because it does give her a little bit more coverage. Because normally she would be pretty bad against caster, but with this, it's definitely, yes, it's not going to be all up all the time, but it's certainly a viable thing. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown, 120% battery. Well, there's your instant MP on command. I feel like it's still a bit overkill, and maybe they could reduce it and do something else too, but you know, at least if you ever need the MP, it's there. Oh well. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets a taunt for 1 turn, 50% defense for 1 turn, 30% MP gain for 1 turn, and then she zucks all the curses to herself. She's like hey, I want to be like Van Gogh, I guess. For her, sadly, it's not really a thing she wants to happen, but it does happen. Now, unfortunately, that it's nice that she gets MP gain, but unfortunately, because it's 1 turn, it's considered an offensive effect, so the MP gain does disappear before the enemy attacks her, so she does not get even more MP gain from them attacking her. So maybe it should have been like MP gain on damage taken, but at least it still helps her, you know, her face cards, her MP refund more, so yeah. Oh,
Am I
well.
crazy or they keep doing this?
They kind of do, yeah. I'm not sure if they know it. It seems to be designed in a way that they think it works like that, but it doesn't work like that. Again, it's still nice to have, though, for the cards of her own side, but it doesn't work defensively in this case.
I hope it's intentional, because like if they actually want to balance someone around this, then and they screw it up because they don't know how their own game works.
They have to
then that
address
would
them
really
all.
suck. Yeah.
Why not just make this like basically consider a defensive effect? That would solve it. That would just solve it. Just let it stay there for the enemy turn too.
Yeah.
I would just change a lot. But honestly, it's still a great skill.
We have a defensive NP gain, like no, because like they definitely know about it, because like Percival.
Oh,
Like-
true. I forgot about
I
Percival.
guess.
There is a defensive MP gain buff. They are separate buffs, though, so they know what they're. I think they know what they're doing, and this is intentional.
Yeah, but the difference is that they're separate buffs, but the difference is that MP get on defense tends to be higher, right? Because it only works on defense. This being 30%, I don't know, makes me feel like it could have been
It
like
should work on
50%
both
if
offense
it
and
was her own
defense.
face cards only.
Yeah.
But I feel like they were like, oh, maybe it's the enemy attacks too, so we gotta reduce it to like 30% because she's gonna get double the gains, but she doesn't because she doesn't get the bonus gains from the enemy.
I mean, she already has really good gains. I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's and it's not a problem. Her gains are very good, but I'm saying like in this the effects, like I'm trying to assume what they thought was happening here. It might be a mistake, honestly.
We will eventually get a servant that, because like you can also argue they don't want Constantine to spam too much.
Yeah, maybe,
he's like a
especially now
ball
with the
guy,
MP buff.
but-
Yeah, but honestly, I still
Yeah,
like this
but-
skill. It's great. The defense is definitely going to keep her up, even with neutral damage taken most of the time. So yeah, it's fine. The skill set is pretty good overall.
She doesn't really work that well with Van Gogh, though. Don't use that third skill
Yeah, true.
Just rob
Well,
her
you
of
wouldn't
all
really
her
pair them
battery.
ever together anyway, but yeah. Yeah, definitely not.
I guess if you do the skills right, it doesn't matter, but
Hmm.
still.
But yeah, the passives then 12% crit damage. It's a high amount for a passive, but crits are still not really a huge thing for her. But it's cool to have, I guess. 10% crit resistance and star gen. Cool. We like those too. 12% arts up. Amazing. Like, yeah. Yes, please. And then 10% MP damage. Yeah. Yeah. Like, this is some premium stuff for a 4-star permanent. Absolute premium. She's anti-Lancer, which is really good because she's a pretender, so that's one of her better matchups. Great as well. And the MP, so does damage to the enemy, and after damage they get minus 10% Buster and Arts Rest down for 3 turns. And then before damage she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, and then scales up to 50. So there's no ramp up for the MP damage itself, and the debuffs are after damage, but the debuffs at least ramp up a little bit, which is cool. Yeah, she's just very easy to use, straightforward. I think she's really good. Very flexible, great. Very, and even as a 4-star especially, just kind of a standout servant. Very good.
She has really good coverage because she has
with the
coverage
bonus
against
this caster thing as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
The only problem I find sometimes is I don't know why. Maybe I'm expecting too much because of the 100 chargers. Sometimes when I want to use her, like throw in a team, her damage is still not like crazy good.
Yeah, her MP is very spammable, but the damage itself is still not insanely high. Like, it could be better.
Yeah.
Here's my take on her. I think, like, as a pretender, I'm probably not going to use her, but I think as a single target rider, because of that 100% battery, it's far more useful to me than
for farming.
For farming, yeah.
It also does make up for the damage because it's a full class advantage instead of 1.5.
Yeah, because normally it's
like,
1.5.
Even then, like, as a pretender, like, she has bonus against Lancers, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's definitely, yeah.
You take her against Lancers and casters. So,
but that's already a lot of coverage, to be honest.
Or alter ego.
Yeah,
that's honestly kind of the cool thing with this character. It's 100% battery, a single target NP that does like damage, and you can use her against like 7 classes. So,
she tends to be glued to Black Rail or event damage Cs, but that's not really a terrible thing because it's so good on her though.
I don't think it's a negative to be.
Yeah, like if her numbers back it up, then why not?
Yeah,
like I think she has a good kit. Like,
and we only recently received the first 5-star single target pretender is kind of rare. The only reason that it doesn't feel that bad if you're fighting like alter egos is because comma exists. But yeah, this is still okay. I think she's really good as a 4-star. A lot of people
very versatile.
Would just
like
use her
flathead
because like
screwdriver. Like, she's not going to be very useful if you're like trying to get behind the engine at a weird angle, but she's going to be useful in like 9 times out of 10. Unless, of course,
she fits into a lot of things, literally.
Yeah. A to A plus, I guess.
I would say A to A plus as well.
Yeah, I think as a
maybe we'll start with A.
It's close. 4 stars, so A.
Yeah, we'll start with A, I think, but I think there could be an A plus later. We'll see.
Oh, it means in this list probably.
Yeah.
In this list.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten to very many of them, I guess.
Yeah, there's been mostly 5 stars.
True. Oh my god, there's an Avenger. Anyways,
we'll start with A. Okay.
I forgot about that Avenger level thing.
The next one, 5-star pretender. This one is a nice one, for sure. We got Lady Avalon, Lavalod, Female Merlin, Proto Merlin, you name it. What's the mascot name from the thing that she's supposed to be the magical girl? What was that called again?
Big Sister, what?
No, it was like magical something, I forgot.
Purin is actually...
Purin.
Ishtar.
Purin.
Yeah, something like that.
What? Purin, yeah.
Maji Mari, yeah, maybe that was it,
yeah.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, Lady Avalon. She's a really amazing art support. So let's see what we have. Attack stat, obviously not very high, but she's a support, so it's totally fine. Her HP could be honestly higher, because she's mostly going to take neutral damage anyway, but it's, again, because of how she's usually paired up with it. Even her own gameplay, it's very defensive as well, so it's totally fine. Full arts on deck and MP, of course, makes sense. Even the arts cards on base are actually pretty decent on gains. She can definitely have some good MP uptime. And the skills. So first skill on 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill, 1 ally gets 50% arts up for 3 turns, 3k max HP for 3 turns, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Very good. Yeah, it's hero creation, but blue. Yeah, there you go. It's good. The crit damage, obviously, maybe not the best like here in this card type compared to like Buster, but it can definitely have a lot of uses too. So it's just nice that it's still there. I'm happy that they kept it in, honestly. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% gauge, and also overcharge for 1 step 1 time, 3 turns. Not even that bad on her as well. Her overcharge actually scales decently, much like OG Merlin. But yeah, especially, again, because she's like, if you bring her and Castaway, you beat every content in the game ever. So yeah, this especially is just very good synergy with Castoria as well. Very, very good. Third skill on an 8-turn cooldown, the full party gets an invul for 1 turn. All enemies get their MP reduced by 1 for 1 time, which is this is done in a really cool way that it can be used preemptively. So it prevents them from getting the tick the next turn, basically. So if needed, you could pop this turn 1 and not feel too bad about it. Very cool. And then she gets battery based on the number of enemies, 20% per enemy on the field. So in most boss scenarios, I would say you get 60%, which is pretty nuts, honestly.
Yeah, it also doesn't waste the invul, because like if it's a drain, then you'll be like, oh, I'm gonna use the invul to block the MP up.
Yeah, that too. So not only can you use it turn 1 to block, but also like in case they happen to be, because it would be awkward otherwise. Because they want it to be the same as Merlin's Illusion, where it's like a panic button as well. So you still want to be able to tank an MP. So that's why the drain was done in a different way, so you don't get screwed out of that. So yeah, it does have a high cooldown, but it's your panic button that's always gonna save your ass unless they remove your buffs or invul pierce. So it's still very good.
This guy gets it on level after 50. I'm joking.
Oh no. Anyway, it's an amazing skill set. It works. It has synergy, even better when you see the MP. But yeah, it's good. 4% arts up, yes. 11% debuff success rate up. I guess, is it even relevant for her? Because this is not a debuff, right? So wait, I guess it is a debuff. I guess it is.
A debuff.
Yeah, it is a debuff.
It's a debuff.
Okay, so it does help a little bit. Yeah, because it's not a normal tick down because it's in the form of a debuff. Yeah, true. Okay, so it helps a bit. 5% gauge per turn, amazing. She gets 20%, she gets like an append for free, but then you can also get the append. So yeah, 20% for free on start of battle gauge. Yeah, great, really good. 10% crit damage, instant kill res, and mental debuff res. The first one, maybe not the most relevant for her, but the other is cool. I have actually had scenarios where she can actually crit semi-hard too against like knight classes. So it could be funny as well, honestly. She's anti-saber, which again, honestly, if you had to have one, it's not a bad case because she's a pretender, so could actually be some okay extra damage. And then the MP. So on base MP1, the full party gets 3k max HP for 3 turns, 5% gauge per turn for 3 turns, scaling up to 5k max HP and 10% gauge per turn, and overcharge is 5 stars per turn for 3 turns, scaling up to 25 stars per turn for 5 turns. So while the overcharge, obviously, is not a huge amount of stars, it does last for a long time as well, much like Merlin, so that's cool. And then there's a lot of comments going to be like, oh, she's pay to win because they tied the MP region to MP level, which, yeah, I guess there's some merit to that, but even on base copy, she's going to be giving you so much stuff anyway that even an MP1 is still going to be very strong. Like, I think she's just amazing, and like, especially with Castoria, it's just a ridiculously broken comp. Like, you just bring those two, and any servant as the third one. Maybe Arts one, obviously, the best synergy, but yeah, you just clear everything. It's easy mode. That's the easiest thing you can do in this game. So,
like, dude, after looking at Rhinus and her NP buff, like, yeah, this isn't that bad.
Yeah, it's not.
I think Rhinus's NP is way more pay to win. Like. We're talking
because
about
the gain also scales with level.
Yeah, it goes up to 50%.
I get a couple percent more versus I get 20% more charge. Not 20% more. 20% more MP gain for 3 turns for everyone, as well as 20% more defense down.
Well,
like
that's like all support NPs. Like, oh, Castoria is pay to win, you get 20% more attack. Oh, Van Gogh is pay to win, you get 50% more crit. Like
no, but they're secondary effects. They're not like the only effect.
It's funnier though because then you have Waver, who has just the same scaling for his defense down. Also, he has an upgraded NP.
Yeah. Well, I feel like this is a very unanimous EX. But anything else you guys want to add to Lady Avalon?
No. I mean,
not particularly.
Yeah, she's just amazing. Like if you love arts, she's basically a must-have.
Copy and she's useful.
Oh god.
She's particularly appealing to Minturn players because all of her offensive skills are in the first and second skill. So, and arguably her bigger offensive skill is her first skill. So there's a lot of flexibility you can do with this character. Obviously, this is like for 1% players, but that is an additional appealing side about her for certain weird players. This is cool.
It is.
I will say one thing though.
50 copy though, yeah, because that's what I do.
I will say one thing though. I think like before Merlin got his buff, I always like to call her just like, yeah, she is literally the arts Merlin, but I also think she is just way better than Merlin in terms of the kit. But after the Merlin buff, I think it's a healthy, like she's better with supporting arts, where the overcharge can probably make, well, not just mostly Castoria, but like maybe some other support MPs have like really good effects, and then Merlin's all in on crit. So I actually like that. It sort of like separates the two even more, which should be the case. Yeah.
And I use her in multi-core because like sometimes when you're using like multiple DPS units, the overcharge can be useful. 95% that's Tonalico, but
yeah.
Yeah.
My question is it because of Tonalico, or is it because your
Castor is Spawn 15?
No, it's not because of Castor is Spawn 15.
Because it lets you use Last Resort on turn 2. And that's 50% party charge.
She would actually be,
and then 50%
would epic her Merlin over survival. Well, if we count like other servants too, then her and Castoria just alone just beats the whole game. So
yeah. She would probably be pretty nuts in multicore if she had like not the exact same, but she would have a different effect, but also has a 10 battery tag to it, like base Merlin. But I don't think she needs one though.
She's perfect as is, I would say.
Arts doesn't need the 30 spread as much because Castoria already does the 30 spread.
Yeah, but she's Spawn 15.
Okay, that
I feel like that's gonna be. We need a different solution for that though. Anyway, Lady Avalon, amazing. There you go.
Sorry.
Okay, so we got a couple of 4 stars lined up next, and the next one also a big standout among some 4-star DPSs. We got Summer Erice, to pronounce her name correctly. Erice, whatever, it's sulfide. So yeah, single target arts DPS. What was that?
I said Elise.
Okay.
I don't know, just the worst, like,
yeah, girl of many names. I guess, but not by design, but because of people. But yeah, 10.2k attack, great starts. One of the higher on 4 stars as well. Perks of being Avenger, I guess. Double arts, double quick, totally fine because she really is all about spamming her MP. Not so much about face card damage, but yeah, the MP can hit very hard. Gains cards, the arts cards are great, or fine rather. Everything else just okay at best, but again, it's still good enough for her game plan. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, and then a dodge for 2 hits, 3 turns. So is this the same skill that Summer Kama does? I just realized, like FX-wise. It's exactly the same, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It might be a different name, but I'm pretty sure FX-wise is exactly the same. But yeah, it works. Again, much like how I said with Kama, I like that it's a dodge instead of an invul, because, stuff like Castoria, Proto Merlin, stuff like that, because they have invuls, you can stack it. Yay, cool. Bonus. Second skill on the 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get a 1k curse for 3 turns on use. She gets a taunt for 1 turn, then she gets this on defense debuff buff for 3 turns. So whenever she takes a hit, the enemy gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns, and you get 30 battery on use. Very cool. And those defense downs, there's no limit to them. It's just there for 3 turns. So however many times she gets hit, however many of those she applies. Yeah, very good. And the curse obviously gets even better later on. But yeah, just key right here. This is a key part of her gameplay. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 120% instant kill success rate up for 3 turns. That's the one effect about her that no one really cares about. But then 35% crit damage for 3 turns can be okay, but I still feel like crits are not really there for her all that much. But 35% anti-servant power mod for 3 turns. Spicy. Very spicy. On an Avenger as well that has a lot of coverage to begin with. And 35% is not even a bad number. So yeah, that's a lot of targets right there. Anti-servant. They took like the best part about Lancer and gave it to her as well. Very fortunate for her. Great skill set for a 4-star actually, very good. Passes, we got him. 16% increased MP gain on damage taken. Even bonus value with considering she has the taunt as well. Very cool. Allies besides her get minus 6% debuff success or debuff resistance. Not a huge deal though. 6% crit damage can be okay if you actually go for that crit route again. 4.2% gauge per turn is like the highest of that rank, and it's makes her even more spammy. Great. 7% quick up also can be helpful. She has 2 quick cards that are not complete trash. 8% crit damage again, sure, and then some flat damage, which doesn't really do anything. She's anti-Lancer, which totally fine. You know, basically anything here would be okay as long as they're not like Moon Cancer, I guess. So, and it being a common class is good as well. The MP then does damage to one enemy, does 150% super effective damage against cursed enemies. 80% chance to instant kill them, which again, because she's a boss killer. Maybe some crazy people will use him for farming as well. In there, you could see a thing, but you're probably just going to bring her for raw damage anyway, so you might not even need that. And then also before damage, she gets 10% arts for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. So no ramp up, but even more damage and refund. So yeah, it's really about the power mod against servants and the super effective against curse, both which, you know, not only is the servant one super accessible, the curse one is very much self-sufficient and enableable. Is that even a word? I don't know. But there you go. Yeah, she's very good as a 4-star. Just definitely competes with a lot of 5-star single targets too.
I don't even think it's necessarily the power mod, because realistically, the power mod is essentially, when you think about it, a 35% MP damage buff, right? Because that's how they're calculated the same there, right? So it's a nice number to have, but I don't think that's what I think it's the extra damage against curse thing that kind of does it there.
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of like at least A+, and then probably EX.
Probably EX is a 4-star, right?
Well,
I have like 17 of these on an A.
Yeah, because of Ibuki.
I have several NP5s. It's kind of gross.
Well, it's a great banner gameplay wise, at least.
Yeah, she's just kind of big damage. Honestly, kind of boring, but just big MP damage. I don't
boring,
know,
but really, really good.
Yeah.
I would say EX is a 4-star. For sure. Can actually do better than a lot of 5-stars too.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Good. All right, the next 4-star is a Pretender and a Welfare at that. We're going to talk about Eliza. Also added to this in this latest batch with Ranmaru as well, but also did not get a buff. I didn't expect her to get a buff at least. I think, you know, she already has some more stuff going for her, but yeah, rip Ranmaru once again, of course. But yeah, Eliza next. So AoE, Buster, DPS, and a pseudo support. I guess she's got some stuff going, but I don't know. I don't think she even farms that well either, unfortunately. Even in her own event, when she released, I remember she was kind of struggling, even though they kind of tried to tailor the highest farming node specifically for her, but even then it wasn't very pretty. So yeah, that if that doesn't say much, then I don't know what does for her farming. 9.6k attack is just above average among her peers. She's double Buster, double Quick, which I think is totally fine. No worries there. Her 1 arts card is great. Her quicks are also okay for gains. Excuse me. She farmed everything perfectly. Did she though? I'm talking about 90++, like the highest node. I don't remember ever. I remember trying her out and then I had to swap her out because I couldn't 3-turn. Did she? Really now? Was my comp just bad or something? I remember it being all that good.
I think she's just okay. She's not Because
Maybe I need to recheck then.
she's just a wave 2 clear because it's like wave 1 big saber, wave 3 big saber. So like it's
Interesting.
just.
Alright, I guess
I don't
maybe I
think she was
misremember
particularly
then.
broken.
But that was mostly
No, I
because
don't
she had
think
the
you're
huge
wrong.
damage boost for her own event than if anything, I feel like. So that
Yeah.
might be an exception. I'm not sure how. Okay, well, we'll see the numbers as well, but yeah. Anyway, first skill at a 6-turn cooldown. The party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then we have some checks. So, lawful alignment allies get 20% crit damage for 3 turns. Neutrals get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Chaotics get 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and then allies besides her get a Mount Liang trait for 3 turns. And then she herself gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. It's not a bad skill. It's cutesy. Can do stuff. And for herself, she gets the MP
She wants to be
gain.
on so bad.
Oh, what was that?
I hate this skill because it's like Hans.
She got it first, dude.
It is a very similar thing to Hans's
know.
buff's first skill, yeah. I don't hate it though.
He's better
not
at
bad.
being a short person that's good at the game.
Alright, second skill and 6-turn cooldown. All Mount Liang allies get 20% battery. So again, if you just order skill 1 first and then this, then it's basically a spread 20 because she herself has the trait as well innately. And then all Mount Liang allies also get 2k max HP for 3 turns, which again should be everyone. And then, I guess there's a demerit. All Mount Liang allies get minus 20% debuff rest for 3 turns as a demerit. Not a huge deal unless you're against some really annoying debuff RNG enemies, but not a huge demerit, all things considered. Just a nice thing to have a spread 20 on a welfare, honestly. Still very rare. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% buster and quick for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. It's a decent DPS skill for all her, main card types. It's fine. Honestly, for a welfare, it's a pretty good skill set, I want to say. Kinda can be used with anyone. Obviously, the first skill effects will depending on who you bring you, depends on what you get. 9% crit damage on the passive, cool, and then 6% arts and crit or star generation. It's alright too. Not a whole lot going on in the passives. She's anti-assassin, which is really unfortunate, being a pretender. Not a good case. She does AoE damage on the MP, minus 10% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns after damage. And then before damage, she gets 50% star gen for 1 turn, and 10% MP damage for 1 turn on base. And those scale up to 150 and 30 respectively on max overcharge. It can generate some stars for sure, being a 9-hit buster with that buff. I feel like I kind of struggle finding uses for her, to be honest, because I feel like she can do things, but you probably will have better options sooner than later, if not, as is already. And her own damage, am I a hater? I don't believe in it. I just don't see
she's
it.
not very good.
Yeah.
I only use her in like welfare only comps for bosses because mine is grailed.
And if you wanna, she would have to be tied to multi-core because her own single core is really, it's double Oberon, so you can't do that. That sucks.
Yep. So she's pretty mid. I don't think you would need a alter ego. No, I don't think you necessarily need a pretender to deal with alter egos. And just mid.
I agree. I don't think I've actually used her since her event. Like really. Like I maybe like poked around like maybe once or twice like as like a joke just to see like something on her, but like I just don't think she has really much value. Like she's a free pretender.
Like there is a lot in her kit, but again, even for free stuff, you can probably still do better nowadays.
Yeah. She's just my main like cheese unit for like welfare and free to play only comps because I have maxed out a pretender class score and I grilled her. So like I did a run with like free to play only against like the big Olga, and then she cleared like 2 bars. But that's literally has nothing to do with anything she has. So yeah, I don't think she's like,
she's sort of just like numbers. Like she doesn't
exists.
have any she doesn't like have anything particularly unique. She's got like 20% charge for the team, which is cool.
Your star
She has
absorb
2
isn't
buffs.
even 3 turns. She's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, she is a pretender, so I think that's more so for like the first turn when you NP because you're supposed to make some stars with the NP.
Oh, true. It's a 9-hit MP with a star gen boost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, man. She's just mid. Like, I don't think you ever use her. Like, my verdict on should you buy is you shouldn't buy. For
Like I agree,
she's
there's
fine.
nothing really bad about her, but I just don't really see a case where you would really bring her over other options.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Well,
She suffers from
she
not
is
having
this-
anything unique or too interesting going on with her. She just has
Well,
good stuff and not enough of it, I
think
guess.
I think the
Free
Like she has
situation
decent
where
skills,
you,
but the numbers just aren't like to the point where you're gonna really use her.
I think the situations you use her is when you're comparing her to like a 3-star AoE. In which case, like, yeah, she can probably handedly like she outdamages a lot of the mediocre ones. Like she's gonna
Yeah.
And she has
outdamage Hector, for example. I think.
And party charge 20 is a lot more rare in like a free to play.
Yeah, it's nice. I would say C plus to
again.
B.
Better than Ranmaru, I think.
Yeah, that's why C plus to B.
Yeah, but I don't think she's as good as Lobo.
So C
Right.
plus.
Yeah, I could do with
Yeah.
C plus. That's fine.
This is still only one good Liz. What the fuck? Well, I mean
What's
welfare.
the good
Sorry,
Liz? Oh, the rider list.
Rider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm. All right, back
is
to
what
5
it is.
stars, and yeah, we have another AOE arts looper. This time a permanent though. It's Nitocris Alter next. So 12.6k attack once again, much like her peers. It's good. So you get that 5-star Avenger attack, of course. She's triple arts, which is interesting. But honestly, sure, because I don't think face card's all that, impactful for her DPSing, so rather just MP spam more. Granted, her gains on base are not the best, but they're not as bad as they might seem. They're fine, especially considering there are 3 of the arts cards. The quick one does suck though. That sucks. Alright, first skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% buster and arts for 3 turns, and 2k healing per turn for 3 turns. It's an alright skill. Just a basic, but it gets the train going. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 100% battery. There it is. Then the party gets good alignment for 1 turn. Then party gets 40% increased buff success rate for 1 turn. And then all enemies get evil alignment for 1 turn, and they get minus 20% buff success rate for 1 turn. So they can actually whiff their buffs, which is funny. Can actually lead to some interesting scenarios. Obviously not reliable, but yeah. Pretty cool stuff. The 100% battery obviously makes her very flexible in farming as well. MP on command. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, and then there is a 60% chance to give all good alignment allies a dodge for 1 attack 3 turns, also a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, and instant kill immune for 1 time 3 turns. They're all 60% with individual gambas. Yeah, so it's nice though, because you also get this 40% buff success rate up here, so it's not like a travesty. Granted, these don't align with cooldowns, so sometimes this could be up when this is not up. But honestly, if you whiff those, even on boss, because obviously farming, they're kind of irrelevant. So it might not be the end-all, be-all if you don't land those. But, you kind of probably still want to land at least the debuff immune and the dodge, because they have some longevity to them. It's an interesting kit. I don't hate it. It's alright. 2% buster up. Not a huge deal, but cool bonus. Avenger passive, so 15% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then all allies besides herself get minus 5% debuff res. Pretty small demerit. 10% crit damage. Again, crits are not really a huge thing for her, but cool. 3.5% gauge per turn also could help. And then flat damage, even though it's the highest rank, is still flat damage, so not very impressive. She's anti-caster, which is fine on an Avenger, DPS. It's a common class, neutral case, we take it. Then the MP does damage to all enemies, 150% super effective against man attribute enemies. Then there's a 50% chance to instant kill all enemies, and another 100% chance to instant kill evil alignment enemies. So again, it's not a bonus chance, it's like Arjuna Archer, where there's like 2 different checks, I guess. for what it's worth. It's still not great, obviously, but yeah. And luckily, they're both after damage as well, so if you're farming, it's not a huge deal. Also, before damage, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn, 1 base overcharge, scaling up to 30% on max. So no ramp up, but, you know, a bit of a boost there. So yeah, I guess we're going to be comparing her to Ishtar and Kalma, right? Because, you know, they're like the trio of these Avengers. I think she's nice because while her refund obviously sucks in comparison, she has the 100% MP on command, and then she has some AoE stuff too.
So she's useful to have, but like, so mine is 120. So, but I have a lot of AoE 120s to compare her against, and I would say amongst my AoE 120s, she is definitely the weakest.
But at the same time, she's also my most used. I agree with Rio, but at the same time,
use her a lot though, like because
she's just a big Nitocris. Like you just use her where you use Nitocris. This is kind of like, okay,
she does more damage than OG Nitocris though, so she's just a better Nitocris. It's just big Nito.
Yeah, basically.
And the two insta kills.
She does cost more, but yeah, still I would basically.
Yeah, but she's also general pool, so like I don't know, like you're gonna get like I've gotten so many copies of this character. I have like MP9 or something.
It's crazy.
I mean, I think I got her to Bond 12 off of one node, the QP node on Bleach Earth. I literally don't use her anywhere else.
Yes, here's a fun fact for NA. There's a node. It is the one you probably will run once you're good on materials, and like for Bleach Earth, it has good material drops. But once you're good on material drops, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to the QP node and you're gonna farm that. And the way you do that is by doing double Doman Nito Alter, and you're good.
Nito Alter actually gets.
Do you instant kill them? I haven't run that node much more.
Yeah, you instant kill.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I had a feeling it was gonna be instant kill related. Yeah.
Yeah, it's instant. Well, I mean, I don't think she can fail the check actually, but she can physically kill them with Doman. Because, but it doesn't matter because she cannot. Like you.
Oh yeah, she's Karakebo, so she still gets the Doman buffs anyway.
Yeah, but
see, the funny thing about that node. The funny thing about that node is there are 2 other Avengers here you can use for Wave 3. One of them is Summer Erice and the other is Jufu. And both of them always kill it.
Yeah, but they don't have 100% battery.
But Jufu has team battery.
I
assume it's like they're talking about running only bonus Cs on the party. Because you don't need damage or gauge Cs. So you can min-max your gains.
Node. It only drops as much QP as the 40 AP QP node. The bonus to it is
you get way more bond, right?
The dust. You get
you use your storm pods, yeah.
And so because it's for using the storm pods on, so like you want to be efficient.
So Rio, what actually makes it better than now you're being able to use a storm pod on a QP node?
The bomb.
Actually, no. Higher... No, you're right. Yeah, it's easier to insta kill. Actually,
QP drops.
I think it's slightly higher, and also.
Maybe is it slightly higher?
I think it's slightly higher. Maybe it's like luck. Maybe it's like always the max drop for the 40 node. Is the, but I don't know. But it's actually easier to farm actually now I think about it because you can't insta kill the golden Jinako thing, in the big QP node. So it's actually easier to farm. Anyways, that's beyond the point.
Yeah, the anti-attribute scales well with her own attribute, right? Being
no, it's the reverse. She has a scuffed anti-man.
Oh, is it? Yeah, someone in chat was lying then.
She's Sky, so she does less damage to man.
Yeah.
And so the anti-man kind of just makes her do like normal
1.3 something. No, 1.3 or something, right? It's not normal damage, but yeah.
Well, it's higher than normal, yes, but
oh, actually, I lied. One big part of my bond was turning enemies into evil for Phantasmoon during the Neko arc.
Okay, I don't get what he said then. Like, why is he saying it's a good thing? Maybe I'm stupid.
No, it's a bad thing. Well,
no, he was saying something that's a good thing. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't read what he's saying.
It removes
so she
part
can't
of the
get
issue of her being Sky. So like even if she's fighting man where she's being counter-traded, she technically doesn't get really counter-traded because
it depends on how you see it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still feel like you'd still rather not have that, but okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a
you'd
negative.
rather not.
Yeah.
Yes.
You'd rather be
But-
neutral or have the better advantage, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
I think in general it is a negative if it's screwing with your anti-trade. But yeah,
So she
I
should be
don't
at least
know.
B plus, right? But the question is she the same or is
Yes.
she A tier?
Look, do you want this to be based on like actual usage? But because the reasons again,
All I
really
know
lame.
is
The
that if
reasons
she
because-
goes A,
She is
people
the-
in YouTube
she's the
comments
best
will
to
maul their
use.
ass. If she's higher than Sakura and Rin, they will
She should be, though.
literally
She's
report this
better, though.
video.
So like her use cases are easier. She's easier to use with that 100% battery. She's more convenient. She's easier to get. Like
I agree,
and
honestly. I kind of would like to
she
see
It
her
has
in A,
weird
honestly.
uses as well. The turned evil thing I have seen used in raids, so I actually think she can be an A. For sure.
You know
Like,
what? I'm
she's
gonna
the
do
most
it.
useful.
People were gonna be mad at
She
the
is
placements
the
of these
best.
two anyway. Watch me. There you go.
she's the lowest damage, but she's the best to actually like use.
Because here's the thing: if you want to use a universal universal AOE arts looper, we have better ones in other classes. Like the Avenger ones are actually becoming, in my opinion, the weakest ones. Like if you're comparing them to Berserker, comparing them to Ruler, both Rulers are better than them, and you're comparing them to, I guess, Space Arrest specifically, then they only win against Berserker because Space Arrest, the biggest weakness I think is she hits neutral against Berserkers. But yeah, like if you're looking for an AOE arts universal looper, Avenger is the worst class kind of now, which is
Maybe not the
sad
worst.
because-
So just take her utility.
Yeah.
Plus she does give evade to Castoria, and like that's the thing.
I thought
guess.
we didn't ever have to worry about Castoria dying.
No,
Well, we
but
don't,
more
but it's-
evade
it's nice-
is
it's a
fine.
nice
It
bonus,
stacks. So
Ah,
now
okay,
you can
so
have
now it
6
matters.
hits between MVs. Look, look, if you're gonna bring it up, I'm gonna
What?
bring it up.
What do you mean Castoria? I never use her with anyone other than Dolman. What do you mean?
All right,
Actually,
well,
no. I
you know
literally
what?
said
Yeah,
that.
you better-
Well, no, I
better
lied.
keep
I
this in
literally
mind
just
when
said I
we're
use
talking
her
about
with
Marie Alter.
Phantasmoon.
Alright, but yeah,
Sure.
we'll go with A for now. Frick it, dude. Whatever. Okay. We'll see how the reception is gonna be like, but you know what? It's fine. At this point, people are already gonna be mad about several things as is. Can't please them anyway. Alright, let's talk about the next 4-star. Another permanent, actually. And the latest of this list on NA. I think everything after that, yeah, it's not out on NA yet. So next up is Tlaloc, because I can't for the life of me pronounce her actual name. So I'm just always going to call her Tlaloc, because it's 10 times easier than whatever the abomination her actual city name is. Does anyone know how to
I
pronounce
think-
that?
Yeah, it's funny because like if you like break it into parts, you don't actually like it's very just
Tenochtitlan?
like as it's read. Yeah,
Tenochtitlan.
yeah, Tenochtitlan.
I think you all said it in a different way, so I'm just going to give up.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the kana.
Bro, it's scum. That's so... even in Japanese, it's so freaking hard to read, man.
Tenochtitlan. Yeah, I'm gonna
She's
go.
not.
of,
She's not even Tenochtitlan though. She's Mexico. Oh, is this spoiler? Oh my god,
Tenochtitlan.
There you go.
guys, she's.
Oh, there you go. I'm just gonna say Slough because it's easy. Anyway, yeah.
is the name everyone
Yeah.
uses.
I do like these kinds of names though, because like you just break them apart and then they're suddenly a lot easier to say, like Huitzilopochtli. Like
Oh, yeah.
Bless you, by the
Yeah.
way. Bless you.
thank you.
Oh, were you saying a name just now? Oh, I couldn't tell. Anyway, yeah, let's talk about Tlaloc then. So yeah, AoE, a quick DPS. I guess you can kind of farm with her. In fact, some people are even using her currently on NA right now. If you're farming 90 plus, there's some comps with her as well, which is kind of cute.
Really? I'm surprised.
Yeah, 90 plus that is not 90 plus plus, but yeah, because it's more efficient if you do that with 6 slot instead of 5 slotting 90 plus plus. So that's why most people are running it, because the current 90 plus plus is so bad. But yeah, anyway. 8.7k attack, kind of low actually, even among her peers. Not that there's a lot of comparison, but yeah, if I had to guess, she's probably the lowest then, most likely. Double arts, double quick on the dick, gains cards, they're okay. They're okay. There you go. First skill, on a skill cooldown, she gets 30% battery, then she also gets 10% more battery per turn for 3 turns. Then she gets water map for 3 turns as well. There you go. Not bad. Makes sense. A lot of MP battery stuffs. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, sure hit for 3 turns, then all enemies get -1 guts status on them. And then if you happen to remove a guts from them, there's a 500% chance to apply a 50% defense down for 3 turns. What a juicy debuff. Very niche though, but man, if you do land that, oh, that feels good. That's a hell of a big defense down. And it's AoE too, in case you happen to remove more than one from an enemy. Honestly, even without that, it's not a bad skill actually. There's some utility and some damage on a decent uptime, so can't be too mad. But if you do remove stuff, then it actually becomes really good. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick arts up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns. The full party gets -2k damage taken for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Wow, that is juicy. So unless they crit you really hard or hit you with MPs, you will basically take 0 damage. Very fat defense cut there, or damage cut rather. I like it. It's good. And with this, she can get 50% crit damage from these 2 skills combined. Not bad. Fastest, we got 12% arts up. Cool, even if it's not her main card type, she still has 2 decent arts cards. Flat damage is whatever. 20% increased crit damage on water map, so basically 70% from her own kit now. Cool. And then party members besides her, she shares the love, they get 8% arts up. She doesn't get this one, but the others do, so that's pretty cool. That's a nice passive, actually. Cool. She sent Avenger, which is a full neutral case and a rare enemy, so ooh, not that relevant, I would say. Then the MP, so before damage, if you have a water map, which you probably will because of her first skill, she gets 20% increased MP gain for 20% for 1 turn. Does damage to all enemies, then also party members beside her get 20% MP damage for 3 turns afterwards. And then before damage, she herself gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn. But yeah, hers is 1 turn, allies get 3 turns, and it scales up to 40% on max. It's an okay MP, you know, does some damage, and then it's not the hardest to loop, obviously, either, so that's nice. It just doesn't hit very hard.
But shittier.
Yeah. It just doesn't. She just doesn't hit very hard. Is the thing.
Yeah.
It's a decent MP, but it is funny looking at that in Lohi.
Yeah, maybe they got some inspiration for this for Lohi. Yeah. What do you guys think of? I feel like she doesn't really have a lot of use, unfortunately. She's just kind of doesn't do enough, I would say.
I'm glad I'm not crazy because I always thought she was kind of mid, and I
think she is mid. Sadly, I like her, but I think she's mid.
I think she definitely needs a buff because
she could have used one during
unfortunately,
Road to 7.
Instead of buffing her, they released a terrible summer version.
Yeah, tune in next week for that.
You know what? I actually like the summer one more than this one.
I think they're both kind of the same power level, if anything.
Really
yes, because the summer one is funnier. The summer one is funnier. I think the summer one has like more comps I can play with. This one is just kind of like, oh, AoE quick looper. That I think ramping partners is an interesting idea, but
she is useful when you run into a boss that like uses guts. Like that is
that's not
big
bad
use case.
Oh yeah, does it remove? Does this work against red guts? I assume no.
Yes,
does it? Oh, it does. Okay, it's still considered a guts. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the icon was different. I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yeah, the only reason I knew is because I do see people use her against like super Kamazots as like a big damage buffer when they're like damage rushing him, and it also of course deals with the guts, which is really nice.
I think that if you're looking for someone to enable Waterfield, she's like your best flex pick for that. Like,
because Melt's sure not doing that. That's a throw.
Yeah.
How about Hibiki Shikagi?
Oh, you know what? Actually,
I don't know, but they're more expensive. This is a permanent 4-star. She is permanent. I personally think the world would be a better place if Cagliostro was the permanent instead. But yeah, it's But anyways, sorry. This is my weird take. But
it's
yeah,
incredible that they finally made a water-related character that isn't arts.
Yeah, it's blue. You would think so, but I guess first and foremost, she is like a city or whatever. So maybe because of that, I don't know.
Yeah, I think her gameplay is a little bit mid. Unfortunately, she's trying to be like, she's trying to be support for sure. I mean, it thematically makes sense as well. She's a city, she's supposed to support her people, but like I don't think like she doesn't really do enough. Maybe if they gave her more supportability, maybe she would be nice to use.
I feel like we're
Or
usually
charge.
too harsh on her. I don't like. I know her
Are
NP
we
damage
though?
isn't really that incredible,
No.
but she
I feel
does.
like she doesn't. You don't have a reason to bring her a lot though, like anywhere.
I mean,
Maybe against the Guts bosses,
like,
but
it's
that's
the same issue as with alter egos.
I-
At least
Well, no. The thing is, alter
I think
egos
she's
and
just
the
mid.
thing with the alter egos is that it's not so much the class. Is alter ego's general power level for some reason is just.
I also think while I don't
than
love,
the
I don't
standard
love
Celestials,
either
though.
Pretender
like
or Alter Ego,
Passion,
but Alter Ego still is
Okay,
better
Passion's
because
bad.
casters and assassins kind of suck as DPSs most of the time. Knights usually have better DPSs anyway.
True, that's also
So
that's a better argument.
that's why I
be
prefer
right.
Alter Ego a little bit over Pretenders as a DPS.
I mean, what was the bit for the while? The best assassin is an alter ego. Like that
Yeah.
really was like for the first
Yeah,
5 years
but-
of the game. The truth.
But that's kind of, I feel like if we're gonna be talking about comparing to like low stars,
It's
I
just
feel like
Zerg.
that's a good argument in favor of pretenders that are AoE, because there's a lot of shitty night class AoEs.
I mean, I agree. I think she's just mid. I don't think she's like particularly good or
Oh, I don't think she's
particularly
bad.
Yeah.
She's
wish
definitely
she
a
was
lot better
better.
than. A lot better? Is it a lot better? Probably a lot better than
Her-
Baby Liz, right?
Really? I was about to
Yes, she is.
suggest C plus.
No, I think she's better than Bayless. The problem is her design outstrips her her skill set. Like her
I mean,
design is very good, except for third
I
ascension.
have never found a
But-
way to utilize her very well, but like, didn't you say there were people using her legitimately to farm? Maybe. I
I've seen
just
people farm with her, but
I
a
haven't
lot of the
experimented
time,
enough
Single
with
it
her.
core with Black
is-
Grail.
I guess. I don't know.
a lot
Like
of the time I
C.
see her for like the support function.
Oh no, not C plus.
Um,
Sorry. B.
B.
I could maybe barely see a B then. You're fine.
B. Maybe.
I'm okay with
I
that.
mean, yeah, because like like
B for
Dantes.
barely good enough.
Yeah.
I like yeah, like I don't know. She has some party. I don't know. It's-
All right,
I
sure.
don't use her enough.
I just
which is sad.
I just like her. Like I've used her. I used her a lot more when she was newer. I haven't used her so much.
I remember
recently.
using her when she came out in
use,
JP.
Shit.
I
Here's
did
the fun
remember
one.
you using a farming comp for.
Yeah, I used a farming comp for her.
Yeah.
And like, cause like it's not like she's impossible to work in. Even to like multi-core.
Yeah.
Because like she can do some stuff, but yeah, I just wish she was better. She's one of those units that I think would be like they could probably do one buff and it would fix her. Like for example, make her NP damage ramp and give her some other effect like an Andy trait.
Wow,
Other
it's
MP?
it. Oh, NT trait maybe. Yeah. Anyways,
I'll go with B for now.
Yeah, Summer Kuro.
But yeah, next up, I guess all the rest of the servants will be new
oh
to NA
boy.
then, and the next one is not too
I don't think
far
she's
away. I
as
guess the next
controversial
two, in
anymore.
fact, are not too far
I
away.
don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I don't think she's as.
But yeah, this is
controversial,
this is the controversial servant of the list, I guess, every single time. Well, she hasn't been in that many lists yet, but yeah. So yeah, Summer Kuro time. She's interesting. On base, she's like a single target quick DPS, but no one really uses her to DPS, I want to say. Like, her kit is very counterintuitive to DPS, and you can do it. She even buffs herself and whatnot, but I feel like
she has universal anti trade technically.
yeah,
That's
I guess,
weird.
but okay, we'll
Yeah,
get
it's
to that later. But yeah, she's mostly used as like an interesting farming support, but then there's the whole party costing and whatnot. And anyway, I'm not gonna click the FA. Fuck off, chat. Okay. Anyway, 9.8k attack is just below average among Avengers, but still okay for a 4-star in general. She's full quick. Yep, full quick. All green. Her gains cards are actually pretty good as well. So there you go. At least MP should be a bit spammable if you go that route. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and then the whole party gets this on attack buff for 5 attacks, 5 turns. So whenever they hit an enemy per hit, they get a manuscript buff, which, you know, you'll see what it does later, I guess. And then she herself gets a different bonus on attack buff thingy for 3 turns. So whenever she's using quick cards before damage, she gets 10% crit damage for 3 turns, including her MP. Not that it really matters for the MP, but it's going to be nice for the follow-up phase cards, basically. Yeah, there you go. Not a bad support skill, especially when you see what the manuscripts do, I guess. Then the second skill. This is the reason why I'm not a huge fan of her as a DPS, if anything. But yeah, on a 7-turn cooldown, targeted skill, target ally gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. Then she gets this revision buff for 1 time 1 turn. So after 1 turn, she moves to the last slot of the party, and then whoever is the first on reserve come. It's basically like Crane. Everyone else gets pushed forward. She goes to last, and she pushes the everyone else more left. Also, this is, I believe, different from change order in that this also shuffles the deck. This also does a full reset of the shuffle when it happens. It does not keep cards, yeah. So it's a bit different to order change like that as well. So yeah, it's basically a free I'm out button, which, you know, that is why she can be used in farming very flexibly, I guess. Third skill on 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then all allies get 10% gauge per manuscript buff on them. And then it also removes all the manuscript buffs, including her own, which kind of a shame, honestly, because of her MP if you go down that route. But yep, there it is. Big batteries, of course. Again, keep in mind there's ally MPs that do damage also. That's why you get a lot of this, because it works with this too. Okay, so there's the skill set, very interesting. At least for supporting, I guess. You get the Avenger passive, 16% MP gain on damage taken increase, cool. 6% minus debuff rate or debuff resistance for allies besides her. Not a huge deal. 8% crit damage on her, actually not bad. She is full green after all, so it's if you do DPS with her, crits are actually a thing she can do a bit, even without absorb. She gets 3.5 gauge per turn, that is, cool. And then another 7.8% crit damage. What a weird number, I never realized that actually. 7.8, that's what B minus is in this one? That's so weird. I thought they were like 0.5% increments, but I guess not. Alright, sure, but it's good. She's anti-caster, which is fine as an Avenger. Common class, neutral most of the time anyway. Alright, then the MP. Damage to single enemy, and then does bonus damage per manuscript completion stacks. Can stack up to 10 times for 100% bonus. Also reduces the target's tick by 1. And then before damage, she gets 10% quick up for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. So a bit of ramp up there too. The MP doesn't remove the stacks either, unlike the third skill. So it's like the cash-in moment. So if you DPS with her, you might want to hold on to that stuff, I guess. But I feel like, again, maybe you can DPS with her. Maybe I was a bit too harsh on that. But I feel like most people would just use her in this, this farming thing. Okay. I just don't like the second skill for DPSing.
So the way you DPS with her... So the way you DPS with her, you go ahead and you use her third skill when, like, before you start ramping up the stacks.
Yeah, so just for the MP damage, right?
Yeah, what that does, that means for the next 5 turns, people can build up their stacks, and then you can have your supports get up to 50% charge in 5 turns.
Because it is with the Pen 5 on a 4-turn cooldown, or 5 turns, so it lasts long enough.
Yeah, and also
the only unfortunate thing is that
also if you use a card on turn 3, you're going to have it until like turn 8, so it's going to last until the next cycle, unless it's that exact turn. It is a bit annoying that it's attached to her super effective, but it is manageable. That's why it's recommended you just immediately pop that, and then you could just stack it up.
Yeah.
A Brave Chain gives her almost all of it anyways.
Now, just to make sure I'm not crazy, because so it isn't possible for her to really get 10 stacks, is it? Because her skill,
yeah, it's 5 attacks.
Unless you like have some wacky card RNG, because it's 5 times 5 turns. So like if you get a card on turn like 1, 2, or 3, or 1 or 2 of the first cycle, there's no way you're gonna have them by the second cycle by the time you build up enough. So like it's really hard for her to get like 200%. 150% is feasible for sure.
Yeah, you would need card shuffle. Yeah, it's
10 would be
Yeah,
really
it's-
hard, but it's still fun if you get some of them, I guess.
It would be pretty
Yeah.
cool if there wasn't like a limit to how many times she can stack it on herself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
should
know
do that.
why she has a limit on that, because she should be able to just get, full anti-trait. I don't have a problem with the second skill, really. Because if you don't need it, just don't use it, right?
I
Yeah,
don't like
also,
having a
it doesn't
dead
have any
skill, but I
offense
kind of
back
get
to
what
it.
you're coming from there, yeah.
Also
Plus,
another thing
if
you can
you're-
do with her second skill as a DPS, you can set up like 2 parts of the team where you have like the front 2, and then you have her move to the back, and then like I'm assuming you'll have one support die somewhere along the way. Then she'll come out with 2 fresh teammates, and
Well, here's
you can still
here's
have
another
her out
funny
there
thing.
just dodges and then
if you run frontline only and say the enemy's about to
Yeah.
AoE MP and kill
Just
everyone,
true
you
dodge.
cast that on herself and she can dodge out. The
just
frontline
true
dies
dodge.
and she just comes in on her own. That's super niche, and that's like a gimmick thing. But like it's
if
funny.
there's like if there's like an MP that has a buff removal or something, like she can hide from it, or like a devastating debuff on break. But again, like mainly people are gonna use her as the
Oh yeah, should we talk
support.
about the Bonsi too?
Oh
Yeah, the
Bonsi is overrated.
If it worked as what people thought it worked, like it would have been better. Like if it just gave 3 stacks, it would have been way better.
Yeah, if it gave you
Yeah.
3 stacks upon entering the field, like immediately,
It's just
then
party
that would
30
be
charge for
crazy.
free.
Yeah, it's every time she
Well, I
appears,
mean-
she gives 1 stack to everyone, right? For 5 turns?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 would be crazy.
You have to
Every
like
time.
back and forth
Yeah.
to get the full value.
Yeah. Like here's the thing. There's I've using her in a farming comp as like a slot in. If you are trying to run 6 CEs or even 5 CEs with a damage CE on your main DPS, you will not have the cost.
Yeah.
It's just unfeasible.
If it's all 5-star Cs, yeah.
If it's all 5-star C, except for the team I run with her with. There is one farming team I use her with, and it's not for the battery. It's actually
It's just
just
for
for the
damage.
extra damage, because the team I run her with is Kazura, her, and then swaps out to Geronimo. So everyone's a low star, like it's 2 5-stars, but then a 4-star, and then a 3-star. So like the cost is low. That's the only farming team I can use her in, and that's it. Like it's not even for the battery part. It's literally because I don't need plug suit, and I can have her leave the field and put Geronimo in, right?
It really
It's not-
is just. No, you want to finish first?
It's just really not a great farming unit. Like she's useful in like boss fights, because she does give. You can have her on the field for a turn. You build up some stacks with like an AoE MP. You pop off a battery, and then she gets out, right? Like that's fine. But like, I just don't like farming. I just don't like normal farming teams with her. I don't think they work. I don't think.
They only work if it's like a single core team, and then for them to work, it hinges on how, like, what is the front, what is the first wave like? Because if it's less than
enemy
3,
count matters.
Yeah, because they're hit based. Yeah.
And it has to be the first wave. Otherwise, like if you have her try to charge you on turn 3, she's just a worse 30 charger. Like you can just bring basically, like you could bring Zhufu and she would do better and be cheaper. So like if you need 30% charge on turn 2 and you're willing to sack your damage on turn 1, then like that's when it can work. But that's like that's only going to be that won't be an issue if you're using like Black Grail, and she'll enable Black Grail, but Black Grail isn't what everyone wants to use, because sometimes they want to use drops and optimize for that.
My view of the servant.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. My view of the servant actually did go up a little bit. Because like, you know, she's a free card shuffle. She's actually a good guts giver in certain comps because she fucks off. And also like she's not a horrible servant to throw into your team if you know, somehow you're not running full what am I trying to say? If you're not running like the full plug suit thing, because like I think that the overrated thing is the like allowing her to allowing busters with 50 charge to run BG. I think that is the is a big overrate thing with her. But like if you want to throw her in a farming comp where you don't want to use plug suit, maybe you can come up with something where like Rio said, she's just like adding more damage. She's not a horrible servant to include because she overlaps a lot with the 20% bond CEs because she has like she's like living human, she's animal, she has a third one.
Got a costume.
Oh yeah, she has costume.
Yeah,
so she can like triple dip on those. So like farming her bond is also nice. So like there's a lot of factors that make her. It
wasn't like
actually...
that when I farmed her to bond 10 in a day to test out the CE. Which funny story. When she first came out, people didn't understand her bond CE.
Yeah, I remember. I think in my first impression, I was struggling to understand because it wasn't like super clear as to how it works. At least I think on Atlas in the game.
Clear, and even like on like in Japanese posts, I was looking, people weren't sure, and I was like, you know what? I have a free day.
You're like, I'll do it myself.
Single day, and now people use it as a weapon against me. But I learned...
it actually, I used it in the court of law to convict you.
Wow.
Yeah, they make it seem like I'm some kind of deranged person. I think I still think she's very like.
You try it in a court of your peers.
Yeah, I feel like she plays fairly high, but maybe not like top tier or anything like that.
Yeah, I think it's like I think she's like as far as like having on your account, the value to have just a copy on your account is very good because there are places to use her. There are times to use her. So she's one of those things where if you don't care about using her as a DPS, which she can function as a DPS pretty well, actually. I've seen a couple things with her, but mainly just having one single copy is all you need. You're going to have 5 anyway, because you're going to roll for Castoria, because you're all sheep. So you're going to have 5 copies. But you know what? Take what you get.
Yeah, I've definitely used her a lot more than I expected because like in Minturn and stuff where I need a free shuffle and I want like and I don't want to use a card slot. I want to use a Brave Chain. So she's a nice like extra damage booster.
And honestly, you know what's funny? Most people will have a 1 copy because she's on Berserker Castoria's banner.
Yeah.
Because people are gonna roll on that banner. But if you're if you are a truly based individual, you roll that banner because of Summer Suzuka. Okay, that's my take there.
Oh, it is split.
It is, but it sucks. It sucks because I want to go for 10 Suzukas. It's gonna suck so bad. I know I'm gonna get like 3 times more Kuros than Suzukas. It's gonna happen. It is what it is, though.
I actually
remembering that.
Wait. Can we take a look at? No, okay. Well, which one?
The one where
is she gay?
Yeah,
are they gay? That wasn't even
the other one was pointing.
Oh, underage.
Well, no, she wasn't, and she is pointing to her underage, and
because it was supposed to be like overrated and like are they good or something, and then I just had like because like YouTube just at that time they just came up with the test and compare thumbnail. So it's like 50-50 which one shows up. So I just like made people like have a double take because like, it's the exact same thumbnail, but the text is different. Anyways, but yeah, I think she's still.
I think I would go with the A tier that you just did.
Yeah, I definitely was very harsh on her because I really hated how the community like hard focuses on
I'm guilty of that too. I was like, people like, oh, she's the great, she has revolutionized the farm meta again. Ruler of farming supports. Like, no.
Here's the thing, I was part of the problem. That's why I hate it so much. Because when she first came out, I made a video called like the new Buster meta or some shit, and then like I showed Kukulkan doing like 5 million damage on wave 3, and everybody just went fucking crazy.
As long as they see big numbers, the neuron activates.
Yeah, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't have spread that.
I, on the other hand, always thought it was garbage. Yet here I am now using her more than ever because I'm lazy.
Yeah, it's not that bad to just include, like, it's just that one thing that is overrated, because, like, again, there's a lot of good to have in the character, because her buff numbers are not horrible, right? Like it's got crits as well, right? Am I correct?
Yeah,
it
it's
has
crit
crits
too.
It's crit,
Yeah.
attack, and MP damage. Like,
Yeah, it
it's,
has like kind
you know,
of
good
has
stuff.
everything. Yeah, so like for min turns, I do use her for like a free shuffle sometimes.
All right.
Yep.
Anyway, let's talk about the next 4-star from the same event. We got Summer Baobhan Summer. There she is, or the priestess, Sir Priestess, Ker Priestess, because it's probably Kernanas, but yeah, there you go, all the names.
Wait, where did we end up placing Kuro? I
did
never
flat A, because we were kind
A.
of talking about it on and off.
Okay.
Otto's just
Yeah.
Otto's probably playing like Team Fortress 2 or something. He's zoned
Shut
out.
up, man. Stop
Well, there
being
you go.
right.
Yeah, we did a flat A. For
Oh
anyone
my
else listening
gosh.
in, we did a flat A. There you go.
Here's the thing, Otto. I think it's actually skill issue, because like I never disclose this stuff, but like a lot of times I'm also just playing Counter-Strike, but I don't.
I didn't know you played CS. That's cool. All
I
right.
suck
Yeah.
at it, though.
Yeah, sometimes
he's
when you're
addicted to
talking, I can.
gambling, so he'll.
Sometimes when you're talking, I hear this while you're talking.
We do. We hear your mouse
Ah.
clicks.
That's cool.
I had noise canceling up this time, man. Whatever.
But yeah, anyway, let's talk about Summer Bob. So AoE, Buster, DPS, Soloist, yeah, thing.
Yeah.
Spinny
team,
Cernanus. Yeah. 9.8k attack puts her. I already lost my notes, Odo. Just below or above average when it comes to 4-star pretenders. Again, not that there's a whole lot of comparison anyway. Just double Buster, double arts. Pretty cool deck. Gains pretty good on those arts cards too, so no big worries there. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack and defense for 3 turns. Then, this is a cool effect. All their region buffs that are HP, MP, or star get extended by 3 turns. Very cool. It doesn't work with like passives and other... Well, I guess passive would be permanent anyway, but anything that's unremovable you can't do. Like, you know, something you might get from like a story battle or something. Also, all enemies on the flip side, their dots get extended by 3 turns. So poisons, curses, and burns. And again, doesn't include unremovables. Very cool skill. This gives her a lot of cool team synergy as well with certain servants. Like, you know, Edison, for instance. Merlin, stuff like that. There's several servants that could work really well with her with this extension. Cool skill. I really like it. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, 1 enemy buffs gone. Then they also get minus 30% debuff rest for 3 turns, minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns, so that's basically all base crits gone unless they buff their crit. Then they also get minus 1 tick every turn for 2 turns, so for 2 turns, they don't MP. Presume, unless they battery up, then they, I guess, could if they get a big battery, but oh well. It's cool, that's a lot of delay. And then she gets 30% battery on use. I like this skill a lot. It really cripples one enemy. Like it takes their buffs and then gives some nasty debuffs too. Very cool skill. My only gripe might be because she's like AoE herself, you know. Would be maybe nice to have this on AoE, but it would probably be way too strong on AoE. Maybe some of these effects would be nice to see AoE, but oh well. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% Buster, or not Buster, MP damage up for 3 turns. You get 15 stars on use. And then allies who have this unique Wrath of Enshrined Deity buff get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And also gives them 20% gauge too. Very cool, and we'll see that once we continue here. Her unique buff that she gives out. Cool skill set, honestly, even before we see the rest. I very much like her skill set. Nice, nice. So yeah, that's 40% MP damage potentially with the new buff as well. Passives, we got 25% debuff rest, great. 12% quick up. Well, it's okay. I guess for her one quick card. 4% arts, pretty cool. And then the weird stuff happens depending on her ascensions is what you get here. This is the stuff I don't really like though. So on Ascension 1 and 2, she gets 4% crit damage against man attribute, but if you're stage 3, you get 20%. Like, okay, cool, I guess. Like, why? And then another similar passive on stage 1 and 2, chaotic and good allies get 5% MP gain.
It has more text than the entirety of Artoria's kit.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, obviously, because chaotic and good, there are two sides of this alignment tree. You can get this twice. So if they're chaotic and good, they get 10% MP gain, otherwise 5 per. And if you're Ascension 3, they get 4% per. So it's a bit nerfed there, I guess, on the flip side, compared to the other one. And then all Ascensions, there's this, the whole party gets the on defense buff, including sub-members. So when they get attacked, they get this special 10% crit boost, crit damage buff for 1 turn. So again, with this, you can make use of the third skill. Very cool. So it's just permanently there, this on defense buff. Cool. I still don't like the fact that this is not a big difference, this second passive, but the first one being like 5 times better, it's kind of stupid, I want to say, but oh well.
They should have made it a bigger difference on the
like
on
to
the
favor
second
the
one.
first Ascensions on
like
the
10% each.
Yeah, this is a minor difference and this is a
4%
big
each,
difference.
so.
Yeah, it's weird. Very weird design. She's also anti-berserker on the append. That's great. Very good for damage. Right, then the MP, that's a lot of lines. So, before damage, she gets 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And remember, these are things that can be extended by her first skill. Does AoE damage to all enemies. Also, does super effective 150% against the man attribute enemies. That's just flat normal effect. Does a 2k curse and poison all enemies for 3 turns and minus 50% attack for 1 turn. So again, those dots can be extended too. And then before damage, she gets 20% buster for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 40%. So no ramp up, but man, that is one loaded MP. And that 50% attack is very cool. That's why she also has that cool solo potential as well, because that reduces the enemy's attack by a lot. For sure. I think she's very cool. She's a very cool servant for bosses. Very cool.
Yeah, depends on if you like alternative playstyles, I would say, because like her teams are pretty, like the only like really good.
She's not like
partner with
super
her
fast,
is,
right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can still
sustained.
use her in like normal buster looping, which she has anti-man for, but like that's just kind of whatever. And she is, yeah, you want alternative playstyles. The only good one that sort of fits with it is Merlin, but also having cooldown reduction with her is very good, because when you reduce the cooldown of that skill 1, then you can technically make buffs permanent, and they would keep on stacking on each other. Because the duration will go beyond the cooldown of the skill 1. So before they run out, you would be able to extend them a second time, so they would just keep on stacking. Well, that's not a very easy thing to achieve. It would like I think the easiest team for that is like Edison plus Tamamo plus or you can run double Baobhan.
Or you just run 2 of her.
Harder.
Yeah,
I think that team has that team's it takes a little bit longer to get the engine up. It takes
longer to get online, but its engine is stronger once it's up.
Yes, if you get online, it is better.
You get the MP with 2 of them twice a turn. The funny thing is the poison and curse, yes, they're there and they don't have any amplifiers. But if you're in a really long fight, they never wear off, and you get
they keep on
many,
getting higher.
And they keep on getting higher. And so like eventually it may only be 4,000, dot tick per NP, but after like 40 NPs, you're ticking you like 80k damage
like
dot a turn.
So here's a question: do you still use skill 1 before the first MP, or do you wait?
I wait.
You wait.
That's the one awkward part, if anything. Then.
I mean, yeah, but like
she's a setup unit though. Like she's a unit where you're not going in, like if you're not using her as like a farming thing, you're going in to set up an engine, and so you just sequence things. So your first turn is going to be a little bit lower damage. Plus, you're not really there. Like the extra damage isn't really the important part there on that one. It's the extension of the buffs there. So I think
in certain fast solos,
one of the more fun units to play.
In certain fast solos, I will pop it first because I run her with double Habetrot, and that's like 10k heal that gets extended to like 5 turns or something. But like usually I would greed, because why not? And like it's again, this is just like more of a alternative playstyle servant that you build a team around. So like if you only want a standard AoE buster, surprisingly not horrible, because like again, she has like anti-berserker append, she has anti-man, and her buff, she has like her skill 1 and skill 3 are damage buffs that affect the MP that is stackable. So like surprisingly not horrible with double Koya and plug Oberon, but yeah, it definitely, her full potential is if you enjoy this weird slow burn, kind of build your own.
It's a very
Cernunnos
sustained playstyle, really.
Yeah, where like the enemy now, like if you're like, oh man, I hated when Cernunnos tortured me, where I don't get to do damage to him and he heals to full and he just spam dot. Well, you can technically build your own Cernunnos and torture some boss if you want to, but
Yeah, Cernunnos at home.
Yeah,
it's a fun little thing.
Yeah.
I would.
And
Like
the
to
MP
point out
animation is
that,
funny as hell.
There's also some other pretty cool servants that she synergizes with. Like a good example, like Hans gets a lot out of her because he
Yeah.
has
Oh, yeah,
so
the
much
MP.
stuff that's per turn.
Yeah,
The NP, and then also his third skill gets extended,
Mm-hmm.
Just
which
heal
helps
and
her
start
spam her
gen.
NP more often.
Yeah,
There's
Stargen
also
and-
Pope Joan,
Oh yeah,
who,
true.
even though she doesn't have like a lot of synergy per se,
But he has
her
20 per
charge boost
turn.
is just so massive.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh yeah,
That would be
Yeah,
crazy.
dude. No, that one comp where you do double Babanshi and then like Tamamo for cooldown reduction. You can start with Pope Joan, and then that 20 charge per turn you can keep.
That's
forever
crazy,
if
actually.
you
I
don't
want to
fuck
try
it up.
that
Yeah.
now.
You can, yeah, you can
So-
keep it forever. You don't fuck
Wow.
it up, but you might fuck
Here's
it up
the thing.
because it's
You can
it's RNG. I think.
if you sequence things.
Like, not just you.
So
but
like
I fucked up
whoever
multiple times.
your middle is. So if you sequence things of a Baobhan in the front, your support in the middle, your cooldown support in the middle, and then the second one at the very end. If the boss is able to take out the ones that apply other buffs, you can fit in like 2 or 3. Like you can use. I usually use Habitrot to put a regen heal on the middle person because they're not going to have. They're not going to have.
Oh yeah, they're
their
not
own
gonna have
regen.
the Babanshi buff.
They're not going to get the
things,
Babanshi
yeah.
regen, so you put that on them so they get a regen that's permanent.
Yeah,
the
it's a
thing gets
big one
going.
too. Yeah.
And then if you can put in like Pope Joan or something for them to get like NP charge as well constantly, and then just have the other Bob move in at the very end.
Yeah, that's
And
just
then you
so
start
fun.
the cycle. Like
Oh, man.
I'm glad
because
everyone's calling it Bob.
yeah, well, the Bob on sheet.
I
like,
saw
it's
I saw
just-
it on a weird comment. It started with a weird comment who cannot spell her name, so they just called her Bob. And I was like, what the?
Yeah, just friggin'
But
dude.
it's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
And now there's a podcast named after her. Crazy.
But
But,
I will say though, again, this is like a pretty cheese. Like this is.
Yeah,
I
we were
don't
just
think
talking about
most
fun
people
stuff, if anything.
practically- Yeah,
Yeah.
but then again, I do think it's important
But it's
to
a game.
emphasize.
It's a
Well,
game.
yeah.
You want to have fun sometimes. Sometimes you want to just do a funny, stupid run that's like interesting to do. That's dumb. So I think she's like more fun than a lot of. I kind of like
Yeah.
these type of units like KP and her and.
I
you
would
know,
say
these dumb
she's
ones
probably
that
like
are
B
like
plus to A or something. Like otherwise.
No, I was gonna say
No.
A plus.
Oh,
It was
really?
A plus.
A plus.
Interesting.
Because
also-
okay.
I
The
also-
one defense.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this quickly. The one defense I have for her is like, again, her normal performance outside of cheese is not bad. Like she can, like, her normal Buster Loop, like, again, she has 2 stackable skills, and she has especially after a Pen 5, she has anti-trait on MP, and she has anti-berserker pen. Like that, she's an okay Buster Looper, like, genuinely. And she can run a little bit weirder stuff because she also stacks the regen on her MP. So there are some weird. I don't know if it actually matters because you have Oberon anyways, but yeah, she can run some weird stuff with Buster Looping. But yeah, I think the one thing preventing me from like not actually putting her pretty high is because I think outside of the cheese, she's still pretty good. But
All right.
Okay, so she is actually pretty solid as a support, like even outside of like being her own DPS and stuff, because there's a lot of servants out there that get a lot out of like having their own charge extended or their stars per turn or heal per turn extended. Like an example, like you could use her to support like Summer Debrina, for example, who has stars per turn, heal per turn, charge per turn on her 3rd skill. And getting that for 6 turns, that means it's basically up all of the time. Then also she has the charge delay on that on the 2nd skill, as well as the buff removal and then debuff success. Like
Yeah,
it's
a
a
good
really
skill.
good enabling skill.
She can also solo again. I feel like we did already. We don't have to bring up too much about her solo, but
we didn't really mention like the 50% attack down. We kind of never meant that never has come up.
No, I didn't mention it during when I covered the MP.
Oh yeah, that also like helps the whole team live. So it's,
I guess
really
it's
good.
pretty anti-Minturn though. But yeah, she's fun. I think like it's hard to get her killed in most cases, but again, like it's not for everyone. I would say like if you're not happy with just a standard AoE Buster Looper and you also hate like this kind of alternative playstyle, then not for everyone. Not like
I still feel like maybe A+ is that, but I could do A for sure.
Is it A+? I mean, I personally would like to put A+, but
are you all in unison for A+?
I'd be down for A+ as well.
Because she's just so like she's good and unique, and her uniqueness is a good uniqueness. It's not unique in like, oh, they have a gimmick, doesn't do anything good though. Her gimmick is good.
You can do a poll if this becomes really.
No, I'll just go with A+. I'll go with A+. That's fine.
I'm not particularly upset with.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not mad about that. That's fine. All right, there you go. Summer's Bob.
Now for the
we'll just go with that now. All right, it's time for a 5-star Avenger again. In fact, we have 3 of them in a row actually with this. So yeah, let's talk about Ushi Gozen from Samurai Remnanto. So yeah, AoE, quick. I want to say DPS because for farming numbers definitely don't look very nice. Maybe if you hit anti-trait they can be okay, but otherwise I feel like she definitely shines more as a DPS than a farmer. Yeah, 12.4k attack, great. It's not as high as some of the other ones, but still high overall of course, so can't really complain too much. She is full green, including the normal cards, all green. Her quick star actually very good too, which is funny. She can generate a lot of stars too. And her arts card is good. So gains, definitely not really an issue. In fact, of all Avengers, she probably has some of the better gains. Face card wise, that's cool. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% anti-demonic power mod for 3 turns, and then 50% anti-earth attribute power mod against servants for 3 turns, and then 30% crit damage for 3 turns. It's a shame that it's obviously tied to servants. Maybe they didn't want her farming numbers to be better or something, but oh well. At least again, it's a common, attribute, so her DPS potential is pretty cool with that. And there can be even some cases where they coexist, demonic and earth servants, that is. So not too shabby. You can even get 100% there.
I would say most demonics are earth, right? Other than Ibuki. Ibuki's like sky.
Yeah, maybe. You might be right. Not a bad skill. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown as well. She gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns, and then this on attack buff for 5 attacks 3 turns. So whenever she's attacking with quick cards, she gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns. It also activates before damage, which is cool. Also works with the MP. Even if MP can't crit, it's still going to be nice for the follow-ups because it's not tied to just normal attacks. So you can get what is that? 100% crit damage from this. Not too shabby. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 2k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for 1 turn, and 50% engage. So there you go. Now she can also do some farming if you're into that with her. But otherwise, kind of a bursty skill for both some MP damage and some crit stuff. I'm not a huge fan of the cooldown though, but it is what it is. It's a very offensive kid, needless to say. Which is another reason I think one of her weaknesses also is that it's the defense is missing here, which I'm not a huge fan of. But yeah, if you want offense, there's definitely a lot of it, for sure.
Well, she left her armor and samurai remnant. Of course she
True, I'm so sad about that. It's such a cool design, but oh well, it is. Hopefully a costume someday. They should keep the filter on too, because it's epic, the voice filter. Anyway, 14% increased MP gain on damage taken, cool. Minus 4% debuff for some allies besides her, not a huge demerit. 8% crit damage, great. 3.8% gauge per turn, cool. 12% buster up. She only has one buster card, unfortunately, but yeah, it's cool for that one buster card. And then some flat damage, but also 20% quick crit damage. Cool, because flat damage in and of itself is kind of bad. So the crit is nice at least. She's anti-berserker, which is great, because she's going to hit really hard against berserkers as is. Then the MP does damage to enemies, minus 30% crit chance down for all enemies for 3 turns, 40% chance to stun all of them, and then also does super effective against earth enemies. This one also includes non-servants, which is cool, so the standard 150 to 200 range. So if you're farming and it's earth, then she can probably put out some dice numbers. If not, then probably forget about it. But if anything, again, she has a lot of nice stuff for DPSing because she's very crit oriented. Yeah.
So fun fact. So if you're taking her, like if you're doing a 3-turn comp against an Earth Servant, her turn 3 damage with a 50% CE that like traces, for example, that's what I ran the calculation with. She basically matches Dantes' BBG damage with triple Scotty. So and like I feel like that's something that's worth being brought up because it's like once you have that much charge, if you have starting charge with quick, it's rare that you're not able to loop. So
I gotta say though, this might have been a bad week for her because, like, you know, Earth Day was this week and she hates the Earth.
damn.
The hot take here. Oh, sorry. But yeah, the hot take here is I actually think she ends up being more used than Dantes in farming because like it's not easy for her to like do 3-turn looping. Not that easy. Well, you can use like Bright and stuff, but it is actually not that hard for her to MP once or twice. And in a multi-core setup, having a bigger battery and a very strong anti-trade, I think does put her much ahead of Dantes in terms of like a lot of use cases. So
I agree.
Because I have her at MP1. Well, if you're against Earth, she probably still out damages a lot of your AoEs regardless, because that's just, you know, she's just double dipping on that, right? On wave 3, where the damage matters, it's usually servants. And yeah, that's just kind of so I think I definitely underrated this character when she first came out because like her refund really isn't the prettiest thing. Unfortunately.
I did too. I underrated her when she first came out as well. I'm like, oh, like the refund's bad, and I'm like, yeah, she's anti-Earth, but like, so what? I'm like, everyone's anti-Earth, but she dips so hard into anti-Earth. It's like, it's like, wait a minute. Yeah. You know, if you hate the Earth enough, you get value out of it.
Yeah,
having
out of all of
double dippings kind of.
Here's another fun fact with her numbers.
If you say the Ibaraki thing again, I'm gonna kill you.
No, I mean that is one of the things, but I wasn't gonna mention that. Thank you for reminding me though, because I might.
Oh my god.
So if we're looking at servants who are not being aided by craft essences or supports, she has the highest potential damage of an AoE servant. That is more than Romulus at maximum stacks. And also,
is it more than?
I assume it's both demonic and earth actives against servants, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's more than Maou Nobu. I think Maou Nobu is like 60k. She does like Jalter damage when she gets both of her niches. And
okay? Actually, because you're triple dipping plus quick scaling.
Yeah, it's like 80k neutral at NP1 if you're. And then you also have like a lot of the overlap also overlaps with Berserker, and she has anti-Berserker, so you get 30% more attack because why not? Like if you're up against an Earth Berserker, this is like the best servant you can bring to kill it.
Well, okay, damage-wise, yes, but the shit could hit the fan and she could die.
I'm talking about farming specifically.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine then.
And it is kind of funny. I've had this conversation with numerous people that get really confused when I say she is a really good multi-core servant, but that's because some people have an idea of multi-core where it's like you have to help the team and then NP.
That's
what's
obviously
most
preferred,
important
but
is
yeah.
That's
like if
preferred
that's
because
the
there are
case,
some units that like have big
Yeah,
damage but don't do that, and they're bad at multicore, like Melusine,
but
Summer. But like,
like what's more important is being able to NP and justifying the NP. And she very easily justifies her own NP because she out damages some servants with like their single core damage. That might be an exaggeration, but like if you're up against, again, Earth, like Wave 3 has an Earth servant, she's just gonna slaughter it.
So I mean, yeah, it's not actually. Actually, pretty good, I would say. Boss killer as well again. DPS.
I still would like to see some defense on her. I'm scared to you. I would be so scared to use
like
it.
defense, yeah, it would be great.
Because she's quick as well. I feel like she could just get absolutely decimated suddenly.
The crit resist, not crit resist. The crit rate down actually does a bit of work. Also,
I mean, as much as it can, but like.
Yeah, because she doesn't even have defensive advantage most of the time.
I'd also like to point out,
I mean,
just because, people and
just because they have an evade
this,
doesn't mean they have better survival. I know what you're going to say, right? Is that what you're going to say?
No, I was actually going a completely different route.
I completely apologize.
Yeah, that's twice now. Sorry. So I mentioned it with Riku as well. We're at a point where we can boost quick cards to a damage threshold where like it doesn't matter if it's a quick card or a buster card, and if you can boost a quick card so strong that you can like use quick cards and buster cards and stuff. Like if you can,
she hits quick cap.
Why would you
That's
use
a problem.
Buster card?
No, she hits quick cap.
but.
Big problem.
Yeah, but like you use like Cosmo Drop and stuff. You can mix up the buffs.
Cosmo Drop is a really good glow up for her min turn, at least I would say. I can't say anything beyond that, but in terms of like min turning, she's Cosmo Drop.
Really you cut out for like 5 seconds.
Oh, I heard
you cut out.
Maybe your internet had a fault.
You cut out.
You might want quick cap, not enough anyways. 500 is easy to hit. Again, okay. I made a video on that, but just to tell you, class score gives 70% passive.
No, he's asking, is it enough to clear what you need to clear?
How is crit cap not enough? Oh, no. I'm just saying like it's
like if we're bringing up super recollection quests, like obviously that's a really high bar to reach,
that's like the highest of the highest.
But that is
okay. I'm joking
Olympic
with the crit cap. I'm joking. I'm joking with the crit cap. But,
the NBA.
What do you mean you're joking? You made an entire video on it.
Yes, I made an entire video saying, that's why I'm mad because Koyan Dark can get to 800% crits when she actually can.
So
dude, she gets to 600%
for the ranking. I personally would lean towards A, but maybe could see it A+.
Nah, she's not.
Is it just A?
I don't think she's Nobu or Jalter tier.
She's not Nobu, but she's right below.
So I could understand that. Like
unless later we move Nobu to EX or whatever, but that's
If Nobu goes up, I think she can go up. Is the thing.
We'll see. I guess.
I think that's the appropriate argument.
Yeah, they're both there for the same reasons, but I'd say that Nobu has a better like kit because she has like the buff removal resist and the invuln and
I would also say like I would also say like the big power mod thing is especially like disgusting when you pair with like Koyan Light and stuff where you just have like so much burst damage for no reason. So yeah.
Also, I guess worth noting is that because Ushi is tied to an attribute, Nobu isn't, then she can also benefit potentially from man attribute from Koyan as well. But yeah, again, that's just nitpicking. But yeah, we'll go with A for now. And then next, we have more 5-star Avengers.
Nobu has Sky though.
Here we go. It's Kita-shan's favorite. We got Marie Alter next.
Hey.
I guess Otto is also an enjoyer. I like the first Ascension a lot. I love the drip. The others, I'm not a huge fan of these. I'm not a dress enjoyer, but first Ascension, amazing drip though.
You don't like the milkers, bro?
Bro, there's more to life than just sacks. Okay, anyway.
Damn.
Yeah, but if we're gonna enjoy life primarily with our eyes,
Yeah, but I like some. Dude, I'm of the opinion. This could be a hot take. I sometimes think more clothing on girls can be way hotter than less. I'm serious. And
Oh, yeah,
dude,
I mean,
like this is a
no,
very
I
nice
can
design.
understand that.
So,
like
yeah.
if we're talking about like Alice, for example, because
No, I
but
agree with
that's,
that.
like, the
I actually
expectation there.
hope. Never mind. I'm gonna take it.
Okay, I guess we should cover the servant first, but yeah. Yeah, Mary
this
Alter.
is a tangent and a half.
We have a lot
here.
of interesting
I was about
topics
to say
today.
something about Lilith, but...
Yeah, AoE, arts, DPS, Farber, extraordinaire. Once again, high attack, of course. 12.7k, because, 5-star Avenger. Good start. Just double arts, double quick, and her gains on base. At least for the arts cards are okay. Everything else could do better, for sure. But the arts are okay. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, then she gets 20% MP per turn for 3 turns, and then this on defense buff for 5 times 3 turns. So when she gets hit, she gets another 10% gauge. So it's all about battery, this skill. 3 different battery acquisition or gauge acquisitions things. Cool, and, it has a game plan. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get cursed for 3 turns for 5k. Then she gets 30% curse power mod or anti-curse power mod for 3 turns, and then 30% art stuff for 3 turns. So very similar to the Summer Erice thing, except that hers isn't a super effective in this case. But still cool that it's self-enableable, and you can also run command codes, of course, to help with this, the uptime and whatnot. Granted, she is AoE, so sometimes it can be a bit hard to uptime it on like multiple enemies, but maybe you can bring some other servants. Like she's like Doman synergistic, for instance. There's options. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown. She gets invulnerable for 3 hits, 3 turns. There's the famous Marie thingy. Then the full party besides her gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and it's a 3k party heal on use as well. Very nice defensive skill, honestly. Pretty cool. Granted, you can argue how much is this needed on an art servant, but still, at least on a vacuum, it's a great defensive skill. A bit high on the cooldown, yes, but FX-wise is pretty good. It's an alright kit. It doesn't, do anything revolutionary or anything like that, but it's not bad at all. We just got the Avenger passives on the passives, so 17% increased MP gain on damage taken. Cool. 7% minus debuff for some party members beside her. Again, never really a huge demerit. Only in very certain scenarios it could be annoying. 6% crit damage. She's not really a crit servant, so that's kind of whatever. And 3.6% gauge per turn is always a nice little help there. Why not? She's anti-rider, which is totally fine as an Avenger, getting a neutral class. It's cool. So then the MP. You had curses, we got him. So enemies get a 1k curse on them for 5 turns before damage. Very cool that again, it's before damage. Jacques gets this when, by the way. Then does a curse amplifier on them. 100%, 5 turns. Also before damage. Not that that one really matters, being before damage. Drains ticks of all enemies by 1. Cool. 60% chance to instant kill them all. That's like whatever. I guess maybe there could be some fun. Although it's 60%, so it's not very high. So, And then before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So no ramp up, but it's something. I like the guaranteed tick down on AoE on an arch. That's really cool. And the fact that again she can kind of apply her own anti-niche. Granted, the power mod is 30%, so it's not super high, and she has no other like big niche. But it's nice because it's going to be constantly out there unless the enemy is immune to debuffs. I think she's all right. I don't know how you guys feel about her, but I think she's all right. She's pretty good.
I think she is a side grade to like
aggressively
Summer
okay.
Aggressively okay. I like that. I'm gonna steal that.
I think it. I think in reality the use case is like similar to Summer Comma. It's just you pick your poison, or I guess curse in this case. It's just like
Heyo.
they're like the same-ish kind of servant.
I think she's the safer option of the two.
Oh yeah, if you're doing challenge quests, she's definitely the safer option. I do like Summer Calm a little bit better in farming, because she has big burst damage. Summer Calm also has like weird supports that you can use, maybe Europa and the post buff Steno, maybe. So because she's also divine, right? So I personally prefer Kama, but I can understand it going either way. So I don't particularly think she's that much better than Kama though, or even better like straight up. So I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah.
I think more people will find her easier to use.
She has a smaller battery though. Does that
Yeah,
matter?
she's
but
one of
she
those
has-
servants
she
where you just
has
press the
more
buttons and
current.
press your MP and that's it. You just keep pressing it.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
technically
she has
has
more-
more battery.
On
'cause
defense,
she has-
right?
Yeah,
Well,
when she gets hit,
also
she gets bonus
recharges
as well.
it, so
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it's
no, she
20
does.
per turn as
So
well. So at the
she
minimum, it's
effectively
like
has-
70% over turns.
yeah, it's like 90% instead.
I think her base gain is lower because of that, but yeah, base.
Oh wait, yeah,
refund, I should
90. I'm
say.
stupid. I can't count. 90 minimum if
Yeah.
unless they're removed, and then 10% for every hit on the 3 turns as well. I guess
actually
it caps at
tested this
5 though, but
because-
yeah, it's like absolute maximum per use is 140.
I think I actually tested this because my theory is she would be better against lower number nodes because she has like flat charge instead of better refund. But I actually think that's not the case. I think they're like basically equal because I tested her against like a 2-2-1 node or a 1-2-1.
Yeah, because the
node.
refund
I
itself is
forgot.
probably not the highest.
Yeah, versus Kama. So I like the theory was like, oh, Kama would be better against more enemies, she would be better against less, but I think it's very close. So it just further proves like, well, not I guess I shouldn't say prove, but like further like pushes the point of I think they're just so similar in terms of use cases. Not really like play style, I guess, but
Here's my main complaint against her is her materials are awful. She
Mm.
wants bloodstones at like level 3. I'm not giving her bloodstones.
oh yeah,
I don't
that,
get
that
how
was
for
pretty
that.
I
bad.
went a while without maxing her skills. I grilled her to
mine
100
is
and
still
gave her
3-3,
max
like
skills.
mine's like 10-3-3 because I'm not spending that. I'm sorry. I
Why
have
didn't you
too many
farm
other
the
things to
recent
level.
event? I think I got my
mean-
bloodstones back to like 85 with the recent event or something.
I think I did.
Because,
I think I have like 150 now, but still,
Oh, see, that's nice.
it's a matter
yeah,
of principle.
I get it. It's her. She's just okay.
I think she's better than
not
okay, but nothing
solid.
amazing.
Like, I
Yeah.
think she's better than Ishtar.
I would like her on bosses more than Ishtar at least. For
Well,
sure.
yeah, but like, look, Ishtar is only
she's-
getting the credit because of the card type change. Because like, if
Yeah,
again,
she gets a
Art
lot of
Ishtar should be lower
flexibility
than both of
boost.
Yeah, but
them. How about Kama? I mean, Myst already said her versus Kama, but like, how about you, Otto? What do you think? I'm just trying to get more opinions. I'm not trying to say whose opinion matters
I
more.
think they should all be on the same tier because they're all kind of the same.
That's closer to my
I don't
take
like
as
that.
well.
I don't like that, especially since your favorite got placed above them. All right.
Look,
Who?
it doesn't matter just because my one
Nitocris
happens to be
Alter.
more
But-
useful.
But she is more useful though because of the insta kill and like look, I already said it's a very lame reason that I use her more, but that's just because she's big Nitocris and Nitocris is useful. Like what are you gonna do about it? It's somebody's calling me for that.
This is a plot by Big Nito, which is now a.
Well, to be honest, I
organization,
could place them
apparently.
like literally all in the same tier, including Nitocris. I don't mind that.
No, we don't need to move Nito. We're good.
Yeah, I think I'll just go with this for now. Like same there, but maybe I don't know. We might do some shifting later on too. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Did Otto die just now or something, or there was some background noise there?
He died of cringe.
Oh.
yeah. I doubt with Rio's perpetually bad takes.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Perpetually good takes.
Mm.
Yeah, tell that to the rest of China.
Ooh, bringing
Yeah,
it back
what was
again.
it?
Round
China
4. Is it 5 maybe? Maybe 5.
It's not ruler week, but we're still fighting about rulers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, I guess the next 5-star Avenger from the same story chapter, and this is a spicy one, of course. Very cool game design here. We got the big Dantes, the Count of Monte Cristo. So, single target, quick DPS boy. I guess you can probably even find some uses for him in farming, but especially on bosses. Oof. 12.7k attack, great start, very high. He's double buster, double quick, which I would say is pretty much perfect. Very cool, and his gains cards also great. So literally, I have nothing to complain about stuff up here. Great. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% Buster quick for 3 turns and an invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Great. Basic, but great. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns, then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he attacks the target, they get a 500 burn on them for 3 turns, which is very relevant for later on too. He also gets poison immune for 3 turns and debuff immune, like a generic one, for 3 times, 3 turns. So poisons definitely won't touch him, but even normal debuffs, it's going to be hard to debuff this guy at the same time. Great skill, especially when the anti-burn thing comes into play later. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 1k absorb for 3 turns. Yeah, great. And we finally, again, have some good uptime on those crit stats too. Great. Yeah, great kit. It's good. It kind of has all the tools he needs. And it only gets better when you see the MP. So, Avenger passives. 19% increased MP gain on damage taken. Bonus, I guess. 9% minus debuff rest on allies beside him. Not a huge deal. 12% crit damage. Great max roll on there. 3% gauge per turn. Also cool, but he kind of, doesn't really need that most of the time. But hey, it's always a bonus. He's anti-Avenger, which is like one of his worst parts, I guess, because, it's kind of a niche thing, but sure, he works there too. Then the MP. So, before damage, he gets an invul pierce for 1 turn. There is a 500% chance to stun the target for 1 turn. Great. And then he does extra damage on the target based on the amount of burns on them. 10% per stack, maximum 10. And also has a 500% chance to apply a 500 burn on the target for 3, or self rather, as a demerit. Not a huge deal though, again, you can easily cleanse that or run command codes or whatever, so it's fine. And also, on overcharge, he does a minus 10% defense down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%. It is after damage, but again, it can serve as a ramp up. And man, this MP is ridiculous. Like a guaranteed, unless they're immune, you're guaranteed to stun them. It's ridiculous. Considering how spammable this is as well, it is pretty ridiculous. And with burn command codes, you can definitely ramp up his damage really high too. And his stats are great. His deck is great. His numbers are great. Everything about this guy is great. He's like one of the best quick DPS in the whole game, I would say. I don't think that's an exaggeration. 10 hit MP as well, so you get stars and whatnot. Yeah, I really have nothing bad to say about this guy. I think he's just, really good.
So every single tier list, there have been many moments where we have mentioned X servant has an effect similar to Monte Cristo, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of servants who are like, oh yes, this servant is good because they are similar to how this works. And this is the one where it does this one.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, not a hard place. He, unfortunately, much to my despair, is good.
Yeah. Needless to say, he's very good.
I do hate the stun on NP, but that's my own personal demon.
Oh god, no. I see where this is going.
Well, like it is kind of annoying. So it makes him really good for like when you want to like just go at something.
Mm-hmm.
But man, if he fails a damage check and you can't move anyone else in, you're just kind of stuck. But then
like, how does this servant exist? He has everything, and then his numbers are great too.
Yeah.
How does this servant exist?
It's like ignoring.
He's so overtuned. Like this MP alone is insane, and then the kit is great, and the stats, and the cards, and the everything. Like I can't think of really any bad thing to say about him. And he's chaotic evil, so there's Dolman too, of course. Yeah. Does anyone else want to add something, or we're just gonna move on?
I don't really have anything to add to this.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah.
Right, but we still have one more servant from the same story chapter, the guy whose MP may or may not give Caesars. So let's talk about the 4-star pretender known as Cagliostro. I like putting some spin on it because it has a funny name. It rolls off the tongue nicely. So another count, of course, because, a lot of counts on that chapter. So AoE, arts, pretender, DPS, and a bit of... We can farm with him too, I guess. He's full arts, very cool. Attack is, kind of average, but not too bad for a 4-star. So yeah, absolutely as blue as it gets when it comes to cards. And sadly, his cards on base, the gains are not very impressive, but kit obviously helps with that. So, on that note, first skill on N, 7 turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery. Then he gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and all enemies get confused for 3 turns, with a 30% chance per turn to seal them for 1 turn. Pretty cool. Obviously has a high cooldown, but yeah, this helps with getting his MP, because his base gains are just not very good. Second skill on a 10 turn cooldown. Yes, 10 turns. He gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns, and this is the highest Guts revive in the game. It's a 10k revive. Yep, that's the highest right there. And then he gets this on Guts activation for 1 time 5 turns, so whenever a Guts is activated on him with this, he gets 30% MP gauge, although it only works 1 time. Then you have to use the skill again, but yeah, 30% battery for Guts activates. And then he gets 30% MP gain for 5 turns, which definitely helps with those not so good base gains. Yeah, a lot of downtime though, needless to say. There's still 5 turns of effective downtime, not counting appends and anything else. But yeah, it's you can easily come back after a 10k revive. So it's not like, oh, you're still gonna stay alive for like 1 or 2 turns. No, you can fully stabilize with that if needed. Third skill on 6 turn cooldown, he gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he normal attacks, one enemy gets a minus 10% buff success rate down for 10% for 1 turn. Again, it's going to make enemies potentially with some buffs, which could be amusing. Not super reliable, but not a bad effect for bosses, honestly. Sadly, doesn't work with his MP, of course. Would be cool because he's AoE as well, but can be a thing that can help you in some boss battles. Not sure how I feel about the crit though. I feel like he doesn't really have a lot of crit stuff going on at all. He's like literally as anti-crit as it gets. But sure, I guess I would have probably chosen a different effect there. It's an interesting kit. And again, not even a lot of 4-stars even have these big batteries. So that's cool. Gets a passive, so he has 30% increased star generation on arts cards. That's a cool passive. You can actually generate a bit more stars, considering he's full blue. 10% debuff is not bad. 10% debuff success rate up, cool. 10% buff removal resistance. That one is unreliable, it's just a bonus. And then 10% arts crit damage, which again, maybe not the most needed thing for him, but okay, sure. He's anti-Avenger again, because there's a lot of these in this list. It's just a neutral case, which is a rare, so it's not that relevant. Then the MP, so before damage, removes all enemies' defensive buffs. No niches on that, very cool, just gone. Does a minus 20% defense down on them after damage for 3 turns. It's just flat, no scaling, but hey, cool ramp up for bosses. And then he does super effective damage with the MP against lawful enemies, the standard 150 to 200 OC range. Pretty cool, because again, he's a pretender, so he definitely has some coverage. There's a lot of lawful knights in the game, probably more so than cavalry. Oh yeah, there is for sure. So it's a good niche for him, I want to say. I think he's good as a 4-star, but nothing remarkable. He's just a good 4-star. That's how I kind of see him. Are there any tips and tricks I'm missing with this guy?
He is.
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't used the guy like more than a couple. I've used him a couple times, but like not more than a handful of times. Like
his MP is just not very pleasant to look at. Is my problem with him.
Pleasant to look at. And like so, like I just don't want to use it.
Yeah. And if you're streaming, it's really bad for your bit rate.
Yeah, my bit rate. Yeah. No. It's, I don't know.
I think he's totally fine though. Like he can actually work. He's just fine. A nice AOE arts DPS and can farm with BG too. Like he's still good at the very least, if not, even if he's not amazing. And the large coverage on his super effective is nice too.
He's like a slightly worse AOE arts berserker.
At least for damage, yeah.
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 I don't know. Plushie, Otto, what do you want to stick this dude?
Not much to add, I guess.
I mean, at the end of the day, he is an AoE pretender. He's an AoE arts pretender. He doesn't really contribute much anything new, I guess.
Yeah, sticks to the same.
He's not bad by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. If anything, I like him more on bosses, because a lot of his stuff on his kit doesn't really do much for farming. You can still do decent farming on him, but I feel like bosses is way cooler on him with all the Defense downs after damage, skill seals, etc. And guts can be useful too, the big guts. I would say B plus to A as a 4-star. Maybe even A. Is he A?
B plus seems appropriate.
Mm.
Yeah, looking at the other 4 stars in there, I think B plus seems appropriate.
Yeah, we get
Sure.
Hephaestion on A, which I guess they're semi-comparable, being the same class and
I
arts.
think Hephaestion's more useful.
He does have the nice
because
utility of the
just a
buff
bigger
removal, or the
class
defensive
coverage.
buff removal before damage too, which is universal. Mm. Oh yeah, it's Plushy Alive. People are asking on chat. Or maybe he just doesn't have comments for Cagliostro.
No, he's just playing CS so hard.
He's locked in.
You wouldn't even believe it. He's locked in. It's his
Interesting.
rank up match. I don't know if CS does ranks, but like,
It does. Most people play ranked. The casuals are kind of pointless.
really,
Yeah, people
I
with
thought, like,
competitive
people would
games,
be
people
afraid
hardly
of,
ever
like-
play casuals unless they play like with friends or something that are lower ranked.
I thought a lot of people would be like afraid of ranks because like, oh, what if I?
No,
play
that's the whole
badly?
point why you play
People
those
would make
games. You
fun
want to
of
get good. You want to flex your rank, bro. That's the whole point.
Oh,
Anyway, I guess we can start with B plus for now.
yeah, B plus, and if Plushy comes back alive, we can.
Yeah,
point
we
out
can
if he
discuss more.
wants
Yeah.
to argue.
He's good. Right, so now these 4 should be brand new to this list. I'm pretty sure Cagliostro was the last one that was in last year's list. So as if I tried to check, I'm pretty sure none of these existed in last year's list. The Shufu one was the only one that could have, but no way. Summer was already after we finished all the lists, so yeah. So yeah, we have 1 Avenger, which is Shufu next, and then 3 Pretenders. So the last Avenger of the list goes to Summer Shufu. So we got a single target Buster DPS. Very interesting. Quite the contrast to her alter ego variant. She is like done sitting around. Now we rev the chainsaw, I guess. So attack is okay. It could be higher. If in fact she might be the lowest of the 4-star Avengers on attack, if I had to guess, or at least one of the lowest. But as a 4-star, it's still okay with her class mod too. She's double Buster, double arts, which I think is totally fine. Her gains cards, the arts in particular, are actually very solid, and her quick is okay too. But yeah, the arts cards are actually great. She is, or the first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, 30% battery. Just a very generic but solid DPS skill, sure. Can't be mad about that. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 10% gauge. Also 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and overcharge for 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. Pretty cool support skill. Helps herself too. Gets everyone's MPs a bit easier. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 120% instant kill success rate for 3 turns. 30% MP damage for 3 turns. And then she gets 3 separate power mods against all the dots. 20% each for 3 turns. So against anti-poison, anti-curse, and anti-burn. So if you have all the dots, that is 60% power mod. And at that point, hey, that's not bad at all. 1 is like whatever, 2 is decent, and 3 is like, yes, okay. So yeah, command codes can also be a thing with her, for sure, in addition to supports and whatnot. I like the skill set. Maybe could use a bit of defense, but otherwise, not too shabby. She has some interesting Avenger passives, I guess. It's a bit different. So 19% increased MP gain on the damage taken. Then allies beside her get minus 9% debuff for us, again. Not a huge deal. 12% crit damage can be okay. She can actually do a little bit of crits as well. She will need supports for that though, but you know, it's nice to have. And then High Servant does nothing, and then she has the same passive as OG, so she does, or she gets minus 20% attack against good Shan faces permanently, which is fine, I guess. It's maybe a small issue with this one because she's supposed to be a DPS, but it hardly ever is relevant, is it? So it's not a huge deal. She's anti-lancer, which is fine, because again, as an Avenger, she mostly hits neutral, so having a common class is not bad. Then the MP does damage to enemy, 80% chance to instant kill them. If the instant kill succeeds, she gets the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's very similar to the Cursed Arm buff, unfortunately. So as a boss killer, that's pretty not great effect, so whatever. But hey, at least the overcharge, she does super effective damage against man attribute enemies. the standard 150 to 200 range. So that's nice, at least, especially as an Avenger who has some decent coverage.
I completely forgot that it has that extra effect of giving the team attack.
Yeah, because that never happens.
She's always the last servant.
Oh yeah,
to
on
NP.
insta
Like,
kill.
it's an 80%
like-
chance, and she has a 120 boost. It's still never going to happen on bosses. It would never happen on bosses. If they summon like ads, then
not on
maybe.
bosses, but
yeah.
but like in farming, yeah, it does have applications. It's very easy to get her NP.
Yeah.
And she also helps the team get their NP at the same time. Like 10% charge looks small, but then like you get the regen, and it's effectively 30% on turn 3. The overcharge synergizes with a lot of servants, such as Lohi, who helps charge her, and then she also increases her damage because when she uses her stun skill, she gives her 40% PMod. So,
Oh yeah, since the instant kill is after damage, instant kill doesn't work if the damage kills the target, right?
Well,
like it can't proc, can it? If they're dead.
I'm
not sure actually. Wait, does the note say it actually? Let's see. No, it just talks about the chance to kill stuff. Okay. I don't actually know. That's an interesting thing. I don't know. I think it could be either case.
look, it's already blowing my mind that it gives the whole team attack.
Yeah, it's a free charisma if it happens.
A few minutes ago.
Yeah.
She is, though, unrelated to that thing, though, she is actually kind of amazing. Like, her damage is so high.
Yeah.
Yeah, the super effective helps a lot. It's so nice. And then again, if you just bring the dots, then this is a lot of bonus damage too.
Was it like a non-grailed copy? I know did the Wodime super recollection, but I think it might not have even been max leveled or something like that. Like I just remember like she did something wacky, but like against man she does a ton of damage, and then she has like the power mod thing. I don't know. I think like as far as she's underappreciated as far as the 4 stars go.
Yeah.
Like a 4-star from that summer. Not like there was a lot of 4 stars that summer, but like,
Yeah, with like 2 dots, I think. Yeah, with 2 dots against man, she does the same damage as Jalter does. So
yeah,
like it is really impressive damage.
And it's kind of easy to do. Again, you just have to fight man attribute, which is common, and then you can bring the dots easily from like command codes and whatnot. Or supports can help too. If anything, I think she's even better than Ed Shan from the same summer.
I think they do different things.
Yeah, I guess. But like power level wise. Is Plushie? I'm actually concerned. Did he actually like pass out or something?
Did he fall asleep?
I think he said a thing since we started covering Cagliostro.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Plushie, we can't hear you, by the way, if you're trying to talk.
Oh, he had a phone call, did he? Oh, okay. Maybe he's still busy with that. Okay, that's fine.
It shows how much attention we're paying to him.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't hear that? What a bad friend.
But yeah, Shufu, I think should be at least an A. But is there a case for A+?
I think A+ is warranted.
Yeah. She might not be as good as like Summer Erice, but she's not super far behind, right?
Oh yeah, no, she's like around the same level. Like she doesn't have like the easy actually I think she might be for like when you get down to it, like I think she might be better in some circumstances.
Yeah, depends, I guess.
Yeah. I'd say her kit, like, for challenge quests isn't as impressive, but, like, for farming, like, she is perfectly geared for farming.
Yeah, I would say she looks a bit more appealing than Erice, for sure, at least. Yeah, she's good. Shufu faces are eating good. They're both placing high on their tier list. Good.
They're eating dude?
Oh, yeah, I probably misspoke. I had a stroke there, as always.
Oh, okay.
I meant to say good. I don't know what I actually said, but yeah. All right, next up, we have 3 pretenders to round out the list. So, from the low he event, we got Santa Abigail, because we need another Abigail. And this one is an interesting case. Maybe not in the best way, but yeah, we got Santa Abby. So they were trying for another support Santa again, since Summer Martha happened. So another, like, you know, support MP have her. But in this case, I'm not so sure, because she seems like half TPS, half support. But yeah, we'll get to that, I guess.
Yeah, an attempt was the right word, I guess, but like
yeah, there's some interesting stuff here, but yeah, we'll see. So yeah, attack at 9k actually, I guess, is not bad. There is some attackers. Again, she kind of wants to be a DPS too, which is weird. Her HP is okay too for a 4-star, not too shabby. She's full arts, including the MP. Not the MP does damage, but yeah, it's you know, support MP. So she can participate in a lot of arts chains. Her gains on base, the arts cards are okay considering she's triple arts, so not too shabby. She doesn't get like Abby shafted or whatever you want to call it. Otherwise,
yeah, her gains are actually pretty solid.
Yeah, for triple arts, they're decent. First skill on 6-turn cooldown,
yeah,
she gets
not 0.33.
Yeah, not that. Okay. Thank God. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So, while this skill, honestly, itself is good, it's just like, why is it on her? It's kind of weird. It's like it's almost fully selfish. Honestly, the stars can be used by the team, but otherwise, it's like Maou PTSD all over again. Anyway, second skill on 6-turn cooldown, when she's fielded, or rather, when you, master skills are 20% better now for 3 turns. Again, this is very deceptive. It's not really an additive thing, right? Like, if your master skill gives like 50% attack, it doesn't give 70% attack now. It's like 20% of that, so it's not as big as it might seem. It's like the same as the Tez thing. So yeah, it's a very minor thing. Then she also gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns, 100% star gen for 3 turns, and then a dodge for 2 attacks 3 turns. So again, it's all self-only. Why? Why is this all self-only again? I don't understand. But then we get to the third skill in the MP, and now the servant kind of splits apart gameplay-wise. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% gauge, overcharged by 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. Child servant allies get 2k max health for 3 turns, which includes her, and you get 20 stars on you. So there you go. There's a nice support skill for you, especially for a welfare. Cool. Okay. Alright, the passives then. She basically gets 20% debuff for us on the first one. Cool. 6% arts is great, considering she's full arts. She's got the foreigner passive, because she still has to be Abigail, of course, so 2 stars per turn and 8% debuff for us. Wouldn't say I would really DPS her even with Vango, and even if her 2 skills kind of want to imply that, but I guess you could have a support option there. And then she has 20% increased star gen on arts cards. Very similar to the Cagliostro thing, because I guess they didn't want to cripple their star gen being full blue, I guess. Not that it really, I feel like they could, because, you know, arts is not supposed to be known for stars, but, you know, it's still nice to have, of course. She's anti-berserker, so if you are planning on DPSing, there is a good append for it. Then the MP, so we have support MP. So again, another 10% master skill boost for 3 turns when you use it, which so you can get 30% total with this skill in the MP. Still not a huge boost though to anything, but cool. Free MP5, so the party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 3k heal on use. All enemies get -1 tick, and then the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns on base overcharge scam to 40. Like, I actually like the MP, I think it's good. But I just don't understand why the MP is full support, and the third skill is full support, and then skills 1 and 2 are full self only. Like, why? I don't get this part. Like, what were they going with here?
There's only one way that they could have kept the kit as it is if they make one change where it's acceptable. And that is the master skill thing. It needed to be like 100%, because instead of having any other supportive things, imagine if Atlas, instead of a 2 cooldown, was a 4 cooldown. Or your Arctic Mystic Code was 40% attack and 40% MP damage for a turn, right? Like, that would be worth taking a slot for, because there'd be some kind of teams you could make with that. But
it feels like it was like 2 people designing the servant, and they just mashed ideas together.
Yeah,
like, because like Summer, I feel like Summer Martha is the Santa support done correctly. She's like somewhere in there. She's like a mix of like Maou and Santa Martha.
I prefer the idea of reducing master skill cooldowns.
I like that too, yeah.
I think that would be.
I think both, like
something
using the skill
that
should be -1 master cooldowns, and using the MP should be -1 master cooldowns. Like just
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Instead, they let the
Because
guy
that
in the
way-
maintenance closet
because-
design the servant, and you
because
got
Wow,
I-
we're at
slop.
Oh,
where
you're
are we
back.
at?
Welcome back. Yeah, we're on
Abby. We're
Santa Abbey
trashing
now.
Abby.
Like
You
an
can
hour
comment on the
ago,
previous
dude.
two after
Where have
this,
you
but yeah.
been?
You didn't miss a ton, I want to say.
Watch, it's been
This is a phone
5,000
call.
years.
Is it a phone call?
Yeah. Chat told us, luckily,
Yeah.
because we missed it apparently.
-1 is nothing for a master skill cooldown. I mean, if it's on an NP.
Well, she's a slower
We're using
support
the MP every
anyway,
other
not like
turn.
someone you would use in a speed run. So I feel like
Okay,
it could add up.
Okay, here's the thing. The only mystic code that would quote unquote be a little bit broken with it is Atlas, and that's just like worse Tamamo. I think it's completely fine.
Yeah, it would be
if it's
fine. It would be
cooldown
cool and
-1.
unique.
Yeah, exactly. Like what is this 10%? Like huh? That's
Yeah,
not
it's like
10%.
30
It's
total with the
20%?
1 MP
Oh,
and
30.
the skill, so it's not
God,
much.
Why? It's so bad. Like I actually think the servants base. Wait, do we go through the MP already?
Yeah, the kit
Yeah,
has
you guys
been
go through
covered.
it.
Yeah.
I think like if you really want a like secondary healer kind of like Pro Merlin type of character and you don't have an option, I don't actually think she's that bad in terms of like the base kit, but her main selling point is just horrible. Like the main selling point is just, it might as well not exist. So I'm very conflicted on the servant. I think if you can borrow a support, or you have like Hamamo or Pro Merlin, whatever, you would not use her.
I just think just way too many selfish DPS things as a support.
Here's what I've logicked out for her, because she is a very strange servant. So I believe what they were going for, and whether or not you think they succeeded, I guess that's opinion. But I believe they were going for a self buffer that's able to share the spamming NP with the team. Because, like, you look at her skills, like, they all affect herself and her ability to spam her NP, and then her NP gives the whole team 50% crit.
Oh yeah.
Gives the whole team arts, like 20% arts. So you put her in a team with a couple other supports, everyone's going to be arts critting and using their NPs faster.
It's
It could be like a pseudo stall thing, yeah.
I already criticized Himiko for like a similar problem. You know what I mean? It's I think in
It's
that
just
aspect
worse.
it's actually.
I feel like Himiko
In
definitely
that-
has
well,
more
I
card
mean, I
potential
wouldn't say
though.
that. But yeah, like in that aspect, they are actually kind of, because they have like selfish buffs, but they also have like a support MP that is quote unquote spammable. I mean, Abby's definitely more spammable, right? But like I do feel like I'm generally not the biggest fan of these types of characters. But Abby is, again, she is free. I tend to give free units a little bit more credit. But again, her role is just kind of, I'm not sure. Like I would say she's like a better, like more durable, like kind of, I don't even want to say Hans, but it's just kind of like the spam healer kind of role, you know? Like again, like a mini. Well, I guess she's also Pretender, but it has nothing to do with how like it's a mini like Proto Merlin-esque kind of role character. She can even give crits, right? Or is it just herself? I think she has.
The MP is 50% AoE crit.
Her NP is
Yeah,
50%
exactly. All right. Yeah. I remember her for being kind of an arts crit. So like, I don't think it's actually that bad. Like
yeah,
honestly,
it's really easy to have two NPs active at the same time, and at that point, the whole team has 100% crit and 40% arts. So
her
like,
problem
if you're just
is
spamming arts chains, it's going to do stuff.
Yeah, but her problem is, again, like not with a lot of these types of, she doesn't have like the consistent like charge feeding, because like characters like Tomo and Pro Merlin, they also have the role of like they feed charge to like the other support and to themselves. So Abby kind of needs to use cards. So it's like still it's not.
Yeah, I
as
almost
good,
would prefer
but-
using Hans to her, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing is, when Hans uses his NP multiple times, you might get attack like 20%.
You can miss.
Times.
Yeah,
But
Hans
with
also
her,
doesn't
it's
really.
not just that. It's not just that. Also, she has like it's like, imagine if you had Hans's first skill, but you could cast it every turn or every other turn.
Yeah,
That would be
I think
way
the crit
better
ramp
than
up
spamming
is
his NP
stronger.
over and over again.
Yeah,
And that's
the
what
only
it
time
is.
the only time I would want Hans is if I want the defense up, like over her. Because like Hans actually has the same problem, unless you use the skill 3 on himself, because Hans also doesn't feed himself charge with the MP. Like he doesn't actually function completely like Merlin, right? Like so he's gonna like MP like twice, and then the rest you also have to use your cards. So not necessarily the easiest to spam still, but I don't know.
I think
I
I
think it
think
depends
even
on the team. You might want either her
I
or
think
him. I
you
don't think they're
could go
completely.
for I think you could go for more of a stall setup, but I think her NP is constructed in such a way where you can focus more attention on her and still be safe, because like it's
I
really
mean,
easy to get her to NP back to back, and then
well, yeah, but
she
like if you're
drains over
focused,
and over again. She
but
has her own evade.
true. I mean, I don't hate her honestly. Like I just
I
think,
would
like,
say still want to personally I would do like one of the B tiers or something. I think she's like kind of pales to Santa Bartha, even
Well,
if they
yeah.
are not like the
Yeah,
same
I wouldn't
role.
say
I
she's
think,
like A
yeah.
tier, but
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I
B
mean,
is fine.
I can actually see B to B plus. Yeah, I don't think she's trash. Like again, I think the Mystic Code buff is trash, but that doesn't mean she's trash.
Yeah, she
See,
still
it's a
offers some
deceptive thing
other
because it
stuff.
makes it seem like that's the cool thing for her gimmick, but in reality,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
actually
it's-
does nothing for you.
It's just a
Around
flavor
Pretender,
thing.
no, she's better than Pretender Liz. I think Pretender Liz is actually kind of just bro.
Yeah, I probably would prefer Abby.
Might be one of the hottest takes on the list, though.
Dude, because for multi-core, Pretender Liz can't get her own MP. It's like her party 20 charge is not good enough anymore. I feel like in most cases, and like honestly, her buffs when paired with like neutral is not that bad. Like neutral is like 20% attack and MP damage up.
Yeah.
But like maybe she needs a little bit more charge. Maybe her like if her third skill was party wide, then that would be good. Or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Plush, do you want to comment on the... I'm not sure if you were there for the Monte Cristo one, but I think you at least missed Cagliostro and Summer Shufu's placement.
Oh, Monte Cristo EX, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot to talk about him. Honestly, it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
But anything about Cagliostro
Everyone knows
or Summer Shufu?
Cagliostro, I actually like Cagliostro a lot. He is, yes, just another AoER slooper, so I guess it's a little bit disingenuous to rate him higher than
I was between like B plus and A personally.
But yeah, because he has a scalable and anti trait that with his MP, and you know he has a 50 battery. Like he's kind of a... You wouldn't feel like it's weird if his kit is like a 5-star, because he's just like if he was a 5-star, he's just a boring 50 MP charging looper that has anti trade, which honestly a lot of them don't have anti trade, which is surprising, I guess. But yeah, it's I think he is pretty good as a 4-star, but kind of like Duryodhana, because he's story locked. So like people don't really have good access to him. Like he's not necessarily more accessible than some of the 5-stars even. So that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't really have him at high MP level because I didn't really roll for Monte Cristo because I don't care about Dantes.
I don't have him at all. I don't roll.
I think mine is like MP2 or
like,
something.
I don't roll for men. I hate men. Auto 2025.
Look, I've rolled for men in my chat before. All right, I respect my community a lot.
Yeah, if Cagliostro was... This is why I said earlier, I don't know if anyone caught it, but like this is why I said earlier, if Cagliostro was the permanent pretender instead of Tlaloc, people would have like a lot more comments on him. I feel like people would kind of tout him as the free to play, not really free to play, but like the dolphin kind of option for...
Yeah,
for
probably.
slooping. But yeah, he's just not very accessible at all, unfortunately.
What about Summer Shufu? We placed her fairly high.
I think Summer Shufu's pretty amazing. Like anti-man, really good anti-trait, and like she has good party-wide stuff.
And the triple dot power mod.
Yeah, triple dot. Yeah, you can work with like Coin Dark maybe. But yeah, like I think her boss killing is actually pretty solid.
Yeah.
Also, I guess low he now.
And she can even be used in farming because of a lot of self battery and spread charge.
Yeah. I like I like pairing her with Smob because that means the charge lasts longer, and they both get their NP bonus because they're both anti-man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Shufu's kind of a. I don't think a lot of people talk about her, but yeah, she's pretty.
She's
nice
extremely good.
Yeah.
She's really nice for a lot of like just any anti-man that's a single target, mean like both bosses and farming. So yeah, I think all these placements are fine.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, then we got 2 more to cover. So, 2 5-star pretenders. We're going to talk about the surprise drop of Phantasmoon. I still remember because I was visiting my family for Christmas, and then suddenly I was like, what is happening? Apparently her event, and she just dropped. I was like, yeah, I was not even home, so I couldn't even cover it. But yeah, she was a surprise release with a bonus Christmas small event thingy. So we got a single target Buster Pretender, and a very good one at that too, considering she just came out of nowhere as well. But I guess, maybe some favoritism in play as always. You never know.
Yeah, of course.
12.4k attack, very high. In fact, is that the highest pretender? I'm not sure, but it's definitely very high for a pretender. Very good.
Maybe is it tied with Pearl Burn or something?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's certainly
It's
very
scroll down
high.
to the very bottom.
regardless.
It'll tell you at the bottom of the page here in the trivia section.
Oh yeah, we'll
but
get
you're
there.
gonna
I guess.
spoil her NP.
Oh,
What about the
for heaven's
people
sakes.
who don't know anything about
True.
her?
Yeah, so we'll see that too.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Their lives lack meaning. I don't know.
Whoa. Oh, this got
NP
dark
is
really
so
fast.
Damn, dude. I don't even know these people.
Anyway, she's double Buster,
I don't
double
know
arts, which
Phantasmoon.
I think is totally fine. So her gains cards are also decent. Not amazing, but decent. First skill is 7-turn cooldown. She gets, or the full party gets spread 30. Great. They
Oh,
get,
boy.
full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and also overcharge for 1 step 1 time in 3 turns. Yeah, if that doesn't scream multi-core, then I don't know what does. Very cool. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, 100% extra boost for 3, or either it does get that, but also it becomes AoE for 3 turns as well, which again halves its effectiveness too. So don't expect miracles still for damage or anything like that, or gains. And then she gets another 20% battery, so that's 50% battery for her from these two combined. Very cool. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. You get 15 stars on use, targeted skill. Target gets 5k absorb for 3 turns, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, 20% party attack for 3 turns, and 30% party crit damage for 3 turns. This is just a really freaking loaded skill. Well, like, what is that? That is crazy. Such a crazy skill, right? Wow. Just pure offense, very crit focused as well. Crazy skill. Yeah, it's a very good skill set. It kind of
Also-
lacks defense, if anything, but otherwise, yeah, pretty loaded. Cool. First passive, 17.5% debuff versus Let's Go. 10% debuff success rate up. Cool. Bonus for landing debuffs more. I like that she has a blank territory creation. I forgot about that, so nothing there, I guess. Unfortunate, because her arts cards are, she has 2 of them. Yeah. No territory to be created. 10% crit damage. Cool. She gets 5 stars per turn permanently. Great. And then on dark map, she has a 20% rainbow. Very cool. Because I guess they wanted more Lohi's liturgy or something, because she released before her. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that is
pretty
like
cool.
probably
That's
the most.
intentional.
That's kind of like the most blatant built-in
Yeah.
synergy. Like,
But even if you don't get the rainbow, that's still 5 stars per turn, which is very good for a passive, regardless.
yeah,
Anyway, she's anti-assassin, which is one of the more unfortunate things about her, because it's not a very good case for a pretender, but oh well, I guess. Can't win them all. Then the MP, single target damage. MP seals the target for 1 turn, gives her another 50% extra boost for 1 turn, and then she does super effective against evil enemies, the base 150 to 200 OC range. She gets 20% refund on MP use minimum, scaling up to 40%, and then living human allies except self get 20% refund as well, or battery rather, scaling up to 40%, same thing. Yeah, it's a great MP. Great, and can be good for farming, especially if you had anti-evil, and nice for bosses too with the seals and the refund and everything. Yeah, she's really good. Very versatile. Farming, bosses, you can do both for sure. Even the crit potential is really nice, actually. Even if she doesn't have triple buster. Yeah. Yeah, what a surprise drop this servant was. Just came out of nowhere.
She was
Kind of
gone just as fast
unfortunate.
as she came.
Kind of unfortunate that I think she's top tier.
Yeah.
First single target with party's 30 charge and a mix of good buffs.
Mhm.
And I also like the skill 3 a lot. It's a very all-in-one crit skill. It's got
Yeah, it's one of the best crit skills in the whole game, I want to say.
Yeah, she is having less numbers because she's sharing it with someone else, but I mean, for her role, I guess that's not necessarily a bad thing. I still would have taken probably self-fit because in farming, I'm not 100% sure if that's always going to be useful, but still, it's just such a good skill set. This character, and the
It is nice.
anti-evil, is decently common as well.
Yeah.
The extra attack again, as usual, in my opinion, bait, but she doesn't really have to sacrifice anything.
Yeah, a lot of her
for it.
gameplay doesn't really revolve
Well-
around that. It's just a bonus, if anything.
Yeah,
So,
and she makes up
if
for it with
there's-
the effectiveness, kind of, not completely, but kind of.
I don't know when the situation will come up, but if you're doing a single target NP, but there's 2 enemies on the side, it technically is an increase in gain because it only cuts the gain in half. So if you hit 3 enemies,
Yeah.
then you're good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I saw someone do that to cut a turn from a mid turn, but that's about it. And that also takes a very, very big arcoade, because only the extra attack is AoE. But yeah, I mean, unfortunate top tier again. They gotta stop with these Tsukihime characters, man. What the. But yeah,
I also need them out of my FGO.
no, I'm not gonna do the Ben Shapiro thing.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry.
No, I can. No,
Is that copy pasta from Ben Shapiro? No,
I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
It's like the BNF is not a
Next
human
thing.
right. Go back to Tsukihime. Yeah. Anyways.
I don't know if that's
Did-
Ben Shapiro, but being an FGO is not alright. Go back to Tsukihime. Yeah, no.
But
We're gonna
anyways,
build a
Sounds
wall
like
around
people would
FGO and make Tsukihime pay for it.
and I think as a boss killing DPS, yes, she doesn't have survival, right? But
Yeah.
if you script things right, her self damage is still decent. Again, I've seen people apply evil, not necessarily as broken as some others because it's just a normal anti-trade skills that overcharge. And I've seen people obviously do just standard crit stuff, so not even that bad as a main DPS, but definitely more of a farmer.
Yeah.
I assume it's a pretty unanimous EX as well.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, kind
I
of.
Maybe
guess,
one of the lower EXs, but still EX, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
I would say
sure.
all the others, maybe Erice, but yeah, the Count, Oberon, and Lady should be there for sure. And I think she's enough for EX still. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Erice
I was A
is-
plus to EX, but yeah, I think
Yeah.
I can understand both. It's depending on if you like farming. If you like
She's
farming,
just so
definitely EX,
loaded, and yeah, farming is a big part of the game and whatnot. So.
she has the Tez. She's the single target character with Tez battery and better buffs. So I mean, what can you really
Yeah,
complain
is,
about
the,
that
is there
for
any
farming?
other single target that has a spread 30? There isn't, right?
No,
It's all
No, she's the
it's not
first one.
supports or AoEs.
Yeah, this is what I mean by it made
mean,
Summer Abbey,
kinda-
not Summer Abbey.
Well, not counting
Base
MP per
Abbey.
turns, like instant battery.
Well, I
No,
mean, Jufu right there.
Yeah, exactly. I knew you were gonna go there, but yeah.
I mean,
Okay, that's
this
fair.
is what I
though.
mean by it was really upsetting because I was banking. I was like, okay, Abby has been so far seems to be one of the better party buffers that single targets that also has good self damage and 50 charge. And then Phantasmoon came out right after.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, never mind. Okay, well, fine.
There she goes. All right, let's talk
There she
about
goes.
the last new servant, someone who's still fairly fresh. In fact,
Oh.
unless I'm forgetting something, this is the latest servant on JP, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he is still the
he's
latest
actually
servant.
the
Okay,
latest
and he will be very
That's
relevant
crazy.
starting next week as well, because again, we already know he's in OC4. So
In
doubt they're gonna do
40
anything with
days.
him though, but he will be in the story. So yeah. So we're gonna talk about Dante. I have to do it every time. I'm sorry. I know it's cringe, but yeah, there it is.
Dante.
Dante. I love this guy.
Dante.
What are they
Alright, so
buffing?
yeah, we have an AoE
They're not
arts
buffing.
pretender once
Weird
again.
way to
So
stand out, bro.
if think
the chapter,
Cagliostro,
the
but
story,
more interesting as a 5-star maybe. So attack deceptively low, but I feel his damage is actually surprisingly high still, even though his attack is not super high. But it's not bad either, to be honest. He's double buster, double arts, and his gains cards on base are good. Especially the arts cards, they're solid. That's nice. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, and a guts for 1 time 3 turns with 1k revive, so there's some Yui synergy as well, I guess, on command if that's needed. Obviously the quick otherwise is not very helpful for him because he only has 1 quick card, but you know, again, that's a thing at least, so sure.
Yui.
Yui.
Yui synergy.
Yeah.
I don't, which is ironic because I don't necessarily think he needs Yui for crits.
No, but it's just nice to have the option, if anything. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to like to think of uses because the quick up otherwise is not that impressive on him.
Oh yeah. All
right, then
Yui
the
definitely
fun
makes rainbows a lot better, feel better.
Yeah,
On arts.
for sure. The fun second skill is up next. So on a 6-turn cooldown, you get 20 stars on use, and then you choose whether you want to go to hell or heaven for 5 turns. If you pick heaven, your party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. Now, if you're more of the burning sort, your party gets 20% buster up for 3 turns, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, no map can be hell or heaven on base, right? They cannot exist.
No.
So it can. Maps can only exist from this. But the funny part is, you could actually bring 2 Dante, and if the second Dante would get both effects if you pick the other map. So it is a cute little combo, I guess, because these are actually pretty significant AoE buffs here. So that's one way to get 2 of them if you want.
I'm willing to bet there will be some hell and heaven battlefields.
There could be an OC4, honestly, that are natively heaven or hell,
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm pretty sure there hasn't been anything like that.
Yeah, remember to pick the opposite one, so you get like...
Yeah, if you have another one, always pick the opposite, so you double down on the other one.
Yeah, and then you can have Bob come in and extend the duration on all of those buffs.
Oh yeah, that's pretty sexy.
Not the crit up, not the bust up.
Yeah, but a lot of them though.
All the buffs that matter, okay? Like, all I care about
not the MP damage up. It's just stars per
charge and heal.
It's just charge, and the charge not even party.
I can just
the charge isn't even
going
party
forever, dude. Who cares about doing damage?
Oh yeah, the charge per turn is self only. I think I was talking about the party. Okay.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed by that. I feel like if the charge was party wise, he can be even better at multi-core. But anyways,
but it's a cool skill. Still like it, and obviously the MP will have an effect based on this too. Anyway, more fun skills. The third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery, and then he gets 7 of these Sin brands for 3 turns, and each of these brands are basically special debuff resistance down. So he gets minus 70% debuff res down, and they cannot be removed. That's why they're a bit worse in that sense, I guess. But then he gets this on-attack buff for 3 turns, so when he's attacking, he tries to remove a buff from the enemy. So, and if there is a buff that he can remove, he does it, and if he happens to be successful, he removes one of these sin stacks from himself, and he gets 10% attack for 3 turns. Then he also gets an on-guts activate for 3 turns, so if a guts activates on him, he also removes 1 of these sins and gives the same 10% attack for 3 turns. So in the case that the boss or whatever you're fighting happens to be buff heavy, you can get a lot of attack from this, but otherwise it's mostly just a big battery that might give you a lot of debuff res down. So it depends. It's a bit mixed value for sure. And also, needless to say, the MP works with this too, actually, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Because it's not limited to normal attacks. So potential AoE buff removal, which is nice.
It's fun. It's pretty funny how like less than a month after this, they buffed Kuretsugu to have the same thing but better.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not limited. Well, he's not AoE, I guess. But again, if you're removing 1 buff from 3 targets, the sin gets used up really quickly, which can be a good thing, but also it means you can't keep on removing. So I guess
it's a cool skill.
Like, the debuff for no reason.
Like sometimes this can be really good, and sometimes it's just like kind of underwhelming-ish. Yeah. Depends.
Yeah.
Not a bad skill set overall, though, by any means. 9% crit damage on the passive. He's not super big on the crits, but it's cool to have. And then 5.2% arts up, great, because it's the main card type. That's it for the passives. Very tame, actually. My phone's about to go off. There we go. He's anti-ruler, which it's a neutral case, but sadly it's a rare enemy to fight. So, but I'm sure that's going to be very relevant for OC4 at least, I guess.
Yep. Again,
Yeah.
the story.
Yes, indeed. So then the MP. So again, we have a map check. If you have a heaven field, before damage you get 50% sky attribute power mod. If you have a hell field, you get 50% earth attribute power mod for 1 turn. Again, both before damage. Then does damage to all enemies. Does a 2k curse on them for 5 turns. -1 tick down on all enemies. And then before damage, he also always gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, getting to 40. So he has ramp up too, which is cool. And he shares that very similar thing with Marie with the curse and the tick down from earlier. I really much like the tick down again. It's always nice to have. I think he can actually do quite a bit of damage, even without like a significant anti-trait on him. I think he's one of the better. Is he the best AoE pretender? Not that there's a lot of competition for that in terms of damage.
Well, yes.
Again, it's maybe a bit deceptive
yes,
because there's not a ton of competition though, but yeah.
Well, I can actually give, at least in my opinion, a more useful comparison. I'm pretty sure against like neutral, if we don't consider traits, he does more than Summary Buki by wave 2, maybe? Let me check.
Okay.
Because like they're both 1.5, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he does slightly more than Summary Buki after some ramp up. So
yeah, so he's actually fairly legit for damage.
That's nice. I mean, he does need to ramp up though. So it's not exactly that amazing. But you can also customize his anti-trade, so he technically has like
he has a bit of
Tesla
choice
coverage,
there, yeah.
Kind of. Not really, but
I do think it would be much better if his third skill, like on his MP, only consumed
cut out
1
or
stack to remove all the buffs. No.
Hello?
I'm just.
Hey?
Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Oh shoot.
Oh, is he not hearing us? That's funny.
Oh, plus
We
we
can
can
hear
still
you
hear
still.
you. Don't say any words you'll regret.
Oh, okay. I can hear now.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Yeah,
back.
Did you get? Sorry.
So I would say I wish that this didn't eat 3 stacks if you do it AoE on the NP. Because as it is, like that is useful, but it really limits it, and also it just kind of makes it effectively worse than Bargist's version and Kirituko's version. Like it's nice that they have this, but I don't know. I wish it didn't. I wish it couldn't get eaten up so fast. If an enemy spams buffs.
Is it that bad though?
Well, it's not really, but it is limited to only.
Well, it depends, right? You can get
amount of
30%
times.
attack up if you remove 1 buff from each enemy.
Yeah.
So it would give you more attack. So it really is a trade-off. Like depending on if you like the attack gaining aspect or do you want the buff removal aspect.
Yeah, it depends on how many buffs the enemies are casting. Like enemies that cast like multiple buffs a turn, he's gonna like chew through it. Because like, I know you wouldn't use him because he's a pretender and they're a caster. But like the Gouda Gouda challenge quest that recently happened, like she casts like 3 buffs every turn, right? So like she always has like ample things to remove. You know?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
if it was not limited, it would be way stronger, but it is.
Again, this is like very unfortunate because I think a lot of his problems can actually be solved by just being a Buster servant. Because number one, obviously the one everybody's talking about, because like if he's Buster, he can easily be in both heaven and hell, like with skill 2, right?
I think his bouncy is good, but again, it has the problem with the stats. But maybe with the grand system, this could be actually very good. Because it's 30% MP damage and then crits remove the brand as well, which is pretty cool. Right.
Yeah, but a second thing with like him being Buster is you can actually refresh the Sin brand thing, because like faster than if he was in arts. So I really like him. Like if you're running him in like arts team, I really like Tamamo because I think his skills really benefit from having shorter cooldowns, like even more so than normal skills, because he kind of wants it. Like he wants the second skill to overlap in duration because it's a check. So if you catch the final turn of the heaven field, and then you cast the hell field, you get all the buffs, like again, all of the buffs at once again. So
Yeah.
And also, like, again, the sin, you can like refresh it so he can continuously kind of have some kind of buff removal. So again, cool
He
servant.
really
I
does
also
want cooldown reduction.
I also think his multi-core is fun. He has party buffs. Especially the hell mode with the MP.
Yeah, it's like
damage
30.
up.
You can get 30% MP damage too.
Yeah, and Buster. He pairs better with Buster, honestly.
Yeah.
For multi-core.
Yeah, because crit is not the most useful thing there.
Yeah, luckily he is in the same class as Phantasmoon, so I actually think they're a pretty good combo. If you want to, I mean, Lohi's probably still better, but if you want to, so yeah, I think he's a good servant. He's like an AoE art servant, but made a little bit more interesting than.
Yeah, he's got some interesting choices and whatnot.
He's the best AoE damage dealer we have for pretenders.
Which again, maybe not the highest ceiling.
Which is not the highest ceiling, but it's good enough.
So
sure
A to A plus?
Yeah, A to A plus.
A plus, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have very.
Maybe
strong
because
feelings.
hardly any competition, he could slide into A plus.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the lack of competition
Yeah,
mostly.
it makes him look way better. But maybe in the
against?
future, we'll see if they release more like really good AoE pretenders.
Because okay, for like, Baobhan is like a completely different like gameplay style there, right? So
I mean,
so I wouldn't
but
compare them directly.
here's the thing.
Cagliostro is his competition, and Oberon as a DPS. But Oberon as a DPS is suffering.
I think his competition is actually AoE Arts Berserkers, though. Which again, I think
kind of, it's the same damage mod too.
I do think it's impressive that he is actually, in my opinion at least, decently competitive when versing Summer Ibuki. So like he doesn't get completely rolled over by Summer Ibuki, which is something most servants can't really say. Like the AoE arts today here gets completely rolled over by Summer Ibuki, right? So I think it is actually a testament to like him being pretty decent. So yeah, I can see it.
I think it's good. I think it's nice that like we have competing with her is good, not terribly eclipsing, because I'm glad that the power level is
it shouldn't go above that at this point
in the game. They hit the peak, they gave us Castoria and they gave us Ibuki, and now it's just what different flavors and different twists on the same formula do we get, which is nice.
But yeah, I guess with that, we conclude the initial placements of all the Avengers and Pretenders on the list. So yeah, we made a block, by the way. I just realized that. But yeah, now we're going to take some time, not sure how long, to see if we want to move anyone around.
Okay, number one, after seeing everyone. No, after seeing all this, I think Maou Nobu's EX. I think after seeing all of this, Maou Nobu's EX.
So if Maou Nobu's EX, can we move Raiko
Jalter
up? Because we had like the conversation of like she's just slightly below, like she's below her, but it's not that far. So like,
well, I think in a vacuum she's only slightly below her, but I think Buster is such a broken card type compared like for what
she does have the crazy numbers, right?
Yeah,
you want to put Maou Nobu up?
I would be willing to put her in EX, I think.
I'm fine with that.
Even if it's lower EX, I think she could maybe slide in there.
Now, what about the argument for Jalter?
I personally like Jalter in EX, but I can see why people are a little.
I'm a bit more hesitant on compared to Maou.
I'm okay with that, but I don't think I have the power to convince people on that.
Because here's the thing, I think I actually made a video on Destiny Order. Oh wait, no, never mind. I think Monte Cristo wasn't in there. Was Monte Cristo? Maybe he was.
I don't remember.
But I think like at lower MP levels, I actually prefer Jalter over Monte Cristo. Just because like, you know, upgraded MP kind of like at lower MP levels, its effectiveness is so high that it's like Monte Cristo with a couple of burns already, and I really like. But I can see why, because her survival isn't as good, she doesn't have this stupid guaranteed stun for most players, and she doesn't have the Invul Pierce. But I just feel like, when used optimally, I can see her in EX, but maybe not for everyone, I guess.
What would you say, Otto? Do you think she's EX?
Wow.
You have to have one of these at least
Otto,
every
I gotta make
time.
the
Change
play.
history here, can't I?
Yeah, I mean, you
Wow.
should
I
be
mean,
expecting it at
it's
this
fine.
point.
I am not completely convinced anyway. I'm not like hard pushing EX.
I would
Neither
see
am I.
maybe
I just
like
think
one
it
of the
was
lowest
fitting.
EXs, but it would be a push for sure.
I could see her being EX. Like, she's still outstanding even now. Like what she does, it does seem pretty simple, but the fact that she does it
Yeah,
to
she's
the
like
extent
the
she
more
does,
extreme
and then-
example of a basic servant, like a very
Yeah, but she
extreme
also
example of it.
has- She also has that buff removal, not buff removal,
A
buff
block, yeah.
which is
Yeah.
pretty massive. Like,
I
I keep seeing it come up.
I do think every effect that she has, that's why, like, other than maybe like the second skill is pretty underwhelming. I think every effect that she has does help her a lot because of the star absorb that she needs, the star bomb that she needs from the MP. And
Yeah,
also,
like the kit
obviously the big
synergizes, even if
battery.
it's basic.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'm ready to put her with
You know
Monte
what?
Cristo. Like, again, she
I
would
can
be
do
lower
it.
than
I can
Monte
do it.
Cristo.
Even if I still think Monte Cristo's Oro better, but he was like the no-brainer EX, so she can be like a lower EX if anything then, because he's like a no-brainer EX. Really?
And if because
Because we're not gonna do tiers above EX this time.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see it. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
And
even
if that's the
paying
case,
attention.
maybe finally Ushi Gozen.
Yeah, does Ushi Gozen move to A+?
Yeah, A+ is looking a little scant now, anyways. So
Well, even with Otto's bias aside, maybe there shouldn't be a full tier between her and Maou.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
we're just promoting everyone. That's kind of
Well, EX is a little crowd. I think okay, there. I think that's good. I think this balances out the list a little bit more because EX has a
Do you
lot
think
of
Kuro
people.
can go to
Oddly
A
enough,
plus or no?
no.
I think she's
Okay.
fine
So
at
the
A.
one EX I feel
I
the
actually
least
use her in
passionate
TAs
about
mostly.
is funny enough, the one I feel the least passionate about is Erice.
Phantasmoon.
But
Oh,
no,
Erice.
Erice.
Well, but she's the only 4-star, so
She's
Is
only
there
she, like 4-star wise, yeah.
is there a world where Marie and or Cagliostro are A?
No.
No.
is
I
there a
think-
world where Summer
I think the world where Marie is A is the one we're living in right now, honestly.
Okay.
I would not accept Marie being higher than Summer comma.
Okay. What about Cagliostro?
I would accept them being on the same tier, but I still think that that
You think
Marie
Marie's
is
better?
handedly better than Ishtar.
Dude, imagine they're all gonna be A besides Space Time B, but people are gonna lose their shit.
I
They're
mean,
gonna go
Ishtar
crazy.
arts. I still like the card type change, but
But again, we
but
can
like-
just use the argument that hey, wait next week for Sparish. It's fine.
I think look, if you only use Ishtar in arts, I don't think it's actually controversial that the
And people
the
will
other
be
two can
nuclear
be
if
better.
Kama and Ishtar are not on the same tier. I swear, they will always go nuclear.
Kama's better than Nito. Kama's better than Nito on paper, but Kama's not more useful than Nito. It's just it has been proven. Every person I've asked that has both, they use Nito more than Kama. I'm sorry. That's like actually and it's stupid because Nito is getting all that points from like two nodes.
No,
One node.
she's useful for other things.
No, it's one node.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's literally
I
just
here before anyone does anything stupid and says anything dumb.
I would not bring Neo to half the stuff I use Kama in. That's fair, I guess, if Kama's your main arts looper. Wow, maybe did we move too many people into EX? Is Phantasmoon EX? Maybe, probably, yeah, okay. Yeah, she is compared to
I think so.
Yep. Wow. This is gonna be a spicy comment section because
Oh yeah, and honestly, I don't think the comment section is gonna even be
Make it
about the EX.
spicy.
It's gonna be about the B plus. That's what the comments are gonna be about,
Ishtar.
not the EX.
Really?
Oh. Why
You
are
guys ha-
why you know what? The casuals love Ishtar.
They love
I
this.
got-
Yeah, but
Not
but we aren't casuals. We're better. than
Okay, now they're gonna be even
but,
more
like,
mad.
Okay. Here's the thing, though. I think, like, obviously, Summary Buki and whatever, They obviously are better than Spishtar, but like I feel like a lot of things that made Spishtar feel extremely bad, not just Spishtar, Summer Kama, and Marie. I think a lot of the reasons that made them starting to feel really mid hasn't happened in NA yet. Cause like Melusine Summer made them feel so stupid. Melusine Summer genuinely made these characters feel like idiots, right? And me personally, I don't even think she's EX, which is crazy. And secondly, Moriarty MP buff again made these people feel like idiots. Lancer Ryoma MP buff made these people feel like idiots. And then we have Space Aresh, unless against Berserkers, made these people feel like idiots. I genuinely feel like there's so many AoE arts that has come out. Even BB Dubai. I'm gonna be real. BB Dubai
BB
probably
is such
made
a good DPS.
made these people feel like
I agree.
clowns.
No bias, by the way.
I like genuinely like BB Dubai probably made these people feel like clowns because BB Dubai is like, what if I do more than you guys and I have a second MP on top of that? Which is like, okay, bro, like why? Like it's BB Dubai is like 2.5 more servants than Space Ishtar. I just don't understand. Like their kits are. I genuinely believe their kits are outdated. I think they need a buff. And like Marie Alter is like a return to form where like she's like, oh, I'm like kind of.
I think the compromise would be moving Nito to B+, and that would be it.
No, I think Nito's.
No, that's the worst way to do it because then we can't say any of them are better than each other.
Fuck the rest. I agree. I think they should just buff Summer Kama and make her blue and then fuck the rest.
Engagement. If you put them all in the same, people will be mad. Look, people will complain, but people will complain more if Nito's higher.
No, they'll call you a fence sitter who's afraid to take a strong position.
Okay, like I'm telling you, genuinely, after you've used like Summer Maou, Space Aresh, even post buff, like whatever, you wouldn't feel like she's that legit. Because like her first, like if you're talking about farming, her first 2-wave damage is just horrible. Like it's just.
I assume they're making arguments for her like DPS on bosses too because of the third skill helping too.
Her DPS isn't really that good. Like yeah, it's power mod, but it's okay. I think she's okay as an AoE arts, but like. I just like unless you have a big copy, I don't really see why you would.
I thought you were gonna say something else there. You were saying, unless you have a big copy.
Oh, gosh, I agree. Pulling them low, she can get a buff. Murray isn't just a looper; she's a party charger. Is Murray Alter a party charger? How?
No,
when she takes
isn't she
hits?
selfish only?
She doesn't charge the party. No. Maybe they mean charge drain? Because she does like drain like the whole enemy team, which I think is like she actually has a modern kit unlike Spishtar. Spishtar just doesn't really has like the NP ramp, but that's it. Unless you're talking about NP switch, but like if like then like we're talking about a different servant at that point.
Well, yeah,
having vastly different.
Yeah, I think having 3 servants does actually warrant because like before I rated her really low. Well, she's still not high, but like before the reason I rated her even lower than all of these other options is because I assume she is always arts. But I actually think that's not very fair because it is her main gimmick, and the other forms are not complete dog shit. So like you should just consider ours in my opinion. So I do think we need to give her some credit in that regard.
We're giving her credit by her not being lower than the rest of them.
I mean, okay, I don't think people can argue if she has nothing else. Like if her second skill doesn't have the transform, she would be lower than every other one. I don't think people would actually disagree with that. Like, yeah, maybe her damage is still fine with the ramp, but like,
fine. I'll say it. I think even as Buster, she's dog shit. Okay, like I don't think.
Why? Why?
That's a brave chain.
Why? No. Like actually, why?
Because what does she gets synergized. It's just she has the NP ramp, but then
and then synergize even better with
doesn't
Oberon.
refund. Then she doesn't refund. Then it's harder for her to function. To do her one thing.
You can Buster Loop. I don't know. And like Buster Brave Chain buffing her already boosted extra attack is also
now
good.
I will say you say she can Buster Loop, but like are you gonna really really buster loop with her and not someone better.
Well, yeah, Mao's better, but like she has the MP damage up. And
Like
that gets
Space
double
Stars.
Look, plushie.
What?
Which one would you?
And her arts damage is
plushie,
not that
plushie.
bad after the ramp. What?
Which servant would you rather buster loop with? Space Ishtar or Gorgon?
Does Gorgon need a 50 charge? I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. That,
Yeah, Gorgon is 50.
yeah, Gorgon outdoes Space Ishtar.
For buster looping, I'd probably take Gorgon. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, she
Okay,
looks
yeah,
better
even
than Space
Rio
Ishtar.
say that.
Look,
Yeah. Arguing against Gorgon.
but she has both.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
no. Plushie,
she
I'm
runs
tired of hearing this. She doesn't have both. She has one or she has the other. You can't use a buster and arts MP at the same time.
Yeah, no. Here's the benefit. Like, if you want to use all the support types, and you only want to invest in one DPS, that's fine. I think there's some merit, no?
I do think the
No, no, no,
versatility is
no,
worth something, yeah.
No, because at that point, like, you're going to stick with one. You're not going to swap back and forth. Like, okay, if
Why
I got
not?
Koyan and such.
Why not? I got
Because
Bond
if we're
15
talking-
Castoria, and now I
Because the
switched to
entire-
Bond 15 Koyan Light.
The entire point is the flexibility. Like, what? Then it's like, okay, well, I have all the pieces of the puzzle, and I'll just switch them around. I'm like, dude, just use a different servant at the point. You got Gorgon there.
Why?
He's gonna
I'm
do
poor.
it better. Like, man,
What-
Maybe we'll
if
just
I'm
leave him
poor?
as is like that.
what if you're
Okay.
pretty?
Fine. I mean, okay, fine. I can agree.
just-
Look, I wouldn't give. I have her grailed. I only have her MP4 because I got really unlucky with her. I haven't used her in 3 years. I don't give a shit if you put her one tier down. I genuinely don't give a fucking like. I don't give a fuck. Just put her down. I don't care. Put her out of her misery. I genuinely don't care. Shoot her in
That
the head.
escalates quickly every
We're not
time.
moving her down.
Are we moving other people up? No. No.
Is there anyone
I would
else we
ra-
should
I would
talk
rather-
about?
I would rather you
Well, I
send
mean-
her to the 9th layer of hell before you move anyone up.
Whoa, meta moment.
No, I'm joking.
Well,
Like,
I mean, I'd rather use Dantes to farm sometimes than her.
what? No, really? Dante single core?
No, Dante's. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're talking about single core.
I
obviously.
mean, I guess he can BG, right? So
Yeah.
maybe
yeah.
he can BG Zerks.
Like, he's
Would
got-
you rather use him? Maybe.
He doesn't have
Triple
to ramp
Scotty.
up his damage.
I
He's
think
got
we're just
better
gonna leave
damage
him
on
as
his
is.
one.
I
think
mean,
I'm gonna
okay,
do that.
fine. You can move. Do you really want Marie
You could
Alter
also
to be an
crit
A?
with him.
No.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I think they all should stay together. I think
Marie
friends
Alter
stick
and Summer
together.
No,
Comma
no,
has
don't
to
listen
stay
to
the
Rio.
same.
He's just doing this because he wants his one.
I'm
favorite
so
to be
tempted
up on
to
top
put
of all the
Marie
others.
Alter into A, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so
He
tempted
shits
to do
on
it.
fucking Nita Alter all the time. That
Yeah,
your
and for
accusation
some reason
is
he's not
Out of
doing it
love.
now.
no.
Hmm.
Your
out
accusation
of
is
love.
wrong because Nita Alter is more used than these characters because she has 100 charge. Like it
She has
genuinely
undercharge.
is the truth.
She has insta.
She has insta kill.
She can
Like-
slot into a bunch of parties.
Like yes, it is Nita Alter being run because you cannot run a third Domon. Yes. So, you know, like
You're-
Also,
is her
no,
only
literally-
role?
Nita Alter
We're
does
literally
also
just talking about
Arts Farm.
Sweet Earth quote node.
She-
What the fuck?
She also does just Arts Farm, and she does fine. Her
Yeah,
damage is fine.
It's not. It's not like she can
people,
only.
people
do
act
that.
like she does like tons less damage, but like if you're doing like an event farm, and you're running no C or like you're running event CEs and you're doing everything, they're all close enough that it doesn't really.
Do you know who doesn't have super effective? Any of the other ones. Well, I lied. Summer Comma. Actually, yeah. You know what? Summer Comma should be an A. There you go.
Dude, I could honestly I could move Marie and Kama into A, but dude, the comments will be this video will get taken down.
Dude, if they comment, then they're just gonna.
You know what? I'm gonna do it.
push
At
the
this point,
algorithm.
I'm literally gonna do it. Watch me. I'm gonna do it. I did it. Look at that.
Thank you.
Look at that. That I
Are-
did it, dude. I did it.
Are you guys?
It's a
Uh,
war zone now. It's a war zone.
Are you guys actually this emotionally tied to the space?
Yeah, it's an
Ishtar, or are
arbitrary
we all-
list that doesn't make any
Or
sense.
are we all thinking about the same
Nah.
commenter?
As a matter of fact, I think
Are we
I
all
am
thinking about the
quite
same
untied
commenter?
from her right now.
Boom! This is
I
a
feel
historical
like
event. The movement of the B plus.
Look, I'm just saying. I feel like at least half of us know there is gonna be one commenter talking about it. But
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Again, I'm pretty
yeah.
sure no one's even gonna talk
We-
about the EX. People are only gonna talk about the Arch
We-
Loopers. I
we
can
all know
predict
who
the
they are.
future. All the comments will be about the Arch Loopers, 100%. And they will not
which
be
is
happy about
sad,
it. But it is what it
because
is.
they
Because I
are
feel like they're not
boring
amazing either.
Fucking design.
Yeah.
I hate it. I genuinely like. I literally have people in my comments like, "Plushie, I hate you so much. I hope Lilith is an AOE arts looping Avenger." That's the kind of stuff they curse me with. They're
That's
like,
very
I
personal.
hope Summer Koyanskaya is an AOE arts looping assassin. I
There
would
you go.
die, bro.
You know
I
what?
actually-
On this note, that's locked in. I'm gonna log it in. That's the list. Boom. Dude, it literally looks like an F. There you go. F. F. You can
It's a double
think of
decker
yourself
F.
what that could stand for. But yeah, there
Kinda
it
like
is.
an E.
Yeah, sure. E. It's an E tier list because you know all the Space Star fans are gonna say it's an E tier list anyway. So you know what? There you go. There's your small dub. Okay,
Tell them
that
to go to
is
sleep for a
extra
week.
classes part 2, Avengers and Pretenders locked in. Boom. Enjoy it. Don't enjoy it. Hey, I'm not your dad. Do whatever you want. All right,
You're not my
there it
dad.
is. Yeah, shocker. Plot twists.
This isn't even like a take that I have recently. I think when, like, I forgot when Space Ishtar got another raid up. It wasn't during the Saber Wars 2 rerun, but like she got another rerun. And at that time I was like, wow, this character probably really wants a buff. Maybe not an MP upgrade, but
Yeah.
a skill buff. I was like, at that time I was like, damn, maybe not an MP upgrade because she has 20% MP damage up ramp up. I think an MP upgrade for a servant like
Yeah, it would be a lot.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then they gave us the one that also had super effective.
yeah, bro.
Like, I
and
don't-
they
Yeah,
gave
but
that
I
to
mean, it could
Moriarty,
happen
and
then
they
because
gave
of that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, I guess on that note, we're gonna wrap up. So hey, if you're watching this on YouTube and you somehow find it in your heart not to be too consumed by hatred of certain characters placed on this list, hey, it would be great if you
Consumed by
can press
hatred.
the like button on this video. It really helps out. And hey, do subscribe also not to miss out on future videos because we're still one more list away from completing these. So next week you're gonna see all the other extra classes. So we have Alter Ego, we have Moon Cancer, we have Shielder, and we have Beast. That's a big one too. So you're gonna see all of that next week in the grand finale. Also, shout out to my patrons on the screen right now, and Suit for being a big YouTube member tier supporter. That'll be it for me. Anything you guys want to say as well?
Thanks
much.
for watching.
But yeah, also, hey, do subscribe to my co-hosts as well. They're great. They make a lot of good content, and catch Otto's Mobcast every Sunday as well. And if you can't catch it live on his Twitch, he will upload it to his YouTube channel as well. I'm sure
idea
this
what
will
we're
probably be
doing.
talked about as well, because OC4 is not up until the next one. So yeah, if you want to hear more about this, then yeah,
Why,
tune in.
bro?
But yeah, hey,
King
thank you so
John's
much for
doing
watching, and see you in the next video, whatever you decide to watch. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.